How the West Came to Rule. The Geopolitical Origins of Capitalism. Alexander Anievas and Kerem Nişancıoğl. Acknowledgements. This book has been almost 3 years in the making. Its origins lie in a collaborative article written for Millennium, Journal of International Studies in 2012-13 entitled What's at Stake in the Transition Debate? Rethinking the Origins of Capitalism and the Rise of the West. It was here that we first explored the possibility of rewriting the history of capitalism's genesis by drawing on the framework of uneven and combined development. As this led us to a radical departure from histories centered on European developments, it became evident that there was a considerably more extensive and complex story to tell about the origins of capitalism. Our initially brief engagement with the global history of the 13th to 17th centuries rendered evident a palpable dissatisfaction with the Eurocentrism of dominant accounts of this period. It appeared not only that vast swathes of key historical events, actors, and processes had been left hidden behind the veil of Eurocentrism, but that the theorizations constructed from this narrow geo-historical vantage point had left the field of historical sociology with only a partial understanding of capitalist modernity. Moreover, it appeared that our very engagement with the historical record would demand some reconsideration of the theoretical conclusions we drew back in 2013. We were thus driven back to the drawing board, back to history, back to theory, and into an enormously stimulating collaborative project of research, debate, and writing. How the West Came to Rule is the result. We see this book as an outcome of a collective endeavor in 3 respects. First, although much of the research and drafting process for the book was done individually, the end product was built on constant dialogue and various moments of creative agreement and disagreement. Indeed, the chapters we are most proud of are those where our collaboration, in terms of research, discussion, and drafting, were most intensive. Second, this book covers a roughly 600-year time span, and stretches geographically from Indonesia, along the Indian Ocean littoral, through the Middle East to Europe, West Africa, and across the Atlantic to the Americas. Such is the sweeping nature of the project that we have, out of necessity, deferred to and critically engaged with specialists in numerous areas of expertise beyond our own. We have also, out of necessity, selected and bracketed certain historical events, actors, and processes from our narrative, gaps that we hope will be the source of further scholarship and critique for future researchers to follow up. As such, we appreciatively recognize that this book would not have been possible were it not for the extensive and important work carried out by the scholars we draw on. We hope that in writing this book, we will have done justice to these specialists, and hope to have made a humble yet critical contribution to the fields they work in. Third, we are indebted to the wider network of personal, moral, and scholarly support that has undergirded this entire project. We are grateful to the many colleagues and scholars who provided helpful comments on or discussed particular aspects of earlier chapter drafts, including Jamie Allinson, Joseph Ansorge, Tariq Barkawi, Duncan Bell, Gurminder Bambra, Peepage Brandon, Gareth Dale, Neil Davidson, Kyle Garrotti, Henry Heller, John Hobson, Joseph K., Rob Knox, Torque River, Navi Munchanda, David Ormrod, Charlie Post, Gonzalo Pozo Martin, Justin Rosenberg, Andres Sainz de Cecilia, and Ben Selwyn. Special gratitude is owed to Luke Cooper, Cameron Matten, and Semel Burek Tansel, who were all kind enough to read over multiple drafts of chapters. We'd also like to thank David Castle at Pluto Press for his continuing enthusiasm for the project and patience in waiting for its completion. We are also grateful to Susan Curran, who did a fantastic job with the copy editing. Kerem would like to thank his parents, Sewell and Murat, and brother Deniz for their unflinching and unconditional love and support. Kerem is especially grateful to Holly Hutton. Without her encouragement and compassion, this project would have never been started, let alone completed. Alex would like to thank his family, Arturo, Pam, Eric, Kathy, and Uncle Ralph, and friends, particularly Luke, Ven, Andy, Dominic, Craig, and the dearly missed Matt Gibney and Lisa Smurl, to the latter of whom this book is dedicated. He would also like to thank his wife, Linda Zillas, who not only gave a fair amount of her own time in designing the map illustrations in this book, but also provided her wholehearted and unwavering love and support throughout the writing and researching of this project. Finally, Alex would like to acknowledge the generous funding and support provided by the Leverhulme Trust. In addition to the above-noted Millennium article from which this project originated, we published 2 further articles based upon the research for this book: The Ottoman Origins of Capitalism, Uneven and Combined Development and Eurocentrism, Review of International Studies, Volume 40, Number 2, 2014 325-47, and Revolutions and International Relations, Rediscovering the Classical Bourgeois Revolutions, European Journal of International Relations, forthcoming. Some of the materials originally published in these articles are reproduced in the following pages, and we are grateful to the journal publishers for their permission to use those materials. Alexander Anievas. Kerem Nişancıoğl. April 2015. Dedicated to the loving memory of Lisa Smurl. Introduction. History is the nightmare from which I am trying to awake. James Joyce, 19221. The writing of historical sociologies is inescapably wedded to the contexts in which they emerge. We write history but do not do so in conditions of our choosing. For decades, these conditions have been marked by end-of-history triumphalism and claims that there is no alternative to liberal capitalism. In turn, capitalism as a transient, historically specific, and contradictory unit of study has been bracketed out of, if not completely wiped off, the scholarly and political agenda. Yet, after stock markets came crashing down in 2008, the force of history reasserted itself in a series of revolutions, occupations of public places, anti-austerity protests, strikes, riots and anti-state movements taking place from London to Ferguson, Missouri, Athens, Cairo, Istanbul, Rojava, Santiago, and beyond. Such movements have torn at the hubristic certainties of capitalist realism and started to sporadically, if inconsistently, challenge such long-held common-sense truisms and the power structures that undergird them. Consequently, capitalism and critiques of it have re-entered the public discourse in ways previously unimaginable. From mainstream media outlets to traditional academic publishing media, the tide has seemingly turned against the concept's long banishment to the margins of radical left critique and returned as a respectable object of analysis. Indeed, a number of the most celebrated publications of recent years have in different ways oriented themselves around reinvestigating and understanding, both theoretically and historically, the meaning of capitalism, be they social democratic, Marxist, Keynesian, or neoconservative. Point 2. In universities across the world, students and scholars are now collaborating in ways that seek to challenge ruling class orthodoxies. Point 3. As a recent New York Times article put it, a specter is haunting university history departments, the specter of capitalism. Point 4. This renewed attention to the study of capitalism is a welcome development, particularly as capitalism's return to the limelight as the dramatis persona of modern history has come fit with a certain renaissance in Karl Marx's critique of it. Marx is back, lamented The Economist 5, and with it so too are an array of novel avenues for renewed Marxist-inspired understandings and critiques of capitalism, and particularly its formation as a historical mode of production. Why was capitalism successful in supplanting other modes of production? What propelled it to global dominance? And finally, what are its historical limits? This book cannot hope to offer complete answers to all of these questions. Rather, our aim is to provide new theoretical and historical perspectives in which these questions can be re-examined and answered anew, hopefully better than previous attempts. Simply stated, we argue that the origins and history of capitalism can only be properly understood in international or geopolitical terms, and that this very internationality is constitutive of capitalism as a historical mode of production. Although this may seem intuitively obvious to many readers, in what follows we show that existing conceptions of capitalism have hitherto failed to take this internationality seriously. This has led to problematic theorizations of its origins and development that limit not only our histories, but also our critiques of the present. This distinctly geopolitical character of the origins of capitalism is brilliantly anticipated in German Renaissance painter Hans Holbein's 1532 masterpiece The Ambassadors, figure 0.1, which illustrates a meeting between French envoys Jean de Dinteville and Georges de Selve in London. The painting astounds because these two aristocratic subjects are placed at the periphery, and the only explicitly religious symbol, a cross, is veiled by a curtain. While these two pillars of medieval power, the church and aristocracy, are symbolically pushed to the side, an anamorphic skull and a table littered with objects, with commodities, occupy the focal point of the painting. Was this a prophetic, if unwitting, forecast of feudalism's imminent decline? Did it anticipate a capitalist future where social relations would come to be mediated by things? 6. Notwithstanding such speculation, these objects constitute a vivid record of the geopolitical milieu that defined European international relations in the early 16th century. 8 The morbidity portrayed by the skull reminds us that death was at the forefront of European consciousness in this period. Indeed, Holbein's own life would be taken by plague in the autumn of 1543 in England, just 10 years after the painting was completed. 9 In the immediate time of the painting, peasant revolts were sweeping through Christendom, leaving the ashes of serfdom in their wake. In preceding centuries, Europe had been ravaged by disease, precipitating a demographic crisis that had reduced Europe's population by between 30 and 60% or by the 15th century. On the bottom right-hand side of the table in the painting, a book of Lutheran hymns sits by a broken lute, signifying the discord in Christendom between Protestants and the Catholic Church. To the left of these items rests Martin Benheim's terrestrial globe, made under the commission of Nuremberg merchants seeking to break the Portuguese hold on the spice trade. The globe is tilted so that after European towns, Africa and Brazil, are the most legible markers. We can also see the linea divis Ionis Castellanorum et Portugalinum, line of division between Spain and Portugal, demarcating the division of the New World between Habsburg Spain, west of the line, and Portugal, east of the line, here signifying the importance of these discoveries and the subsequent competition between European states over commercially profitable territories. Figure 0.1 Hans Holbein, The Ambassadors, 1533. In front of the globe is Peter Apian's A New and Well-Grounded Instruction in All Merchants' Arithmetic, an early textbook of commercial scholarship that covered profit, loss calculation, trading customs, navigation, and route mapping. Placed alongside Benheim's globe, it demonstrates the inseparability of commercial interests from maritime exploration, as well as the increasingly global, and competitive, character of trade. Above these items, on the top of the table, numerous scientific instruments highlight the rapid development of techniques in seafaring. Continuing the theme of Christendom's decline, these also indicate a mounting shift away from the divinity of religion as the predominant episteme and towards the rationality of scientific inquiry and humanism. Finally, linking the resting arms of the two ambassadors, and tying the objects together, is a Turkic rug, indicating the rivalry between the Ottoman and Habsburg empires. The presence of this Eastern commodity indicates that the numerous changes taking place in Europe in this period were often undergirded by processes emanating from non-European sources, by social formations and actors that were unambiguously more powerful than anything seen in Europe at the time. Let us run through these themes once more: a demographic crisis brought about by the Black Death, the Ottoman, Habsburg rivalry, the discovery of the New World and its division along linearly demarcated spaces of sovereignty, the festering atmosphere of revolt and rebellion, the economic significance of colonization. Each in their own way either captures or anticipates the central dynamics and historical processes behind the collapse of feudalism and the emergence of capitalist modernity. Moreover, running throughout the themes of the painting is a resolute awareness of the geopolitics behind these processes. The emphasis on the New World and the Ottoman Empire reminds us that the making of capitalism in Europe was not simply an intra-European phenomenon, but a decidedly international, or intersocietal, one in which non-European agency relentlessly impinged upon and, directed the trajectory and nature of European development. Tracing this international dimension in the origins of capitalism and the so-called rise of the West is what concerns us in this book. Our primary motivation in making this argument is to subvert, and we hope displace, the dominant wisdom in the historiography and theoretical analyses of the period. For despite the latent centrality of the international implied by Holbein's painting, dominant theorizations of early modern Europe have been constructed with non-European societies in absentia. Whether in the sphere of politics, economy, culture, or ideology, the emergence of capitalist modernity is generally understood as a sui generis development unique to Europe. Where non-European societies do figure, they are typically relegated to the status of a passive bystander, at the receiving end of Europe's colonial whip, or a comparative foil, an other, against which the specificity and superiority of Europe is defined. In short, the history of capitalism's origins is an unmistakably Eurocentric history. The problem of Eurocentrism. So what exactly is Eurocentrism? At its core, it represents a distinctive mode of inquiry constituted by three interrelated assumptions about the form and nature of modern development. Point 10. First, it conceives of the origins and sources of capitalist modernity as a product of developments primarily internal to Europe. Based on the assumption that any given trajectory of development is the product of a society's own immanent dynamics, Eurocentrism locates the emergence of modernity exclusively within the hermetically sealed and socio-culturally coherent geographical confines of Europe. Thus we find in cultural history that the flowering of the Renaissance was a solely intra-European phenomenon. Point 11. Analyses of absolutism and the origins of the modern state form are similarly conducted entirely on the terrain of Europe, with non-European cases appearing, if at all, comparatively. Point 12. Dominant accounts of the rise of capitalism as either an economic form 13 or a social system 14 similarly place its origins squarely in Western Europe, while non-Europe is relegated to an exploited and passive periphery. Point 15. This internalist story of an autonomous and endogenous rise of the West constitutes the founding myth of Eurocentrism. Point 16. By positing a strong inside-out model of social causality, or methodological internalism, whereby European development is conceptualized as endogenous and self-propelling, Europe is conceived as the permanent core and prime mover of history. In its worst forms, this can lend itself to an interpretation of European society and culture as somehow superior to the rest of the world. This second normative assumption of Eurocentrism can be termed historical priority, which articulates the historical distinction between tradition and modernity through a spatial separation of West and East. Through this method, non-European societies have been opposed to Europe as an ideological other against which the specificity and distinctiveness of Western modernity has been and continues to be defined. Point 17. Through numerous sociological trends, the East has in turn been constructed as an intransigent and threatening foe representing a fundamental and irreconcilable challenge to the values of the West. Point 18. In establishing this Iron Curtain 19 of mutual obstinacy, both Eurocentric internalism and notions of historical priority have been reinforced, not only ideologically but also materially. Expressed through either the comparative approach 20 or methodological nationalism 21. Eurocentrism tends to overlook the multiple and interactive character of social development. In doing so, it sets up an epistemological distinction between Europe and the rest as theoretically incommensurable objects of study, turning the study of the origins of capitalism into an exclusionary process in which the agency of non-European societies is erased or overlooked. From these two assumptions emerges a third predictive proposition, that the European experience of modernity is a universal stage of development through which all societies must pass. This stadial assumption posits a linear developmentalism in which endogenous processes of social change, from tradition to modernity, feudalism to capitalism and so on, are conceived as universal stages which encompass all societies of the world, at different times and different places. These three propositions, methodological internalism, historical priority, and linear developmentalism, make up the core of Eurocentric accounts. Confronting the problematic of socio-historical difference. How the West came to rule challenges these assumptions by examining the extra-European geopolitical conditions and forms of agency conducive to capitalism's emergence as a distinctive mode of production over the longue durée. We do so by tracing the processes of societal transformation through an analysis of the various internationally determined historical dynamics, structures, and agencies that emerged and unfolded over the late medieval and early modern epochs. In this respect, we hope to contribute to what has proven in recent years to be a veritable historiographical revolution in the study of the early modern epoch. This has come from a disparate group of scholars challenging what they see as the fundamentally Eurocentric nature of extant theoretical and historical approaches to the genesis of capitalist modernity. 22 Debates over the origins of capitalism have subsequently taken on new dimensions as scholars have forcefully problematized notions of a self-propelling rise of the West while relativizing the uniqueness of Western modernity. 23 One sideline to the margins of historical and sociological investigation. The non-European sources, dynamics, and experiences of capitalist modernity have thus been at the forefront of these literatures, acting as a much-needed corrective to the essentializing, self-aggrandizing narratives of an internally generated European miracle. Perhaps the most significant contribution of this body of literature has been the resolute focus on the relations of interconnection and co-constitution between the West and the rest in their joint, if uneven, making of the modern world. This attention to the international as a thick space of social interaction and mutual constitution should put international relations, IR, scholars in a unique position to make important contributions to these debates. Yet thus far, post-colonial and world history critiques 24 have made little impact on the mainstream of the discipline, even after the historical sociological turn in IR. 25 Instead, historical sociological approaches to IR have been criticized for reproducing Eurocentric assumptions, as they predominantly conduct their analysis on the basis of European history. 26 Many of the foundational engagements with history in IR have been, and continue to be, primarily carried out on the terrain of European history and intra-European dynamics. 27 Where they do exist, substantive engagements with non-European societies tend to emphasize the Iron Curtain of ideological cultural difference. 28 Calls for a genuinely international historical sociology. 29 Have thus remained locked within this Eurocentric cage, as they have yet to fully provincialize Europe, treating it instead as the privileged locale and organic birthplace of capitalist modernity, see Chapter 1. To change this perspective is the central aim of How the West Came to Rule. Widening the spatial optic of capitalism's emergence beyond Europe over the longue durée, we offer a fundamental rethinking of the origins of capitalism and the emergence of Western domination that puts non-Western sources, both structural and agential, at the forefront of analysis. In doing so, we elucidate the manifold ways that the West itself, as both an ideopolitical and a socio-economic entity, was only formed in and through its interactive relations with the extra-European world. These international dimensions are explored in the substantive historical chapters, chapters 3 to 8. In each, we shift or decenter the sites of analysis on which most theoretical attention to the origins of capitalism and the rise of the West has focused. Some of these sites are relatively unfamiliar or overlooked in the existing debates, as exemplified by the Mongolian and Ottoman Empire's contributions to the development of capitalism, see chapters 3 and 4 respectively. However, we also revisit more familiar sites common to contemporary debates, for example, the role of the American discoveries in the making of global capitalism, chapter 5, the classical bourgeois revolutions in European history, chapter 6, and the colonization of Asia, chapter 7 and 8, precisely in order to make them unfamiliar through a more international, non-Eurocentric framework. In so doing, we also seek to go beyond extant contributions in world history and post-colonial literatures. That is, How the West Came to Rule does not aim simply to add new, non-European perspectives that might expand the empirical scope of the study of capitalism's origins. Rather, it offers an alternative framework through which our theorization of capitalism might be significantly revised. We do so by drawing on and further refining Leon Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development, which, we argue, uniquely incorporates a distinctly international dimension of causality into its very conception of development. See Chapter 2, point 30. The debate on the transition to capitalism is a particularly apposite body of literature for assessing uneven and combined development's efficacy in theorizing social change, as positions within it well demonstrate the very methodological problems the theory seeks to overcome, specifically, the hardened division between internalist and externalist modes of explanation. In particular, the debates within neo-Marxist approaches have largely split between these two internalist and externalist poles. On the one side, scholars such as Maurice Daub 31, Robert Brenner 32 and Ellen Meixenes Wood 33 locate the generative sources of capitalist social relations in the internal contradictions of feudal European societies, and particularly England. On the other, Paul Sweezy 34 and Emanuel Wallerstein 35 view capitalism as having developed from the growth of markets, commerce, and trade in Europe over the long 16th century, 1450 to 1650. The main issue between these different positions revolves around whether the intensification of exchange relations, trade, or class conflict was the prime mover in the transition to capitalism. More recently, anti-Eurocentric scholars have broadened the debate in considering the emergence of antecedent forms of capitalism, or proto-capitalism, in the non-West, while further emphasizing the contingent, or accidental, factors explaining the rise of a globally dominant Western European capitalism. 36 Yet, for the most part, the anti-Eurocentrics have moved within the main methodological parameters set out by the original debate, accepting an essentially externalist explanation of the genesis of capitalism. By highlighting the spread of commerce and markets as the prime movers, they equate antediluvian forms of capital 37 with capitalism. 38. What is capitalism? The stark disagreements over precisely what factors were central in the making of capitalism beg the question, what is capitalism? In some respects this is a trick question, in that it conceals from view more than it opens to inquiry, since the content of capitalism is of a complexity that resists any single-line definition. Treating capitalism as generalized commodity production 39 or competitive accumulation of capital through the exploitation of wage labor 40 or market dependence 41 captures, in some respects, a hard core around which it functions. However, the argument we advance in this book is that there is a wider complex web of social relations that stretch our understanding of capitalism far beyond what is captured in any of these phrases. We explicate further what these social relations are over the course of the book, progressively introducing more determinations and categories that we consider crucial to the origins and reproduction of capitalism. For the time being, then, we restrict ourselves to identifying a basic heuristic framework through which we may theorize capitalism. To say what capitalism is runs the risk of reducing capitalism to a thing, which tends to obscure the multivalent connections in society that facilitate, structure and ultimately limit its reproduction. More specifically, it carries the implication that any given social factor contains an essence that is logically independent of other factors to which it is related. Capital as a thing is often understood simply as profit, or an accumulated pool of money, or perhaps machinery, whose existence is independent of wider social relations. Treating capital solely as a thing therefore tends to naturalize and eternalize capitalism. In contrast, we follow Marx in conceiving capitalism as encompassing historically specific configurations of social relations and processes. Such a relational processual approach helps us move away from abstract one-sided self-representations of capitalism and toward uncovering the concrete living aggregate of definite social relationships. Point 42 For example, Marx's observation that some categories, such as capital, necessarily presuppose others, such as wage labor, allowed him to uncover, analyze, and criticize an array of structural conditions of exploitation and power that reproduce the capitalist mode of production. This reminds us that just as social relations are historically specific and constructed, they can be transformed, abolished, and reconstructed. Similarly, the emphasis on process further begs a historicization of the development of capitalism not as a fixed entity, but as one that morphs and reconfigures social relations according to certain historical problems, challenges, struggles, contradictions, limits and opportunities. We hope this emphasis on process will assist us in moving away from any sociological or political position that posits a certain phase, or place, in capitalism's history or geography as pure, ideal, typical, unchanging, or its highest stage. From such a perspective, we seek to subvert any attempts to read the history of capitalism as a linear progression of clearly discernible stages. Finally, process should help us capture one of the defining characteristics of capital as social relation, the necessity of its movement and motion, in production, circulation, and realization. In both senses, then, as social relations and as process, it might appear to make more sense to talk about capitalisms rather than capitalism. Indeed, a central thesis of this book is that the history of capitalism is a multiple, polyvalent one, irreducible to any singular process or social relation. Nonetheless, we argue that there is a certain unity to its functioning that renders necessary the study of the capitalist mode of production as an intelligible, albeit contradictory, object of analysis. Treating capitalism in such terms, as a contradictory social totality, helps us trace the ways in which multiple relations of domination, subordination, and exploitation intersect with and reproduce each other. From this perspective, we argue that capitalism is best understood as a set of configurations, assemblages, or bundles of social relations and processes oriented around a systematic reproduction of the capital relation, but not reducible, either historically or logically, to that relation alone. By placing an emphasis on such configurations and assemblages, we also seek to highlight how the reproduction and competitive accumulation of capital through the exploitation of wage labor presupposes a wide assortment of differentiated social relations that make this reproduction and accumulation possible. These relations may take numerous forms, such as coercive state apparatuses, ideologies, and cultures of consent, or forms of power and exploitation that are not immediately given in or derivative of the simple capital, wage labor relation, such as racism and patriarchy. To take one example, one of the great achievements of feminist scholarship has been to show how the existence of wage labor presupposes a vast reproductive sphere that sits outside, albeit related to, the immediate production process. Here, non-waged forms of production, cooking, housekeeping, childbearing and so on, are fundamental to the reproduction of wage labor, and capitalism as such. As we demonstrate throughout the book, such relations, and others, were absolutely crucial to both making the accumulation and reproduction of capital possible, and producing forms of subordination, exploitation, and social stratification that were at the heart of alienating workers from their labor and from each other. We argue that an analysis of the making of capitalism should thus be one that seeks to disclose ever more complex webs, assemblages and bundles of social relations that feed into the origins and reproduction of capitalism as a mode of production. In this book we argue that uneven and combined development provides a way into disclosing and analyzing the historical emergence and development of such assemblages, which were and still are constitutive of capitalism. By constitutive, we mean historically constitutive, that is, those historical processes that fed into the emergence and development of capitalism. But we also use constitutive to designate those relations and processes that continued to function, albeit in different forms, over the course of subsequent centuries, and persist today, that is, social relations that capitalism cannot do without. As we shall argue, what we consider constitutive is considerably broader than many existing theorizations of capitalism. We argue that this necessitates a broader historical and geographical scope for the proper study of the origins of capitalism, and a theoretical framework capable of making this wider scope intelligible. Nonetheless, it must be stressed that what follows is not intended to be a total account of the origins of capitalism and the rise of the West. Indeed, our historical account cannot help but be partial, emphasizing certain processes and leaving out others. Similarly, we must recognize that this is not a total history but one that privileges those processes that were central to the making of capitalism in Europe. This carries within itself its own dangers of Eurocentrism, in that non-European societies are studied only insofar as they are relevant to European development. We acknowledge the potential concerns that arise from this, but insist that something unique did happen in Europe that propelled it to global dominance at the expense of non-European societies. Uncovering the histories of subjugation and exploitation that lay behind this rise is therefore crucial to critiquing the mythologizing of European, or Western, exceptionalism. Taking Europe as an object of study in the telling of this history is both essential and unavoidable. Yet, insofar as gaps exist, we hope that the framework we offer nonetheless provides scope and avenues for future research, and the incorporation of further historical processes that may complement our analysis. In this respect, we seek to provide a more inclusive account of the origins of capitalism that highlights hitherto significantly neglected aspects of the story, particularly, regarding the role of the international, intersocietal, and geopolitics. Of course, this then begs the question, what are the international and geopolitics? What is geopolitics? Most broadly defined, geopolitics and the geopolitical can be conceived as encompassing both, first, the variegated processes and practices of communities, societies, and states occupying, controlling, socializing, organizing, protecting, and competing over territorial spaces and their inhabitant peoples and resources, and second, the multivalent forms of knowledge, discourses, representations, ideologies, and strategies, along with the articulations, modes, and relations of power generated from such processes. From this perspective, we may then examine how the reproduction, structuring and organization of space and the construction of human territoriality itself are inherently social processes rooted in, conditioned by, and articulated through historically specific and changing power relations. This allows for the conceptualization of territorial spaces and the exchanges that take place within, across, and between them as pivotal sites of social contestation, change and transformation. 43. Under capitalism, for example, specific forms of territoriality and other socially constructed spaces are being persistently constituted and reconstituted, borders continually drawn and redrawn, human geographies constantly fashioned and refashioned in and through the uneven development, production, accumulation, and circulation of capital across time and space, as well as by the resulting differentiated relations of power, domination, exploitation, and conflict accompanying the global reproduction of capitalism as a social whole. Our focus on these geopolitical dimensions of development and reproduction is, then, not intended to reproduce the well-worn problems of geographical or geopolitical determinism. Rather, it aims to spatially broaden our analytical optic to the multiplicity of different geosocial processes and determinations through which capitalism emerged. We would argue that such a spatial widening of our analytical imaginary is in fact a necessary methodological first step in any endeavor to furnish a genuinely non-Eurocentric theorization of capitalism's genesis and development. In order to avoid neo-realist misconceptions of the international as an absolutely autonomous, supersocial sphere of geopolitical interactions. 44 Our uses of the concepts of the international and international system do not denote a permanent state of anarchy, or necessarily imply competition between discretely constituted political units in which the autonomous logic of this competition dictates their strategies. To make the realist move of deriving intersocietal competition from political multiplicity is to unproblematically accept the anthropologically dubious assumption that societies necessarily threaten each other. 45. We must call out all such a historical reificatory and essentialist perspectives for what they really are, thinly veiled rationalization, intentional or not, of power politics in attaining states' putative national interests. In short, they are particular representations and articulations of the hegemonic ideologies of modern world politics masquerading as social scientific theories. 46. Traditional IR as the discipline of Western supremacy, as Kees van der Pijl aptly terms it. Point 47. In direct contrast to such approaches, geopolitics, human territoriality and intersocietal/international conflict, along with the very demarcation of the geopolitical as such, must be conceptualized as emergent properties of a wider, interactive and uneven process of development. Point 48. But with these definitions of geopolitics and the geopolitical at hand, honesty compels us to admit that the subtitle of this book, The Geopolitical Origins of Capitalism, is something of a misnomer. While we do indeed examine a wide range of socio-historical processes that are, strictly speaking, geopolitical, such as great power rivalries, colonialism, and war, many other developments we investigate are more properly captured under the rubric of intersocietal or international relations, as exemplified by cross-cultural diffusions of trade, commerce, ideas, technologies, and disease. We nonetheless settled on this subtitle not simply because it was catchier than, say, The Intersocietal Origins of Capitalism, but rather because it captures a fundamental point we are at pains to make throughout this book, that capitalism could only emerge, take root and reproduce itself, both domestically and internationally, through a violent, coercive, and often war-assisted process subjugating, dominating, and often annihilating many of those social forces that stood in its way. Processes that continue to this day. In this sense, our book seeks to offer a counter-history to the many liberal-inspired narratives emphasizing the fundamentally pacifying and civilizing nature of capitalist development. They present a world where the spread of free trade and markets is equated with the promotion of a more cooperative and peaceful international order, one in which globalization is viewed as transforming contemporary international politics into a series of positive-sum games whereby states can realize absolute gains, where increasingly integrated transnational circuits of capital and global market relations are in turn identified as advancing more liberal democratic civic cultures. Identities and norms. Point 49. As we demonstrate through the pages that follow, this is a conception of capitalist development that is fundamentally at odds with the historical record, both past and present. Chapter 1. The Transition Debate. Theories and Critique. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is everywhere established and has possessed itself of every branch of industry. Karl Marx, 18,671. Events strikingly analogous but taking place in different historic surroundings led to totally different results. By studying each of these forms of evolution separately and then comparing them, one can easily find the clue to this phenomenon, but one will never arrive there by the universal passport of a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being superhistorical. Karl Marx, 18,772. Introduction. In this chapter, we critically assess a number of influential Marxist-inspired theorizations of the transition to capitalism. We focus on such Marxist-inspired perspectives not because they exhaust the range of possible approaches to theorizing the transition or because we think other perspectives have nothing to offer. Rather, we center our attention on them because the Marxist tradition has arguably examined and debated the subject of capitalism's genesis more than any other social theoretical tradition. For these reasons, our critical examination of other important perspectives to capitalism's origins is in later chapters, Smithian approaches in Chapter 5, New Institutionalism in Chapter 7, and Neo-Weberian Historical Sociology and the California School in Chapter 8. The chapter is divided into 3 sections. The first section examines world systems approaches to the origins of capitalism, particularly through an engagement with the works of its most influential representative and founder, Immanuel Wallerstein. While highlighting the important contributions that world system theory, WST, has made to the study of capitalism's genesis over the longue durée, we nonetheless argue that this approach, especially Wallerstein's rendition of it, remains hamstrung by 2 particularly debilitating problems: the unwitting reproduction of Eurocentrism that erases non-European agency, and the inability to provide a sufficiently historicist conception of capitalism. The next section investigates the Brenner thesis and the theoretical apparatus, political Marxism, that Robert Brenner's works on the transition to capitalism have engendered. We focus on three particularly problematic and interconnected issues in their theorization of capitalism's inception. First, their commitment to a methodologically internalist and concomitant Eurocentric, or Anglocentric, analysis of the origins of capitalism. Second, the resulting deficiencies in their examination of the relationship between the making of capitalism and geopolitics, and third, their highly abstract and minimalist conception of capitalism. In the third section, we consider the merits and problems of post-colonialism. The inclusion of post-colonial studies in our overview of the different approaches within the transition debate might seem unusual given that post-colonial scholars have predominantly focused on the experiences of modernity outside, and subsequent to, the emergence of capitalism in Europe. The existence of capitalism is then something largely taken for granted by post-colonial studies, a point that we argue limits their ability to fully provincialize Europe. We nonetheless also draw out the important methodological and theoretical contributions post-colonialism offers in the study of capitalism's origins, contributions that we seek to take up and further develop in the chapters that follow. The commercialization model revisited, world systems analysis and the transition to capitalism. The making of the modern world system, the Wallerstein thesis. The most systematic exposition of WST can be found in the works of Emanuel Wallerstein, who sought to bring together longue durée history writing with the anti-hegemonic politics of the 1960s Third World movements. From dependency theorists, Wallerstein took the importance of colonization in order to explain unequal regional differentiation between the capitalist core and periphery. From Sweezy and Brodel came the emphasis on the world system as the unit of analysis, and relatedly the importance of trade and exchange. Point 3. Finally, Wallerstein emphasized the historical specificity of the crisis of feudalism and the collapse of world empires as a precondition for the emergence of the capitalist world system. This was because Wallerstein was additionally concerned with how to denaturalize capitalism, and so explore the possibility of its eventual demise. Point 4. At the heart of this project was then establishing the historical specificity of capitalism by reopening the question of how and when the capitalist world economy was created in the first place, why the transition took place in feudal Europe and not elsewhere, why it took place when it did and not earlier or later, and why earlier attempts of transition failed. Point 5. The specificity of the capitalist world system is explained through a negative comparison with the social form that preceded it, world empires. The latter were integrated systems of political rule which controlled and exploited differentiated communities on a regional and sometimes interregional basis. According to Wallerstein, world empires restricted economic development because large state bureaucracies would absorb surpluses appropriated from agrarian production, hindering or precluding the accumulation of capital and investment in production. Point 6. The collapse of world empires was a precondition for the emergence of capitalism, for it released profit-seeking commercial activities from the fetters of overarching imperial states. Now unrestrained, production would be constantly expanded as long as further production is profitable, and capitalists would constantly innovate new ways of producing things that expand their profit margin. Point 7. Consequently, trade tended towards constant expansion and subsumption, an expansion of the geographical size of the world in question. 8, which created a capitalist world economy by progressively incorporating greater proportions of economic activity into its own logic. This subsumption of non-capitalist zones into the capitalist world system took place through colonization, conquest, or economic and political domination. Point 9. At the heart of this expansion was an ever-increasing regional specialization and a world division of labor. Point 10. From this perspective, Wallerstein distinguished the emergence of the world system via overseas expansion from the freeing of labor, deriving the latter from the former. Point 11. That is, the world system is capitalist not because it involves the systematic exploitation of formerly free wage labor throughout its regions, but rather because it is characterized by different societies. Integration into a transnational network of market exchanges and trade. 12 Wallerstein effectively denies the necessity of the wage-labor side of the capital relation for his definition of capitalism itself, writing for example that the point is that the relations of production that define a system are the relations of production of the whole system, and the system at this point in time is the European world economy. Free labor is indeed a defining feature of capitalism, but not free labor throughout the productive enterprises. Free labor is the form of labor control used for skilled work in core countries, whereas coerced labor is used for less skilled work in peripheral areas. The combination thereof is the essence of capitalism. 13. It is only with the capitalist world system that we find different localities integrated into a single but differentiated world system, a unified division of labor distinguished along the hierarchical axes of core, semi-periphery, and periphery. 14. This unequal relationship is the sine qua non of capitalism for Wallerstein, in which differences between core, Western, and peripheral, non-Western, states determine the transfer of surplus from the latter to the former. This allowed for the observation that just as the core was experiencing an extensive freeing of labor, it was also siphoning off, via unequal exchange, huge amounts of surplus from unfree, coerced labor in the periphery, leaving the periphery in a permanent condition of developmental backwardness. Hence, part of the value of WST is to situate capitalist exploitation in this broader, international, grid of power and economic relations, beyond the singular act of an individual wage laborer being exploited within the unit of production. 15. As such, the importance of international hierarchy, exploitation, and more broadly unequal power relations, is revealed. And by distinguishing this world system from preceding world empires, Wallerstein's approach usefully emphasizes the historical specificity and transience of such a hierarchical, exploitative system. These two elements, historical specificity and global hierarchies, can most certainly be considered the potential primary strengths of WST. However, on both counts WST ultimately fails to deliver. As we shall see, its identification of historical specificity is ill-defined, to the point of missing it, and core, periphery relations are circumscribed by a problematic Eurocentrism that elides peripheral agency. We now turn to these criticisms in further detail. The problem of Eurocentrism. One of the benefits of Wallerstein's emphasis on the world system as the appropriate unit of analysis is that it has necessitated the study of societies outside of Europe. WST is prolific in this regard, with applications as diverse as the Ottoman Empire 16 and Turkey 17, Africa 18, South Asia 19, East Asia 20 and Latin America. 21. But, for all of Wallerstein's emphasis on the world system as the unit of analysis, we find within his version of WST a pervasive internalism which underpins some unfortunate, if not intentional 22, Eurocentric assumptions. First and foremost, the operative concepts in WST such as division of labor and specialization are derived from an internalist classical social theory par excellence, Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. 23. These are then extrapolated in an unmediated fashion onto the international scale without considering how it might refashion such concepts. Falling prey to the fallacy of the domestic analogy. 24. WST leaves the distinct determinations arising from the coexistence and interaction of a multiplicity of differentiated societies, the international, untheorized as their own unique domain of social interactions. 25. Instead, these intersocietal determinations are functionally subsumed under the overriding operative logic of a singularly conceived world system. 26. This inside-out method is replicated in WST's study of history. Despite the high degree of emphasis on exogenous, global factors, WST cannot get away from an ontologically singular Eurocentric logic of immanence. 27. Consequently, Wallerstein reproduces the typically Eurocentric view that the transition from feudalism to capitalism took place uniquely and autonomously within the clearly demarcated spatial confines of Europe. 28. Although Asian empires displayed signs of potential development towards capitalism. 29. It was the crisis of feudalism in Europe. between 1300 and 1450, whose resolution was the historic emergence of a capitalist world economy located in that particular geographical arena. 30. World history subsequently became about how this European creation spread outwards and eventually expanded to cover the entire globe, eliminating in the process all remaining redistributive world economies and reciprocal mini-systems. 31. In short, social transformations from the 16th century onwards are understood in the Eurocentric terms of linear developmentalism, in which European social forms are transmitted to the East. In this approach, we find a typically Eurocentric distinction between an atavistic and despotic East and a capitalist West, now recast as periphery and core respectively. In this schema, the West is once again presented as the pioneering creator of modernity, and the East as a regressive and unexceptional entity that is incapable of capitalist self-generation. 32. An undifferentiated, passive transmitter of surplus to the core. This leads to a double illusion of Eastern agency. 33. Eastern elites are seen to voluntarily follow Western dictates in order to better secure their own material reproduction within the capitalist world system. 34. Meanwhile, non-Western forms of resistance are either overlooked or seen to unintentionally and passively reproduce the capitalist world system. 35. This latter issue is especially striking given Marx's theorization of the distinct processes of subsumption through which capitalism could expand. For Marx, subsumption involved the possession, subordination, and subsequent transformation of the labor process into a form compatible with capital's tendency to self-valorization. The two chief moments of this process, formal and real subsumption, refer specifically to instances of confrontation with extant labor processes. Formal subsumption denotes capital taking hold of pre-existing forms of production, leaving them intact, and extracting surplus from the labor process as it is given. Real subsumption, in contrast, refers to instances where pre-existing labor processes are either transformed or destroyed and created anew in the image of capital. 36. In both cases, the character of subsumption and the relation between labor and capital are determined in and through class conflicts, through which direct producers attempt to resist, restrict, or perversely enable the form and extent of ruling class access to surplus labor. 37. That is, the world division of labor, the differentiated and multiple forms in which production is oriented to capital, is not simply a function of capital, wherein different forms of exploitation emerge due to the technical requirements of profit maximization. It is, rather, the result of the multiple and variegated outcomes of the struggles of capital with whatever methods of production it encounters. The failure of WST to confront the multiple nonlinear histories through which capitalism has been configured and reconfigured in the course of such struggles consequently involves writing the history of the periphery out of the history of the core. This points to a more substantive issue in Wallerstein's analysis: the strict binary distinction between non-capitalist and capitalist modes of production excludes the possibility of their coexistence and hence combination. 38. This is a debilitating problem, since it leaves any theorization of the transition to capitalism largely indeterminate. As Eric Mielantz suggests, the concept of an age of transition can be interpreted as requiring the operation of at least two coexisting modes of production, and the eventual domination of one over the other. If we want to analyze the rise of one mode of production and the demise of another, at some point we have to acknowledge them as working together. If not, one is left with the argument that feudalism simply disappeared within Europe during the 16th century. 39. Similarly, for C. Peterloh, during this long transitional phase, feudalism was slowly transformed into, and superseded by capitalism. This can only mean that during at least 2 centuries feudalism and capitalism coexisted in one world system. So what Wallerstein explicitly denies, the coexistence of two modes of production in one world system, he implicitly assumes for the period between 1450 and 1650. If one accepts that during a very long period, several modes of production coexisted in one single system, it is a small, and completely logical step to admit that at any moment in the history of the world system several modes production could exist simultaneously. 40. This inability to theorize the coexistence and interaction of multiple modes of production is at the heart of Wallerstein's Eurocentrism. Since social relations that existed prior to capitalist incorporation are rendered irrelevant to our understanding of developments post-incorporation, we are left with a picture of the world system devoid of differentiation in terms of either agency or outcomes. In Eco Beto Laca's words, Wallerstein's world system is a vacant and homogeneous totality that is both historically and theoretically created by eliminating differences rather than articulating them. 41 By denying the coexistence of multiple, differentiated modes of production, WST negates societal difference and multiplicity, and the interactions that stem from them. The very mechanism through which the history of the non-West could be brought into the history of the West is theoretically and historically occluded from the outset. The problem of historical specificity. The binary opposition of world empires and world system forms the basis of Wallerstein's historicization of capitalism, his account of the transition between the two, and ultimately his Eurocentrism. In a sympathetic critique, Mielance suggests that this strict opposition overlooks many key factors of capitalist development that were already well in place in the pre-capitalist era of world empires. He argues that it is possible to identify periods of commercial transition, acceleration, or revolution in the long-durational period between 1100 and 1500.42. This period witnessed not only substantial changes in the agrarian structure of society, but also developments in urban production and trade that were crucial to the later consolidation and domination of capitalism. 43. For example, 12th century Florence 44 was dominated by commercial and financial interests that developed a sophisticated weaving and spinning industry, while Flanders developed a robust textile export industry based on a far-reaching division of labor, employing both semi-skilled and unskilled workers in large numbers. 45 Moreover, the mining industry in 12th century Tuscany was led by private partnerships using wage labor and capitalist property rights. 46 Land reclamation, the use of land as a commodity that one could acquire, improve, and profit from, constituted an important aspect of 14th century capital formation in both the Low Countries and northern Italy. 47 Such was the depth of these developments in land, textiles, and mining that Mielance describes Flanders and northern Italy as a genuinely capitalist mode of production based on wage labor. 48 What is more, Jaris Banaji has shown how these developments toward capitalism in the Mediterranean were in fact preceded by, and built on, an earlier tradition of capitalist activity, including partnerships and advance payments, that had developed in the Arab world over the 9th and 14th centuries. 49. These prototypical developments in capitalism were not exclusively local. Mielance claims that the capitalist subsumption of non-capitalist regions through colonization, conquest, or economic and political domination can also be observed in the Italian city-states' 14th and 15th century activities in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. He also suggests that the Iberian Reconquista 50 used practices that were identical to the more global form of Atlantic colonialism, albeit on a much smaller scale. 51 Similarly, in the 15th century, the Portuguese monarchy, according to Banaji, was a driving force of a capitalist revolution of far-flung trading establishments, feuderias, factories buttressed by military fortresses. Imperial Portugal became the pioneers of the modern colonial system, harnessing the Crusader tradition of a marginalist aristocracy within the peculiar fusion of crown and commercial capitalism. 52 It is also possible to detect instances of world divisions of labor that existed prior to the emergence of the world capitalist system. Noting unequal divisions between the Italian city-states and the Baltic, Mielance argues that nascent core, periphery relations were present in medieval Europe, with the Baltic supplying raw materials in exchange for finished goods from the Italian states. The emergence of Eastern Europe as the granary of Western Europe was itself rooted in a longer evolution that started with the Italian city-states in the 13th and 14th centuries. For a further discussion of antediluvian instances of capital, see Chapter 7, point 53. Taking all of these antediluvian examples of capital together, Mielance asks, when discussing the emergence of capitalism, why not use such world systems terminology before the 16th century, 54 Mielant's argument poses an interesting problem for WST. How far is it possible to combine a longue durée analysis of capitalism with one that clearly demarcates the specificity and hence transience of capitalism? Many authors working in the WST tradition circumvent this issue altogether by simply doing away with any notion of historical specificity. Fernand Braudel's use of concepts such as capitalism and core, periphery prior to the 16th century is well known. 55 Kazja Ekholm and Jonathan Friedman argue that systems characterized by capital accumulation and center, periphery structures based on such accumulation have existed from ancient systems onwards. 56 Similarly, André Gunder Frank and Barry Gill suggest that some kind of world system has been ever present in the history of human societies, and openly dismiss the possibility of any sharp modal breaks. They argue that the same world system in which we live stretches back at least 5,000 years, in which capital accumulation has played a central role. 57 Historical development is subsequently theorized in terms of shifts between different institutional forms through which accumulation takes place, and in terms of hegemons that dominate an otherwise qualitatively similar world system. 58 Since such changes are only formal, historical change is articulated as the cumulation of accumulation. 59. One of the benefits of such a move has been to make WST more amenable to non-Eurocentric modes of history writing. Indeed, a variety of authors have developed in-depth historical analyses of flourishing world economies throughout Eurasia and Africa, based on sophisticated commercial links, divisions of labor and core, periphery relations. 60 Janet Abu-Lughod therefore argues that it would be wrong to view the rise of the West as an event whose outcome was attributable exclusively to the internal characteristics of European society. 61 Similarly, for Mielantz, the emergence of capitalism can hardly be explained by focusing exclusively on certain transformations within Europe. 62 Nonetheless, in these accounts, Eurocentrism is overcome at the expense of historical and theoretical specificity. By assuming the trans-historical presence of capitalism and not explaining its historically specific origins, this strand of WST fails to develop any kind of historical theorization of the transition itself. Capitalism, according to this view, has always existed, and has if anything been extended gradually over time. In such a view, an explanation for why the West was able to eventually subordinate and peripheralize the rest, at a particular, if long-durational, historical period, is left undeveloped. Although Mielantz describes this as an extreme 63 version of WST, his line of reasoning shows that this trans-historical turn appears to be inscribed in the conceptual apparatus and theoretical assumptions of WST. For once Wallerstein's conceptual claims are taken to their logical, or rather historical, conclusion, it is possible to see commercialization, divisions of labor, incorporation, and core and periphery throughout all of human history. This is precisely the charge of Robert Brenner's searching critique of Wallerstein. According to Brenner, Wallerstein's primary mistake is not historical, but rather theoretical. By placing an overemphasis on the profit motive and the expansion of trade, Wallerstein provides a neo-Smithian model of capitalism. 64 In the pursuit of profit, regions are separated in a world division of labor by specialization, in which the forms of exploitation tend to correspond to the technical requirements of the world economy. 65 This functional division of the globe into different regions or zones in turn assures the flow of surplus from periphery to core, which enables the capitalist system to come into existence. 66 In short, for Wallerstein, the growth of the world division of labor is the development of capitalism. 67 Wherein qualitative transformations in the class structure of societies are seen as the result of the quantitative expansion of exchange. The basis of capitalism, the class system of free wage labor, is understood simply as a techno-economic adaptation undertaken by individual capitalists in order to maximize surplus and compete on the market. Yet this model assumes precisely what needs to be explained, the conditions required for the prevalence of these tendencies. 68, that is, the origins of capitalism as a mode of production. 69 The crux of the issue for Brenner is that by omitting any analysis of class struggle, Wallerstein's theorization of capitalism is indeterminate. While the intensification of urban growth, trade, and markets throughout Europe in the early modern era could act as preconditions for the eventual development of capitalism, such developments, taken on their own, were incapable of engendering the transition to capitalism, as cities and markets were not by nature or even tendentially capitalist. For Brenner, the compulsion to maximize surpluses, reinvest in production, and develop labor-saving innovations is given in the relation of competition between capitalists and the nature of exploitation through increasing relative surplus. Yet both these conditions crucially depend on the separation of direct producers from the means of production, the freeing of labor, and the subsequent employment of wage labor as the primary form of exploitation. 70 These conditions themselves presuppose a historical process through which labor, otherwise bonded by serfdom, becomes free, that is, a historical process of class struggle between lords and serfs. See the next section of the chapter. In contrast, Wallerstein simply takes it for granted that the subjective rationale for profit maximization will lead to innovation, a world division of labor, and thus capitalism. In doing so, he does not consider the objective, historically specific conditions which give rise to, and necessitate, such capitalistic behavior. 71 This theoretical indeterminacy in turn leads to a lack of historical specificity. Since flowerings of commercial relations come divisions of labor have been a more or less regular feature of human history for thousands of years, Wallerstein is unable to explain why the rise of trade/division of labor should have set off the transition to capitalism in the case of Europe. 72 Therefore, the sort of historical continuity in the analysis of capitalism that Mielance, Abou-Lugad, Frank, and Gills call for is in fact an unfortunate byproduct of Wallerstein's theorization of historical development. 73 Once Wallerstein's neo-Smithian assumptions are laid bare, it appears that the sharp historical divide between world empires and world economies effectively dissolves into a trans-historical model of quantitative economic development. 74 With it, the very notion of a mode of production becomes indeterminate, and the historical specificity and transience of capitalism disappears. Whether Brenner's alternative theoretical analysis of the transition to capitalism marks an advance over Wallerstein's is examined below. A significant point worth recalling, however, is the very important contribution that Wallerstein's concept of the world system, a contribution all too often overlooked or forgotten after the non-debates of the late 1970s 75, made in rescaling the primary ontological unit of analysis from the nation-state to the world systemic perspective. This opened a potential, if largely unfulfilled, means of integrating the causal impact of intersocietal relations into our conceptions of development. The spatio-temporal limits of political Marxism. The Brenner thesis, explanation and critique. In what has become one of the most influential theorizations of capitalism's emergence, Robert Brenner mobilized Marx's emphasis on changing relations of production, for Brenner, reconceptualist as social property relations. 76, in order to historicize the origins of capitalism in terms of class struggles specific to feudalism. 77 These struggles were determined by relations based on the appropriation of surplus from the peasantry by lords through extra economic means. Lords would habitually squeeze agricultural productivity by imposing fines, extending work hours and extracting higher proportions of surpluses. In the 15th century, this sparked class conflicts in the English countryside, where serfs rebelled against their worsening conditions and won formal enfranchisement. The liberation of serfs from ties and obligations to the lord's domain in turn initiated a rise in tenant farming and led to increased market dependence, as peasants were turned away from their land and forced into wage labor as an alternative means of subsistence. Although peasant expulsions were met with significant resistance, the strength and unity of the English state ensured victory for the landed ruling class. 78 This concentrated land in the private possession of landlords, who leased it to free peasants, unintentionally giving rise to the classical landlord, capitalist tenant, wage labor structure. 79 By contrast, in France, the freeing of the peasants and their ability to retain the land was bound up with the development of a centralist monarchical state that came to take on a class-like character as an independent extractor of surpluses through the taxing of land. The French absolutist state consequently had an interest in securing and protecting peasant landowning as a source of revenue against the re-encroachments of the lordly classes. The ability of the peasants to hold on to the land in turn prevented the systematic emergence of wage labor in France, hampering the transition to capitalism. 80. For Brenner, the differential outcomes of the class struggles in England and France are explained by the divergent evolution of the English and French states. Curiously, in explaining these divergent state trajectories, Brenner explicitly evokes international factors, the Normandy invasions for England, and the political military pressures of the English state on the French. The precocious English feudal centralization owed its strength in large part to the level of feudal political organization already achieved by the Normans in Normandy before the conquest, which was probably unparalleled elsewhere in Europe. 81. As Brenner notes, the English feudal class self-government appears to have been ahead of the French in the 12th and 13th centuries, not only because its starting point was different, but because it was built upon advances in this sphere already achieved on the continent, especially in Normandy. In turn, when French centralization accelerated somewhat later, it was influenced by English development, and was indeed, in part, a response to direct English politico-military pressure. Thus the development of the mechanisms of feudal accumulation tended to be not only uneven but also combined, in the sense that later developers could build on previous advances made elsewhere in feudal class organizations. 82. Although evoking the concept of uneven and combined development here, Brenner's analysis proceeds within the confines of a comparative historical analysis whereby the international remains an ad hoc addendum to an essentially internalist analysis of the changing balance of class forces and state formation. Nowhere does the international enter into Brenner's theoretical presuppositions centered, as they are, around his concept of social property relations. Yet, as Neil Davidson argues, by focusing almost exclusively on what political Marxists call social property relations, they have no terms to explain events that lie outside these relationships. 83. This is particularly problematic for Brenner and his followers, who explicitly reject any conception of the origins of capitalism as imminently developing from the contradictions of feudal society. 84. Rather, feudalism is conceived as a self-enclosed, self-perpetuating system that cannot be undermined by its own internal contradictions. 85. Hence, in spite of an extensive and informative historical explanation, Brenner's conception of the origins of capitalism based on shifting social property relations is conceptually too narrow and too simple. Brenner ultimately tries to explain too much with too little. In Brenner's schema, Marx's master concept, the mode of production, conceived as the composite totality of relations encapsulating the economic, legal, ideological, cultural, and political spheres, is reduced to the much thinner social property relations concept, which is itself reduced to a form of exploitation. Brenner's error is to take the singular relation of exploitation between lord and peasant as the most fundamental and axiomatic component of the mode of production, which in turn constitutes the foundational ontology and analytical building block upon which ensuing theoretical and historical investigation is constructed. Yet, as Ricardo Duchesne argues, this stretches the concept of the relations of production too far, as it seeks to incorporate under the logic of class struggle all military, political, and economic factors, while reducing military, political, and legal relations, conceptualized as political accumulation by Brenner, to functions of this singular relation. 86. The result of this ontological singularity is a dual tunneling, both temporal and spatial, of our empirical field of inquiry. Temporally, the history of capitalism's origins is reduced to the historical manifestation of one conceptual moment, the freeing of labor, and in turn explained by it. Spatially, the genesis of capitalism is confined to a single geographical region, the English countryside, immune from wider intersocietal developments. Such tunneling cannot explain why the extensive presence of formally free wage labor prior to the 16th century, both inside and outside England, did not give rise to capitalism. 87 Nor can it explain subsequent social developments, by obliterating the histories of colonialism, slavery, and imperialism. Brenner freezes capitalism's history. 88. This substantially narrows Marx's more robust conception of the process of primitive accumulation to which Brenner and his students give so much analytical weight in explaining capitalism's origins. In a famous passage, Marx wrote, "The discovery of gold and silver in America, the expiration, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. The different moments of primitive accumulation can be assigned in particular to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England, in more or less chronological order. These moments are systematically combined together at the end of the 17th century in England. The combination embraces the colonies, the national debt, the modern tax system, and the system of protection. 89. In Marx's temporally and spatially more expansive view, capitalism's genesis was not a national phenomenon, but rather an intersocietal one. It therefore makes sense to follow Perry Anderson in viewing the origins of capitalism as a value-added process gaining in complexity as it moved along a chain of interrelated sites. 90. In contrast, Brenner spatially reduces capitalism's origins to processes that occurred solely in the English countryside. Towns and cities are omitted, Europe-wide dynamics are analytically active only as comparative cases, and the world outside Europe does not figure at all. Similarly excluded are the numerous technological, cultural, institutional, and social relational discoveries and developments originating outside Europe that were appropriated by Europe in the course of its capitalist development. 91 In short, Brenner neglects the determinations and conditions that arose from the social interactions between societies, since political community, in his conception, is subordinated to class, while classes themselves are conceptualized within the spatial limits of the political community in question. 92 This leads to the various moments of Eurocentrism outlined in the introduction. Temporal tunneling gives rise to the notion of historical priority, spatial tunneling gives rise to a methodologically internalist analysis. For Brenner's followers these problems are only compounded, as the possibility of the development of early capitalisms outside of the English countryside that Brenner allows for is rejected. 93 The notion of the origins of capitalism in one country 94 is thus taken literally. This Eurocentrism of political Marxist analyses is further reinforced by their conception of pre-capitalist societies as generally incapable of significant technological innovations by either the direct producers or exploiters. For in the absence of the market compulsions that are unique to capitalist property relations, political Marxists claim that there was no equivalent systemic imperative to increase labor productivity and generalize technical improvements across different economic sectors. 95 Under feudalism, the consequence of this systemic inability was that real economic growth could only be achieved by opening up new land for cultivation. 96 Moreover, the cross-cultural diffusions of technologies and organizational forms which could facilitate modal transformations in recipient societies is explicitly rejected by Brenner since, as he writes, new forces of production were readily assimilable by already existing social classes. 97. In short, political Marxists deny the development of the productive forces any causal role in explaining the transition from feudalism to capitalism, since doing otherwise would inevitably run the risk of technological determinism, emptying human agency in the process. 98 To counter this common charge of techno-determinism, it is important to note that the concept of productive forces not only took on different meanings relating to different historical contexts in Marx's writings, at one point it was identified with early social communities, 99 but, moreover, should not be conflated with mere technologies. Rather, the forces of production refer to both the means of production, including nature itself, the capacity to labor, the skills brought to the process, the tools used, and the techniques with which these tools are set to work, and the labor process, the way in which the different means of production are combined in the act of production itself. 100. As this definition indicates, the forces of production, or productive powers, cannot be subsumed under any techno-determinist interpretation. They are simultaneously material and social. For example, the ways in which tools are used involve both accumulated collective knowledge and a particular socio-historical context in which they operate. To say that there is a tendency for the forces of production to develop over time is simply to say that humans have been motivated to change them, and have done so in ways that have increased the social productivity of labor. Human agency is thus crucial to the process. 101. What is more, the political Marxist conception of pre-capitalist societies as relatively stagnant social formations, incapable of either endogenous or exogenously driven technological advances, has been challenged by a wealth of more recent studies of economic growth in pre-capitalist epochs. 102. Indeed, sustained technological and organizational innovations, and thus agrarian productivity, were important features of late medieval and early modern European societies. See chapters 3 to 6. Denying productive forces any explanatory significance prior to capitalism also generates a pervasive Eurocentrism, since it situates their development exclusively in modern Europe, as the harbinger of capitalist property relations. This obscures from view the extensive development of productive forces in non-European contexts, such as with the early modern tributary empires of the Ottomans and Mughals, see chapters 4 and 8, and the dynamic colonial plantation systems in the Americas over the 16th to 18th centuries. In so doing, it occludes from the outset the possibility that productive forces transmitted from these extra-European sources to Europe contributed to the formation of capitalism in Europe itself, see chapters 3, 4, 5, and 8. So the political Marxist conception of pre-capitalist societies as essentially developmental dead ends is an historical claim that is both Eurocentric and difficult to sustain empirically. This should force us to reconsider the significance of productive forces historically, and re-evaluate the possibility of reincorporating their study into our theoretical explanations of the transition to capitalism. The geopolitical in the making of capitalism. The ontological singularity of the political Marxist approach gives rise to a series of historico-theoretical exclusions from their account of the origins of capitalism, namely, intersocietal interaction and the concomitant geopolitical relations of political military competition and war-making. This might at first seem like a strange omission given Brenner's emphasis on the role of political accumulation and state building, which he and his followers see as imminent to feudal property relations. That war was endemic to the feudal era is generally recognized. But rather than conceiving this as an eternal will to power or a consequence of a trans-historical anarchic condition of the state system, as mainstream international relations scholars and neo-Weberians do, Brenner's approach firmly roots the tendency to war in the nature of the prevailing social property relations. In view of the difficulty, in the presence of pre-capitalist property relations, of raising returns from investment in the means of production, via increases in productive efficiency, Brenner writes, lords found that if they wished to increase their income, they had little choice but to do so by redistributing wealth and income away from their peasants or from other members of the exploiting class. 103 Dependent as they were on political forms of surplus appropriation, feudal lords would therefore seek to expand the political means, land and military, through which their reproduction would be guaranteed. Insofar as this expansion put them into competition with other lords seeking to do the same, intralordly conflicts, feuds and wars, were structural outcomes of feudal property relations. Hence, the drive to political accumulation, to state building, is the pre-capitalist analog to the drive to accumulate capital. 104. Drawing on Brenner's analysis of the drive to political accumulation under feudal property relations, Benno Teschke and Hans Lacher make a sharp theoretical distinction between the historical emergence of capitalism and an antecedent system of territorialist states. 105 Accordingly, they argue, the interstateness of capitalism cannot be derived from the nature of the capital relation itself, but must be regarded as a historical legacy of pre-capitalist development. 106 They thereby claim that capitalism retains a wholly contingent relation to the multistate system, in which both the contemporary system of sovereign states and uneven development are understood as historical legacies of a distant feudal absolutist past. 107. This leads political Marxists to discard formations such as the English East India Company as essentially non-capitalist in its logic. For Ellen Marxians Wood, this was because the English East India Company relied on surpluses extracted directly from producers in the age-old manner of non-capitalist extra-economic exploitation in the form of tax and tribute, making it an unambiguously non-capitalist institution, a verdict Wood similarly shares regarding the Dutch East India Company. See Chapter 7.108 for various political Marxists. Then, geopolitical rivalries and territorialist, extra-economic, forms of accumulation are part of the undying feudal absolutist legacy bequeathed to capitalism. War is the nightmare from which capital has yet to awaken. From such a perspective, how can we begin to understand, let alone respond politically, to the many war-assisted processes of capital accumulation, geopolitical coercion, competition, rivalry, and the like littering the history of capitalism's development? More specifically, could not the war-making activities among feudal lords or absolutist states make for capitalist states? In other words, might not an unintended consequence of political accumulation be to generate or spur the development of capitalist production relations? This is what political Marxists appear to reject. 109. For example, Erika Schernberger has examined how markets developed out of the state-building tasks of territorial conquest and control during the medieval period, while being tied to specific modes of war-making. In this connection, markets emerged out of, or were created to respond to, the myriad logistical problems faced by states in the mobilization of resources and their management across space and time. 110 Commodity markets in material resources, property, and labor were all crucial to the movement of wealth and goods that was necessary for medieval war-making. This is not to say that the development of markets in itself led to the emergence of capitalist social relations. However, it would suggest that the effects of war, territorial integration, provided a more amenable environment for the extensive development of markets, while certain modes of war could actually spur commercialization and the intensive development of productive forces. The reliance of state managers on private entrepreneurs in the financing and making of war also involved the widening and deepening of market relations. The symbiotic relationship between advances in war-making activities and the rise of capitalism has been perhaps most systematically explored by William H. McNeill, who writes that by the 16th century even the mightiest European command structures became dependent on an international money and credit market for organizing military and other major undertakings. As a consequence, market relations continued to expand, gradually penetrating ever wider spheres of European society. Although it is important to avoid the pitfalls of McNeill's subscription to the commercialization model, it is clear that these changes were important to understanding the emergence of the bourgeoisie as a ruling class. 111. But perhaps even more important for explaining the rise of capitalist relations were the shifts in the forms of production associated with the changing nature of warfare. Marx was aware of the revolutionizing effects of military activities on the relations of production, noting that dependence on wage labor first developed in armies rather than in the interior of bourgeois society. 112 As with Marx's conception of primitive accumulation, the role of state intervention, violence, and war was therefore conceived as functionally promiscuous, as Michael Mann put it in critiquing Marx's putative economism. 113 In particular, the expansion of naval capacities contributed to the development of capitalist relations, since land reclamation, felling trees, building harbors, dry docks, and ships all required a steady and large supply of wage laborers. 114. As early as the first half of the 16th century, some 16,000 workers employed at the state-run Venetian Arsenal 115 were becoming disciplined to the demands of integrated wage labor. 116 Constructing standardist galleys using assembly line production methods, the Arsenal Nuovo, established in 1320, may rightly lay claim to being one of Europe's first modern industrial factories, preceding the Industrial Revolution by 4 centuries. 117 The arsenal also employed sophisticated managerial and accounting discourses, and practices exemplary of modern forms of management through accounting. For these reasons, some historians have referred to the Venetian arsenal as a hybrid organization which fused capitalist and pre-capitalist forms of labor organization, 118, a kind of micro-example of a combined development. Similarly, in Amsterdam, the extensive application of economies of scale made Dutch naval shipyards pioneers of distinctly capitalist forms of production. Using free wage labor, hierarchist and strictly managed labor processes, and the systematic employment of science to develop labor-saving technologies, shipyards played a prominent role in advancing capitalist methods of production. 119. It was not simply the building of ships that employed and promoted forms of wage labor, but also the organization of the maritime workforce itself. Between 1700 and 1750, the concentration of capital in merchant shipping required the amassing of large groups of formerly free-waged laborers, numbering anywhere from 25,000 to 40,000 at any one time. As Marcus Rediker writes, this exceptionally large and concentrated workforce represented a capital-labor relation quite distinct from landlord-tenant, master, servant, or master-apprentice relationships. 120. War-making and the industries it spawned were therefore crucial factors in the long transition to capitalism. The political Marxist conception of capitalism. The narrow focus on the English countryside and the exclusion of international determinations derives in part from political Marxism's Neoplatonic conception of capitalism as a theoretical abstraction to which empirical reality must conform or remain external. If the concept of capitalism used by Wallerstein and WST scholars is too broad, that of political Marxists is too narrow. For political Marxists, capitalism can be said to have emerged only when the direct producers and appropriators have lost non-market access to their means of subsistence and production, and become entirely dependent on the market for their self-reproduction. 121. Market dependency and the concomitant separation of the economic and political are thereby taken as the sine qua non of capitalism. As Wood puts it, the special character of the capitalist state rests on the fact that the coercive power supporting capitalist exploitation is not wielded directly by the appropriator and is not based on the producer's political or juridical subordination to an appropriating master. Rather, the two moments of capitalist exploitation, appropriation and coercion, are allocated separately to a private appropriating class and a specialized public coercive institution, the state. 122. Political Marxists therefore draw a sharp distinction between non-capitalist, extra-economic forms of surplus extraction and capitalist, non-coercive forms of surplus extraction mediated by the market. Any mode of surplus extraction that does not conform to the latter market-dependent form, and any social formation characterized by extra-economic forms of surplus extraction, is therefore conceived as non-capitalist. This not only leads to the exclusion of geopolitical forms of accumulation and capital formation, but also justifies the narrow focus on England, and then Europe, as the historically privileged site in which the separation of the political and economic first took place. Yet to reduce a mode of production to its immediate form of exploitation runs the risk of conceptualizing capitalism as an ideal type abstraction, erasing the many shades and connections between free and coerced labor that characterize actually existing capitalist social relations and labor regimes. 123. For example, Marx conceived of extra-economic forms of exploitation in North American and Caribbean slavery as at least partially capitalist, because of their place in a wider set of international economic relations dominated by capitalism. 124. The expansion of slavery in the colonies and free wage labor in the imperial metropole were two sides of the same coin, see also chapters 5 and 7. While wage labor is certainly an integral feature of capitalism, in part defining it, to claim that capitalism can only exist where the majority of direct producers are free is unnecessary, if not unhelpful. Rather, wage labor should be conceived as a norm in capitalist societies, beyond which there are many gradations of formal freedom 125 and wherein the sale of labor power for wages is mediated and possibly disguised in more complex arrangements. 126 What the political Marxist conception of capitalism thus erases are the various transitional or mediated forms of labor relations and regimes, involving different combinations of modes of production. Indeed, the idea of combined development, as an amalgamation of differentiated modes of production within a social formation, is absent from the political Marxist discourse 127, which unduly abstracts from the messy and contradictory reality of really existing capitalisms. Politically, there is much at stake in this. The externalization of extra-economic forms of exploitation and oppression from capitalism ultimately leads political Marxists to exclude the histories of colonialism and slavery from the inner workings of the capitalist production mode. They argue instead that such practices were rooted in the feudal logic of geopolitical accumulation. 128 While we would not go as far as to claim that political Marxists ignore colonialism and slavery per se 129, they do nonetheless absolve capitalism of any responsibility for these histories. However, as will be shown throughout this book, these phenomena were very much integral to the formation of capitalism as the globally dominant mode of production. See especially chapters 5, 7, and 8. Equally, it is possible to point to the continuing prevalence of racial, gender and sexual hierarchies, often reproduced via non-market, as well as market, mechanisms, and ask how far these forms of oppression can be included in the political Marxist critique of capitalism. The answer, it would seem, is that they cannot. In a critique of diversity, difference, and pluralism, Wood argues, for example, that gender and racial equality are not in principle incompatible with capitalism. Although class exploitation is constitutive of capitalism, gender or race inequality are not. 130. These are difficult claims to sustain empirically. A variety of authors from traditions as diverse as Marxism 131, Feminism 132 and Subaltern Studies 133 have convincingly demonstrated that the origins of capitalism were heavily circumscribed, and in fact often constituted, by such coercive, non-market forms of exploitation and oppression. Others have shown how inequalities based on gender 134 and race 135 continue to be inscribed in the very logic of capital accumulation. But constrained as they are by disavowing the extra-economic side of capitalism's history, it is somewhat inevitable that political Marxists might consider their historical status secondary. Such claims strike an especially discordant note when considered in light of recent debates on the left about getting gender politics right, as well as the general disdain about post-colonial studies found in some quarters. 136 Narrow conceptions of capitalism typical of political Marxism risk descending into a politics of myopia, in which the manifold, complex, and intersectional forms of oppression, produced by capitalism are obscured, disavowed, and externalized, rather than exposed, criticized and dismantled. These points all derive from the central problem with political Marxism, that conceptual abstractions and empirical realities do not correspond to each other, or are misrecognized. As Teschke put it, in a critique leveled at the theory of uneven and combined development, but actually much more appropriate to political Marxism, significant degrees of violence have to be done to the richness of history to orchestrate a fit between theory and history. Ultimately, however, theory and history drift apart, inhabiting two different forms of reality. 137 History is, of course, a messy, complex affair, full of accidents, contingencies, and the untheorizable. A grand theory of everything is unlikely. Problems emerge, however, when the central objects of our theories, the origins of capitalism, the modern state system, intersocietal relations, and so on, are considered pure contingencies in relation to the abstractions we seek to explain them with. Wood once criticized the Althusserians as viewing the relationship between the state and modes of production in actually existing social formations as having little to do with capitalism's structural logic, thereby appearing almost accidental. 138 Might not the same be said of political Marxists' conceptualization of the relationship between the international and capitalism? Or, for that matter, their theorizations of the origins of capitalism itself? Ultimately, despite its rigor and its many insights into the origins of capitalism, political Marxism must be judged as sorely lacking. Its pristinely abstract and consequently Eurocentric theorization of capitalism and its origins is, we argue, historically untenable as it excises such huge swathes of capitalism's history, including colonialism, slavery, and war, that it becomes historically, and theoretically, unrecognizable. This abstraction from violence, from these geopolitical conditions in the making of capitalism, results in a violence of abstraction. Consequently, non-European agents who were most affected and made abject by these processes are written out of the making of capitalism. It is this theoretical and historical exclusion of non-Europeans that post-colonial theorists have so resolutely sought to correct. We now turn to consider their position. The problematic of socio-historical difference, post-colonial studies engaging capital. Correcting the Eurocentric bias of extant social theory is at the heart of what has been broadly termed post-colonialism. Yet at first glance, its inclusion might seem incongruous in a study of capitalism's origins, since the specific focus of post-colonialism has been the examination of an already existing and presupposed capitalist modernity in non-European contexts. 139 We shall come back to this issue, and find it problematic. But before we do, it is necessary to highlight the immense methodological and theoretical contributions post-colonialism offers for the study of the origins of capitalism. Two central elements of post-colonialism are especially worth highlighting in this regard. First, post-colonial scholars have sought to provincialize Europe by decentering the Eurocentric claim that Western social forms and accompanying discourses are homogeneously universal. 140 By emphasizing how European modernity has always been constituted against, and through the subordination of, a non-Western other. 141 These authors have stressed how colonial practices are deeply embedded in the structures of European power and identity. 142 Post-colonialism therefore places the particularity of alternative representations of modernity in non-Western cases at the heart of its research program. 143 By giving a voice to the other, post-colonialism shows how subaltern experiences have disrupted Eurocentric visions of history, reasserting the significance of non-Western agency in world history. 144. Second, post-colonialism emphasizes the heterogeneity of social development and its irreducibility to exclusively European forms. Accordingly, history is neither universal nor homogeneous, but marked by difference, hybridity, and ambivalence, in short, multiplicity. As such, post-colonialism also seeks to dislodge the linearity of historical time, and rejects any possibility of stadial conceptions of development. 145 These two pointers, a non-Eurocentric and multilinear history, are the primary strengths of the post-colonial approach. It is here that its promise for the study of the origins of capitalism lies. We examine each in turn, with a particular, but not exclusive, focus on Dipesh Chakrabarty's provincializing Europe. In this way, we hope to avoid some of the pitfalls of attempting a general overview of a highly heterogeneous research program. Nonetheless, we also consider Chakrabarty's work to be, in the words of Vasant Kaiwar, undoubtedly the most important work to emerge out of the post-colonial phase of subaltern studies. 146 And thus deserving of special attention. The Eurocentrism of historicism. Post-colonialism is, first and foremost, a specific reaction against attempts in Western thought to subsume all socio-historical experiences under the universal rubric of capitalist modernity. These universalist accounts suffer, because they tend to misread, or worse, overlook difference. Chakrabarty calls this historicism, a way of writing history that both recognizes and neutralizes difference, in which differences among histories are overcome by capital in the long run. 147 Historicism tends to portray capitalism as a force that encounters historical difference externally, struggles with this difference, and eventually negates, or more precisely, subsumes it into historically diverse vehicles for the spread of its own logic. 148. Such an approach carries with it a specific kind of politicist prescription. By positing Europe as the site of the first occurrence of capitalism, modernity, or enlightenment, non-Europeans were assigned a place elsewhere. 149 Historical developments subsequently came to be judged almost exclusively against a European norm, and those histories that did not fit or comply with that norm were dismissed as incomplete or aberrations. Differences are thereby articulated through, and abolished by, essentialist binaries such as pre-capitalism and capitalism, modern and pre-modern, archaic and contemporary, world empires and world system, and so on. The very notion of incompleteness carries within it the sort of hierarchies that were present in colonialism, such as notions of barbarism, uncivility, backwardness, inadequacy and the like. Consequently, historicism posits a measure of the cultural distance that was assumed to exist between the West and the non-West 150 and acts as a way of saying to non-Europeans, not yet, in their calls for autonomy and recognition. 151 This becomes most evident when examining the peasant or subaltern. For example, Eric Hobsbawm's characterization of the Indian peasant in history as pre-political and archaic is rooted in an understanding of non-European development as incomplete. 152 These agents are then seen as a survival or remnant of pre-capitalist relations. More recent iterations of this same strategy can be found, according to Chakrabarty, in notions of uneven development, which ascribes at least an underlying structural unity, if not expressive totality, to historical process and time that makes it possible to identify certain elements in the present as anachronistic or outmoded. 153. Historicism becomes especially problematic when we consider the centrality of the peasant in the making of modernity. Peasant agency, although distinctly non-bourgeois, non-secular, and historically connected to practices that existed prior to colonialism, was still unequivocally both political and modern. 154 As David Washbrook has argued, the very prevalence of a backward or traditional stratum of society, in contrast to the modern, was itself a construction of colonialism in South Asia. 155 The act of subsuming the peasant under the rubric of the pre-modern, pre-capitalist or pre-capital therefore reflects nothing other than the violent attempt to fit subalterns into the rationalist grid of elite consciousness, in a way that makes them intelligible to colonialists and bourgeois nationalists. 156 The upshot is that an otherwise politically significant peasantry becomes silenced, misrepresented, or marginalized by history writing. For this reason, Partchaturji seeks to recast the historical question of non-European modernity in different terms by explaining the limits to the historical actualization of capital as a universal economic category. 157 One of the primary concerns of Chakrabarty is therefore to provincialize Europe by showing how universalistic thought was always and already modified by particular histories. 158 Put differently, this approach seeks to demonstrate that concepts and categories that purport to be universal always contain within them traces of the not universal. This is evident in two respects. First, Chakrabarty seeks to show how seemingly universal concepts of political modernity encounter pre-existing concepts, categories, institutions, and practices through which they get translated and configured differently. 159 Second, he demonstrates how ostensibly universal categories are in fact themselves particular and provincial, in that they were the product of a specifically European experience. 160 Similarly, Chaturji highlights that the supposed universalism of European social forms in fact masks a particular historical experience, which only became universal due to the specific history of capitalism. If there is one great moment that turns the provincial thought of Europe to universal philosophy, the parochial history of Europe to universal history, it is the moment of capital that is global in its territorial reach and universal in its conceptual domain. It is the narrative of capital that can turn the violence of mercantile trade, war, genocide, conquest, and colonialism into a story of universal progress, development, modernization, and freedom. 161. It should be clear from the outset then, and in contrast to Vivek Chiber's recent broadside against subaltern studies 162, that the likes of Chaturji, Chakrabarty, and Ranjit Guha do not deny capital's universalising tendency. Indeed, nowhere do each of the subaltern studies scholars castigated by Chibber deny that capital demonstrates a real tendency toward universalization. Rather, their claim is an altogether different one, that capital's universalizing tendency is necessarily limited, always and everywhere partial, all points made by Chibber himself. For example, Chakrabarty highlights the resistance to capital that Marx speaks of as something internal to capital itself. Hence, the self-reproduction of capital, as Chakrabarty notes, going on to evoke another quote from Marx, moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. Just because, Marx adds, capital gets ideally beyond every limit posed to it by national barriers and prejudices, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it. 163. Interestingly, this passage taken from Marx's Grundriss is also quoted in full by Guha, after which he writes that nothing could be more explicit and indeed more devastating than this critique of the universalist pretensions of capital. 164. Moreover, Guha views this contradictory unity of universalizing and counter-universalizing tendencies as operating within both the East and West, specifically Europe. As Guha puts it, for Marx, the discrepancy between the universalizing tendency of capital as an ideal and the frustration of that tendency in reality was, for him, a measure of the contradictions of Western bourgeois societies of his time and the differences which gave each of them its specificity. 165. The structural fault in the historic project of the bourgeoisie Guha highlights 166 was then not between the Indian bourgeoisie and its predecessors in Europe. 167 It was instead a broader spatio-temporal fault line traversing the entire world, one between the early bourgeois revolutions in England and France, on the one hand, and the later bourgeois revolutions running east of the Elbe in Europe to those beyond Europe, as with India, on the other. The violence of abstraction. The post-colonial project of provincializing Europe is then not about rejecting the universality of capitalist modernity out of hand, or in Chakrabarty's terms, it is not a project of cultural relativism. 168 These authors accept that capitalism has a universal reach, only too brutally demonstrated by the histories of colonialism and imperialism. What they reject is using this universal conception of capital as the sole or sovereign author of historical processes, in a way that turns all other particular histories into differentiated expressions of European history. 169 The aim is to displace a hyperreal Europe from the center toward which all historical imagination currently gravitates. 170 By writing these non-universal, particular, and local histories back in. In doing so, these scholars seek to highlight the liminality of universal categories in capturing the broad range of socio-historical processes operating in the extra-European world while examining the myriad hybrid socio-political forms produced by capital's differentiated but interactive universalization. This aim of identifying parts of social life not subsumed by the universality of capital leads Chakrabarty to a highly stimulating reading of Marx's category of abstract labor in capturing the homogenizing tendency of capital. 171 According to Marx, the practice or performance of abstraction becomes apparent in workplace discipline, wherein the life or living labor of the worker is abstracted from and subsumed by dead labor, the machine. Such an abstraction enables the homogenization and equalization of various, particular, or concrete instances of labor, thus establishing labor time, as the measure of wealth under capitalism. It is also through this abstraction that wealth itself is created. In order to extend relative surplus labor, labor-saving technologies are introduced, which reduce to a minimum the amount of living labor necessary for production. In this respect, the abstraction of labor also acts as the mechanism through which labor is emancipated. 172 This tendency to simultaneously exploit and emancipate labor constitutes what Marx calls the moving contradiction of capital. 173 For Chakrabarty, this is significant because inscribed in the very universality of abstract labor is its opposite, the element of life or living for the worker, and the attempt of workers to reappropriate their life, which forms the basis of resistance to capital. Given in the very universality of abstract labor is a particularity, the life of individual workers, that remains never quite conquered by capital. It is on the basis of this distinction that Chakrabarty introduces the concepts of History 1 and History 2. History 1 refers to that past presupposed by capital, a past posited by capital itself as its precondition and its invariable result. 174 Although Chakrabarty leaves this largely unspecified, it is clear from his preceding discussion that this refers to abstract labor. History 1's abstract from specific instances in order to make all places histories exchangeable comparable with one another. 175 Designating what Alfred Sohnrethel called real abstractions. 176 These are more than just abstract descriptions or abstract delineations, that is, concepts, but concrete relations and processes that affect the functioning of capitalism as a mode of production. The very act of abstracting, as both Marx and Chakrabarty argue, from the individual concrete labor of each worker is the precondition for their exchangeability on the market, and hence the precondition for capitalism as such. By contrast, History 2 refers to those histories that are encountered by capital not as antecedents established by itself, nor as forms of its own life process. 177 History 2s are not outside of capital or History 1. Instead, they exist in proximate relationship to it. 178 While interrupting and punctuating the run of capital's own logic. 179 Providing effective narratives of human belonging where life forms, although porous to one another, do not seem exchangeable through a third term of equivalence such as abstract labor. 180 Although Chakrabarty is clear in his definition, he is somewhat elusive when it comes to the exact content of History 2. Nonetheless, with his discussion of abstract labor in mind, he appears to be talking about those elements involved in the reproduction of labor power that are not subsumed by abstract labor itself. Others, most notably feminist authors, have theorized this as the reproductive or unwaged sphere. 181 History 2 also draws affinities with biopolitics, those elements of politics and society found in the person's bodily habits, in unself-conscious collective practices, in his or her reflexes about what it means to relate to objects in the world as a human being and together with other human beings in his given environment. 182 History 2s may well include non-capitalist, pre-capitalist, or local social relations and processes, but the concept is not exhausted by these, and can refer to universal and global categories, social relations, and process. Indeed, following Marx, two of the examples Chakrabarty gives of History 2s are commodities and money, two universal categories central to the reproduction of capitalism. 183 Therefore, Chiber's criticism that Chakrabarty uses History 2 to refer to merely local, Eastern, manifestations of abstract and universal, or Western, processes. 184 is wholly inaccurate. History 1 is not simply an abstract definition, the universal or the West, nor is History 2, by contrast, seen as a concrete manifestation, local and or Eastern, as Chiber reads it. 185 Notably, Chakrabarty himself nowhere defines History 1 and History 2 as any of these. 186 Most revealingly, the category through which Chakrabarty seeks to elucidate such difference, modifications, and interruptions is Marx's universal category of real labor, the category that alongside, and in tension with, abstract labor inheres in all commodities in the capitalist mode of production. It is clear, then, that when Chakrabarty is talking about History 2s, about real labor, about difference, he is doing so in a way that both depends upon and reveals a dialectical relation with History 1s, with abstract labor, and with universality as such. That is, just as real labor cannot be thought of outside of the problematic of abstract labor, subaltern history cannot be thought of outside of the global narrative of capital. 187 Hence, it is important to reject from the outset Chiber's denunciation that Chakrabarty is providing a license for exoticism. 188 In fact, Chakrabarty is unequivocal in his description of History 2, these are histories that capital everywhere, even in the West, encounters as its antecedent, which do not belong to its life process. 189 In this respect, History 2s are not simply differentiated functional moments in the development of capitalism, nor are they concrete, local, instantiations of an otherwise universal process. Rather, they designate institutional forms, regimes of value and alternative temporalities that have their lineage in other histories and modes of being. 190 History 2s are spheres of social being that are inhabited and remade by capital, but also processes that remake capital itself. As Marcus Taylor argues, while capital may indeed seek to rewrite social life to further the cause of endless accumulation, it does not do so, to twist a famous maxim, in conditions of its own choosing. 191. Indeed, Chakrabarty's critique of Marxism's blind spot 192 is focused on its inability, or unwillingness, to take history too seriously. 193 The Marxist analysis of the capitalist mode of production tends to create, and methodologically situate itself within, abstract space, which erases the local and evacuates all lived sense of place. 194 Although history may first seek to negate, destroy, or sublate history too, there is no guarantee that this could ever be complete. 195 Therefore, the correct method, according to Chakrabarty, is to write history in a way that combines history 1s and history 2s, wherein the universal history of capital and the politics of human belonging are allowed to interrupt each other's narrative, and wherein capital's histories are history 1s constitutively but unevenly modified by more and less powerful history 2s. 196. There is, then, much at stake in retaining some of the insights gleaned from Chakrabarty's interpretation of Marx. For his emphasis on the tensions between history 1s and history 2s appears crucial to mitigating against the potentially ahistorical, essentializing and, economically, homogeneous reading of capitalism, found in so much of the traditional literatures on its origins. For this reason, Chakrabarty's method strikes us as an altogether positive advance for scholars going about writing the history of capitalism. In chapters 5 and 7 we attempt to construct a history of the making of capitalism in which the sorts of history targeted by history 2, those found in the unwaged or reproductive sphere, are understood as constitutive of history 1, the formation of abstract labor and an industrial proletariat. Taking a multiple and differentiated agency as a starting point, and subsequently exploring encounters and interactions within this multiplicity is, moreover, precisely the sort of method that we ourselves outline in the following chapter. It is therefore worth briefly noting some of the affinities between Chakrabarty's approach, and post-colonialism more broadly, and the theory of uneven and combined development as articulated in this work. The lacuna of post-colonial theory. Positing a not yet to backward peoples was a prevalent and distinctly historicist sentiment in Russia precisely at the time Trotsky was developing the theory of uneven and combined development. Pointedly, Trotsky rejected the Menshevik idea of waiting for a bourgeois stage before a proletarian revolution could occur, and insisted on the now. The Bolshevik revolution and strategy of permanent revolution are direct outcomes of this, while uneven and combined development was its methodological and theoretical foundation. This is especially revealing given the centrality of the peasant, the supposedly non-modern agent par excellence, in Russian social life generally, and the Bolshevik Revolution specifically. In the history of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky explicitly characterizes Russia's revolutionary conditions in terms of the imbalance between town and country, and revolutionary agency in terms of the combination of a newly formed proletariat and pre-existing peasantry. We can trace this back even further to Marx, who himself saw the potential for a communist revolution in Russia ahead of the capitalist heartlands due to the very prevalence and dominance of the peasant commune. 197. The reason both Marx and Trotsky identified forms of divergence and differences similar to those found in the post-colonial literature was because both were sensitive, with some important limitations. 198, to the intersection of history 1s and history 2s. As we shall see, it is through the idea of combination that Trotsky's theory provides a non-stadial, multilinear understanding of development that explicitly denies essentialist and externally related dichotomies of pre-capitalist and capitalist. Similarly, we find in Marx an outright rejection of any suprahistorical application of his categories in Capital. This was because events strikingly analogous but taking place in different historic surroundings led to totally different results. They could not, therefore, be explained by the universal passport of a general historico-philosophical theory. 199 The explicit disavowal of historicism in the writings of Trotsky and Marx should alert us to the possibility that post-colonialism and Marxism need not be seen as mutually exclusive endeavors. With this in mind, we suggest that uneven and combined development provides a theoretical approach that may strengthen the broader aims of the post-colonial research program. We make this suggestion because there remains a tension within post-colonialism that ultimately undermines its efforts in both fully subverting Eurocentrism and reasserting non-European agency into the history of capitalism. The tension is rooted in the parochial, dare we say provincial, scope of its critique. That is, the subject rarely extends beyond the particular experience of modernity in specific localities, and particularly those experiences in the colonial modernities of the global south. Chakrabarty notes that Provincializing Europe is not a book about the region of the world we call Europe 200 but is instead concerned with the generalization of its forms and categories. Similarly, Chatterjee claims that the universality of Western modernity is a product of its local conditions, which is then subsequently transported to other place and times. 201 And although Guha's classic dominance without hegemony provides a sharp critique of the liberal historiographies of bourgeois rule, it never provides an alternative substantive historical sociology of the European experience. Consequently, each of these authors uncritically presupposes a discrete and hermetically sealed European history in which modernity was created before being subsequently expanded globally. 202 As we have seen, and will see further, such an idealized view is an integral part of the myth of Europe as an exceptional, pristine, and autonomous entity that happened to be especially well suited to the endogenous transition to, and subsequent spread of, capitalism. 203 Insofar as the West is constituted as an imperial fetish, the imagined home of history's victors and the embodiment of their power. 204 Many of the processes of developmental differentiation that created hierarchical imbalances between colonizers and colonists are occluded. 205 The lack of any substantive engagement with the question of how capitalism emerged and developed in Europe is therefore perhaps the, critical lacuna of post-colonial theory, continually frustrating its abilities to offer a satisfactory non-Eurocentric theory and history of the modern epoch. To modify Frederick Cooper's call to arms, in order to truly provincialize Europe we must dissect European history itself, and there is no more central myth to be dissected than that of narrating European history around the history of capitalism. 206 As Cameron Matten argues, such a task ultimately requires a general social theory, and not just a theory of modernity, one that goes beyond a mere phenomenology of capital's expansion and comprehends capital itself as a product of the interactive multiplicity of the social. 207 In short, the foregoing analysis demands an internationalist historiography. 208 And theorization of capitalism's emergence and reproduction. This would, in turn, require that we distinguish between the inflated, utopian self-presentation of capital as abstract and homogeneous and the contradictions internal to historical capitalism that produce a global, differentiated, and hierarchical space-time. 209 These are some of the main tasks taken up in the pages that follow. Conclusion. As examined in this chapter, existing theoretical approaches to the transition from feudalism to capitalism have suffered from two particularly debilitating and interconnected problems. The first concerns their general inability to substantively theorize the coexistence and interaction of a multiplicity of societies as a distinct domain of geosocial developmental pressures, behavioral patterns, and causal dynamics, the problematic of the international. The second relates to these extant approaches' predominant, if not exclusive, focus on Europe as the prime mover of socio-historical change and transformation, the problematic of socio-historical difference. The two problems are interrelated in that the methodological internalism or domestic analogy fallacy that the first predicament gives rise to, implicitly or explicitly, lends itself to theoretical analyses that conceive the genesis and sources of capitalism as an exclusively European affair, historical priority, and/or extrapolate from the distinct developmental paths and modalities of European societies and project them onto the extra-European world in a unidirectional manner, linear. Developmentalism. The European experience of capitalist modernity is thereby elevated to a universal stage of development through which all societies must pass in one form or another, universal stagism. The false sense of universality that such forms of analysis have given rise to has been the bane of social theory's existence since its inception. 210. Whether the approach in question conceptualizes the primary unit of analysis as operating at the domestic or world level, as exemplified by political Marxism and WST, respectively, the dilemma remains the same. By working outwards from a conception of a specific social structure, be it slavery, feudalism, capitalism, or whatever, the theorization of the international takes the form of a reimagining of domestic society writ large, an extrapolation from analytical categories derived from a society conceived in the ontologically singular form. This then erases what is arguably unique to any intersocietal system, a superordinating anarchical structure irreducible to the historically variegated forms of societies constituting any given system. This is a particularly debilitating problem for Marxist theories of socio-historical change, as one of the hallmarks of such theories is a claim to a holistic conception of social relations and systems, in which social totality is conceived as being composed of interactive and co-constitutive parts, that is, one that theoretically interiorizes the interdependency of each element within it so that the conditions of its existence are taken to be part of what it is. 211 If such a claim is to be taken seriously, then the theoretical standing of the international for a historical materialist approach to the origins of capitalism requires a direct engagement with the question of what the international is, understood and theorized in its own substantive historical and sociological terms. One theoretical answer to this question, we argue, is offered by a reconstruction of the concept of uneven and combined development. In contrast to WST and political Marxism, uneven and combined development offers a way of theorizing the international without jettisoning a historically sensitive sociology. Not only might this provide a way of uniting the externalist and internalist accounts offered here, it would also be able to capture and articulate the manifold excess of, intersocietally produced, determinations overlooked by both WST and political Marxism. In its appreciation for the intersocietal and geopolitical, uneven and combined development also provides a way of capturing the multilinearity of development that is so central to displacing Eurocentric accounts. As such, it shares many affinities with post-colonial approaches. In particular, uneven and combined development provides a particularly fertile framework through which the sort of interconnections between History 1s and History 2s emphasized by Chakrabarty might be identified, explored and explained. However, beyond Chakrabarty, the advantage of uneven and combined development lies precisely in its broader temporal scope. This uniquely positions it as a framework through which we might reconstitute the master categories of Eurocentrism, such as capitalism, on the very terrain they were purportedly generated, that of Europe. We explore further the potential of uneven and combined development, theoretically and historically, in the pages that follow. Chapter 2. Rethinking the Origins of Capitalism, the Theory of Uneven and Combined Development. Sociological problems would certainly be simpler if social phenomena had always a finished character. There is nothing more dangerous, however, than to throw out of reality, for the sake of logical completeness, elements which today violate your scheme and tomorrow may wholly overturn it. Leon Trotsky, 19361. Introduction. To better account for the biography of capitalism's development, we need an approach that captures the geopolitically interconnected and sociologically co-constitutive nature of its emergence. The very absence of the international in theorizing socio-historical development has been identified by various scholars as a fundamental lacuna of not only Marxist theory but, more radically still, the classical sociology tradition as a whole. 2 According to this line of critique, both traditions work with the ontologically singular assumption that the growth and change of a society should be explained with reference to its internal constitution. While the interactions between societies may not be viewed as entirely inconsequential, they are in principle insignificant for sociology, since its effects on the essential process are seen as negligible. Point 4. While numerous historical sociologists have forcefully recognized the problem of abstracting the development and reproduction of societies from their intersocietal contexts, arguably none of them have ever found a substantive theoretical solution to the problem. Point 5. For despite their attention to pointing out the inadequacies of societal-based theories, 6. They too have continually introduced this international dimension of development as an externality to their analyses in ways that actually reinforce the theoretical disconnect between the geopolitical and the social. This problem cuts across the theoretical and methodological divides, as attested by Martin Hall's critical survey of the different theoretical contributions of historical sociological approaches to international relations, IR. There is a danger, Hall warns, that historical sociology serves to strengthen the dichotomization of the international and the domestic. Although international and domestic forces interact or combine to produce a certain outcome, analytically they are still distinct. Point 7. It is this lacuna that requires the formulation of a unified theory of how societies interact, of how they change, and the relationship between these historically dynamic processes. Such a theory would have to capture how the historical reality of the international is itself part and parcel of wider socio-historical developmental processes. As argued below, the theory of uneven and combined development provides one such answer to this problematic, for it uniquely interpolates an international dimension of causality as an intrinsic aspect of socio-historical development itself. This then allows for the organic, rather than contingent or external, integration of geopolitical and sociological determinations into a single, unified theory of socio-historical change, sublating internalist and externalist theories of modal transitions. In other words, the international, that dimension of social reality which arises specifically from the coexistence within it of more than one society, is theoretically internalist in a way that formulates this dimension as an object of social theory, organically contained, within a conception of social development itself. Point 8. For this reason, the theory has enjoyed an unprecedented revival over the last 2 decades in the disciplines of IR, development studies, and historical sociology. 9. Where a number of scholars have sought to tease out and further refine the theoretical implications of Trotsky's concept in fashioning the possibility for an entirely new understanding of human history. Point 10. In what follows, we begin by offering a schematic exposition of the theory's main concepts, unevenness and combination, from which the whip of external necessity, privilege of historic backwardness, advantages and penalties of priority, contradictions of sociological amalgamation, and substitutionism necessarily follow. In this section, we explain how the conditions of unevenness and combination produce these component mechanisms, before proceeding in the next section to consider the concept's precise spatio-temporal generalizability, that is, whether it can be fruitfully employed beyond the capitalist epoch. The theory of uneven and combined development, exposition and critiques. Unevenness. Unevenness posits developmental variations both within and between societies, along with the attendant spatial differentiations between them. The starting point for Trotsky was an empirical observation about the basic ontology of human development, that a multiplicity of societies varying in size, culture, political organization, material and non-material productivity, is a trans-historical feature of human history, its most general law. Point 11. From this empirical observation, Trotsky was able to infer both the quantitative, multiple societies, and qualitative, different societies, character of social development. 12. What he termed uneven development. But rather than simply describing two static conditions or dimensions of such development, multiplicity, difference, Trotsky instead sought to capture how their dialectical interaction, social multiplicity, intersocietal interaction, societal difference, formed the basic onto-relational texture of the historical process as a whole, wherein the shifting identity of any particular society accumulated and crystallized. Point 13. Emphasizing the specificities of any given society's development within this wider interactive intersocietal milieu, Trotsky showed how they were irreducible to any unilinear path of development. Hence, for Trotsky, Russia stood not only geographically, but also socially and historically, between Europe and Asia. 14 As both cause and effect of this international differentiation, unevenness also denoted the peculiar, local sociological forms of internal differentiation in institutional, cultural, and class relations. 15 Differential tempos and forms of change over time were matched by variations in space. This was true not only of the uneven, interactive, relations between societies, but also of the uneven relations within societies. The force of uneven development, Trotsky wrote, operates not only in the relations of countries to each other, but also in the mutual relationships of the various processes within one and the same country. 16 For example, Trotsky noted the imbalances between town and countryside. 17 And state and society. 18 Along with the differential pace of social stratification and differentiation among the peasantry. 19 In Russia, in contrast to other European forms, traversing the multiple, intersecting spatial fields of social constitution and organization, breaking with any discretely conceived notions of the national and international. 20 Trotsky's conception of unevenness prefigured later conceptions of social relations as networks or webs. 21 Without losing sight of their territorialization and statization in the modern epoch. 22 Crucially, such relations of unevenness created structural competitive conditions between societies themselves, the whip of external necessity, which in Trotsky's case referred to the competitive pressures of the European absolutist capitalist states on the less developed Russian social formation. 23 As Russian development did not occur endogenously, but always under the influences, pressures, and lessons of these more advanced societies, this in turn permitted, indeed compelled, Russia to reap a certain privilege of historic backwardness, adopting and potentially innovating on the most cutting-edge technologies, institutions and materials practices pioneered by the leading states of the international system. The assimilation and adaptation of such capitalist methods and organizational forms to Russian society as finished products also meant that the Tsarist state did not need to repeat the developmental steps or stages originally required to get there. As Trotsky put it, Soviets throw away their bows and arrows for rifles all at once, without traveling the road which lay between those two weapons in the past. 24 Yet while Trotsky emphasized the transformational effects of the more advanced European societies on the more backward Tsarist state, the whip of external necessity should be conceived not as a unidirectional structural imperative, but as one that operates in a co-constitutive and multilateral fashion, meaning that the less developed societies also influence the more developed ones in their mutually interactive processes of social and geopolitical reproduction. This was dramatically exemplified by the Mongolian Empire's transformative effects on European development over the long 13th century, see Chapter 3, point 25. Hence, developmentally differentiated societies constantly impact upon one another's geosocial development and reproduction, which in turn instigates various forms of combined development. From this perspective, social development is conceived as ineluctably multilinear, causally polycentric, and co-constitutive by virtue of its very interconnectedness. In the pre-modern world, unevenness was expressed and articulated across the various dimensions and planes of internal differentiation within the ontological whole of world societal development. The natural bases of unevenness thus lie in the ecologically given conditions that originally confronted the human species. Here we find one side of the double relationship examined by Marx and Engels in the German ideology. 26. In the first instance, humans must produce and reproduce the means of their material subsistence to survive. 27. Entering into an interactively transformational relationship with their natural and social surroundings, shaping and reconstituting these conditions in the process. In early history, the ecologically given conditions confronting the human species formed the starting point of their development. The way in which men produce their means of subsistence, Marx and Engels wrote, depends first of all on the nature of the means of subsistence they actually find in existence and have to reproduce. Thus, historical writing must set out from these natural bases and their modification in the course of history through the action of man. 28. Commenting on this passage, Justin Rosenberg notes how this natural world is not only the physical foundation of human life, it is also the largest single source of uneven development. As he goes on, climatic, topographic, and ecological differentiation across geographical space offered an enormous variety of habitats to which human groups adapted as they spread outwards from their East African home. Temporally too, the Earth was, and is, a dynamic phenomenon, uneven across time. Thus the process of peopling the Earth, largely accomplished by HGB's hunter-gatherer bands, was necessarily uneven in both space and time. This unevenness was expressed in, and further compounded by, an enormous variation in human socio-ecological adaptation. And that, was heavily consequential for the course of development both locally and globally. 29. The starting point of human development was then constituted by this nature-generated uneven, spatial topography from which all specific societies subsequently developed. What is more, the ecological variations across geographical space worked to promote further processes of internal differentiation. In the case of Russia, or more precisely, the networks of social relations forming what is now called Russia, the natural historical conditions, above all, Russia's less than favorable geographical situation standing between Europe and Asia, were the initial causes for the comparative primitiveness and slowness of its social development, stunting class formation processes and their relations with the state. 30. But human development, even in its earliest stages, was not simply uneven but also combined, as it continually contained a multiplicity of differentially developing communities that came to interact with one another in causally significant ways in their own collective reproduction. Take the example of HGBs during the Paleolithic period. Interband relations were crucial to each band's survival. HGBs could not survive as isolated units. 31 as they depended for their biological reproduction on exogamous interaction with other bands, extending networks of consanguinity which provided the basis for periodic gatherings, shared language, and security against environmental stress. 32 It was only through the uneven and interactive nature of social multiplicity entailed in such reproductive relations that political multiplicity, that is, proto-state formations, emerged in the first place. 33. Hence, Marx and Engels's double relationship was, from the very start, circumscribed by social relations that were both uneven and combined. Reframed from such a perspective, this universal characteristic of human development, the double relationship, may be reconceptualized as ontologically plural and interactive, that is, as a triple relationship spanning from 1. Nature to 2. The social to 3. The intersocietal. 34. As societies became more complex in their development, geographical factors would become progressively less fundamental in shaping the course of their coevolution. Human development, as Robert W. Cox put it, loosens the determining influence of geography. 35 There were, in other words, emergent layers and axes of the unevenness of human development that would be articulated through a multiplicity of state forms, social relations, and ideological and cultural institutions. We examine the specificities of these forms in the chapters that follow: nomadic, tributary, feudal, and so on. One of the central claims of how the West came to rule is that capitalism emerged from within and through these antecedent processes of unevenness. From its inception, capitalism's expansion thereby took a combined character, fusing with the plurality of existing sociological forms through its internationally mediated emergence. In so doing, distinctly capitalist processes would come to progressively gain control over this extant unevenness, reconstituting its fundamental quality as it unified the various instances and forms of uneven development into a single, causally integrated, world historical totality. 36. Combination. Combination, conceived at the most abstract level, refers to the ways in which the internal relations of any given society are determined by their interactive relations with other developmentally differentiated societies, while the very interactivity of these relations produces amalgamated socio-political institutions, socio-economic systems, ideologies, and material practices melding the native and foreign, the advanced and backward, within any given social formation. Bringing out the relational character of these developmental differentiations in societies, Trotsky argued that from the universal law of unevenness thus derives another law, the law of combined development. 37 As with unevenness, combination has a strong empirical referent. Multiple societies do not simply exist hermetically side by side, but interactively coexist, which by necessity, and to varying degrees, determines their collective social and geopolitical development and reproduction. 38 Trotsky's sociological explanations are consequently imbued with processes in which societies draw together different stages of the journey, combining the spatio-temporally variegated experiences of societies into unstable amalgams of the new and old. 39 In Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, we find numerous examples in which the more backward Russia attempted to developmentally catch up with the more advanced Europe by making use of Europe's existing developmental achievements. The privilege of Russia's backwardness entailed a skipping over intermediate steps of development, ensuring attempts at catch-up did not follow the same paths of antecedent developments. 40 Hence, historical backwardness does not imply a simple reproduction of the development of advanced countries, England or France, with a delay of 1, 2, or 3 centuries, Trotsky wrote, but engenders an entirely new combined social formation in which the latest conquests of capitalist technique and structure root themselves into relations of feudal or pre-feudal barbarism, transforming and subjecting them and creating peculiar relations of classes. 41 The outcome of this geopolitically interactive process was the creation of entirely new forms and modalities of development, producing amalgams of archaic with more contemporary forms. 42 Such combinations served to smash the limited boundaries of classification, thus revealing the real connections and consecutiveness of a living process. 43 In this respect, combination belies any stagist model of development, as the effects of the amalgamation of different modes of production within social formations are sociologically transformed into more than the sum of their parts. It would therefore be a mistake to conceive of any form of combined development as a kind of ideal type with which others can be compared and contrasted. Rather, there is no uniform type of combined development, but only a multiplicity of differentiated forms and trajectories. Trotsky's concept of combined development thus dispenses with all notions of deviant or aberrational forms of societies and their development. Here, however, it is important to note that while they are usually rooted in the interlacing and overcharged fusion of different modes of production, feudal, tributary, nomadic, capitalist and so on, the effects of combined development suffuse every aspect of society. It is much more than an economic phenomenon, but captures the totality of relations constitutive of a social order as a whole. As Neil Davidson puts it, the archaic and modern, the settled and disruptive, overlap, fuse, and merge in all aspects of the social formations concerned, in entirely new and unstable ways. 44 By deploying the concept of combined development, Trotsky was able to uncover the contradictory and complex concentration of many determinations. 45 Which ultimately led to a trajectory of development in which proletarian revolution first took place in Russia, economically the most backward and ideologically most reactionary state in Europe at the time. Part and parcel to these forms of sociological amalgamation are processes and methods of substitutionism. In the first instance, Trotsky employed the term substitutionism to critique Lenin's proposed reforms to party organization in 1904. The organization of the party substitutes itself for the party as a whole, then the Central Committee substitutes itself for the organization, and finally the dictator substitutes himself for the Central Committee. 46 Trotsky's prescient remarks well captured the bureaucratic processes ultimately leading to the degeneration of the Bolshevik Revolution as it slowly devolved into the personal dictatorship of Joseph Stalin. 47 After 1905, however, Trotsky appears to have broadened the scope of the term, albeit implicitly, in coming to identify it with various forms of replacement agents and institutions involved in spearheading capitalist processes of development in late industrializing societies. Examining the meager ways by which the Tsarist regime sought to solve Russia's agrarian problem, for example, Trotsky wrote of how the solution of the problems of one class by another is one of those combined methods natural to backward countries. 48 In other words, the attempts to solve the agrarian problem were not pursued by an indigenous capitalist class or even by the natural operation of the capitalist mode of production, for both these conditions were lacking in half-feudal Russia. So the Tsarist regime had to substitute itself for the putative tasks of a capitalist class corresponding to earlier processes of capitalist modernization. Referring to this extended remit of the concept which sought to capture a much wider and multifaceted phenomenon, intrinsic to combined development operating in the political, intellectual, ideological, economic, and bureaucratic spheres, Cameron Matten writes of how substitution involves the mobilization of various replacements, native and foreign, in backward polities, for the agency, institutions, instruments, materials, or methods of earlier processes of capitalist modernization in West European countries, a process in which the threatening Western foe becomes a teacher. Hence, substitutionism necessarily involves and generated amalgamated forms that are dynamically tension-prone. 49. It is precisely these dynamically tension-prone elements integral to any combined development that we conceive as contradictions of sociological amalgamation, the inorganic melding of native and foreign agencies, institutions, practices, ideologies, and socio-economic systems, resulting in time-compressed, accelerated developmental transformations assuming the form of terrible convulsions and drastic changes of former conceptions. 50. In the capitalist epoch, the overlapping and fusion of different temporalities, of different modes of productions, characteristic of such sociological amalgamations finds some affinities with Ernest Bloch's concept of non-synchronism, Ungleichzeitigkeit, the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous, Gleichzeitigkeit der Ungleichzeitigen. The objectively non-synchronous is that which is far from and alien to the present, as Bloch writes. This may in turn involve some forms and degrees of agency in which capital employs. That which is non-synchronously contrary, if not indeed disparate, as a distraction from its own strictly present-day contradictions, it uses the antagonism of a still living past as a means of separation and struggle against the future that is dialectically giving birth to itself in the capitalist antagonism. 51. While imbued with all kinds of problematic historicist assumptions, in Chakrabarty's sense of the term, the focus on these agential features of a combined development that Bloch discusses in terms of non-synchronism are significant. For whether the whip of external necessity translates into a privilege or disadvantage of backwardness, and relatedly, the degrees by which the political and ideological effects are progressive or reactionary, is dependent on the outcome of social conflicts both within the ruling class and between the ruling and subordinate classes. Thus, as Ben Selwyn highlights, it is of great importance to examine how contending social classes shape and respond to development processes through struggles, as the outcomes of these struggles impact significantly upon process and outcomes of late development. And, because the outcomes of these struggles cannot be predicted in advance, neither can the process of uneven and combined development. 52 To this extent, the socio-political and economic effects of uneven and combined development are partly and necessarily indeterminate. We cannot say in advance exactly how the developmental pressures of intersocietal relations will impact on any given society without an analysis of the changing balance and struggle of class forces, in other words, human agency, among other factors. And that changing balance is itself shaped and partly determined by the wider intersocietal milieu. This point regarding the necessity of an agential analysis as a required component of any satisfactory employment of uneven and combined development is an important one, as it directly challenges a common criticism of the theory as overly structuralist, and thus deterministic, with little or no room for political agency. 53 While the role and direction of agency is always a partly indeterminate, political process, it is nevertheless not a structureless one, that is to say, it can be explained retrodictively by invoking structural properties. One of the great benefits of the theory of uneven and combined development is how it explains sociologically differentiated forms of agency, contradicting any predetermined unilinear readings of socio-historical development, an explanation of why and how the tasks of one class are shouldered off upon another. 54 Hence, in challenging such charges of structuralism, Michael Burawoy draws attention to the intrinsically agential aspects of Trotsky's theory, which captures the accumulation of microprocesses in explaining molecular forms of social change and transformation. In this sense, it is carrying forward Marx's project of establishing the micro-foundations of a macro-sociology, of understanding how individuals make history but not necessarily in ways of their own choosing. 55. More generally, at the heart of such criticisms there seems to be a worry that casting uneven and combined development as a general abstraction evacuates concrete human praxis, rendering it an overly abstract and contentless register. 56 Devoid of any substantive theoretical explanatory capacity. And, indeed, if left at the level of a general abstraction, this would surely pose a problem, decontextualist from any conception of historically distinct social structures, the precise scales, mechanisms, and qualitative forms of unevenness and combination, to say nothing of the historically specific dynamics of political agency they give rise to, could hardly be illuminated. Yet, as detailed below, this is certainly not the intention of the theory, which proceeds through a series of descending levels of abstraction, further approximating, and reconstituting in thought, empirical reality along each step of the way. The emphasis placed in this work on the structural constraints and enabling properties of uneven and combined development, therefore, in no way seeks to erase the critical role of agents and human praxis in processes of large-scale social transformation and change. Quite the contrary, as later chapters will demonstrate, our purpose is to re-excavate the lost history of the multitude of agential processes that, whether intentionally, but more often than not unintentionally, led to and conditioned the rise of distinctly capitalist production relations over the early modern period. In particular, we aim to explore the, at times, decisive role of non-European agency in directly engaging with and subverting Eurocentric conceptions of development. From the hugely significant agency of the Mongolians over the long 13th century, Chapter 3, to that of the Ottomans during the long 16th century, Chapter 4, to the multiplicity of societies making up Southeast Asia in the 17th century, Chapter 7, through all these examples, among others, we seek to offer an analysis of the rise of capitalism that pays resolute attention to the plurality of ways in which the structural determinations emanating from both within and outside societies, interactively developing alongside one another, came to be interpreted, shaped, and often reconstituted through concrete political agency and praxis. We aim to systematically disclose the socially thick relations of interconnection and co-constitution between the West and the rest in their joint, if uneven, making of the modern capitalist world. These points regarding the need for a non-Eurocentric, agent-sensitive approach to the study of capitalism's origins are further borne out in considering how we might reconceptualize the role of the forces of production in the transition to capitalism from the perspective of uneven and combined development. For the diffusion of more advanced scientific ideas, organizational forms and technologies from east to west was an important factor in European society's ability to reap a privilege of backwardness, constituting a key precondition for the eventual emergence of capitalist social relations within them, see chapters 3 and 4. Yet it is necessary to emphasize that such processes of diffusion did not take place in a linear or even cumulative manner. Innovations in certain locales are not replicated, to borrow Trotsky's term, slavishly in all contexts, but can be appropriated, adapted, reconfigured and repurposed by different people, classes, and organizations, in variegated ways. This is not to argue that productive forces are neutral, but simply to emphasize that the specific outcomes of their development are not essential or preordained. They are determining, but not deterministic, biased but ambivalent. 57 Productive forces that push forward certain developments or benefit certain groups in particular contexts can have very different consequences in other contexts, for other groups. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution that solidified ruling class power in Britain led to social revolution in Russia. What matters then is not the primacy of productive forces, but how their adoption and adaptation is plugged into and related to other aspects of a social assemblage. In this respect, the development of productive forces cannot be understood as uniform or equalizing, but multilinear and uneven. The emphasis on multilinearity suggests we should avoid any ontologically singular conception of productive forces as pertaining to a single enterprise or a single society, hermetically sealed off from others. The variegated nature of productive forces, including labor processes, organizations of production, tools, and technologies, should alert us to the possibility that this multiplicity can be combined, they can be integrated with and interrelated to each other, across a wider intersocietal plane. This, we believe, better captures the spirit of what productive forces denote, the way in which the different means of production are combined in the act of production itself. In turn, it opens the possibility of theorizing historical developments via the heuristic of uneven and combined productive forces. For example, we demonstrate in chapters 3 and 4 how the tributary practice of caging allowed for the absorption of the techniques, capacities, and organizational forms of various societies into an integrated system of ruling class reproduction. In chapters 5 and 7, we further analyze how capitalism was built on the combination of a multiplicity of labor processes in various locales stretching from Barbados to Bunda, and back to London and Amsterdam. In short, productive forces should be conceived as uneven and combined, wherein the intersocietal, rather than the nation-state, forms the proper unit of analysis. In these different ways, uneven and combined development offers a cogent means of theoretically explaining the differentiated social forms and historically distinct agencies emerging from a single, unified process of socio-historical development, as well the geosocial effects of their interactive differences. Moreover, it is important to note that while the dynamics of combined development were revealed to Trotsky most sharply and violently in later developing societies, he nonetheless also viewed these phenomena as applicable to even the most economically advanced capitalist state of his time, the United States. In an instance of what we might call a perpetuated form of combined development, Trotsky wrote, "In America we have another kind of combined development. We have the most advanced industrial development together with the most backward, for all classes, ideology. The internal colonization was the basis on which the retarded consciousness of the workers existed. 58. On this basis, it was possible for Trotsky to advocate the strategy of permanent revolution for the black nationalist movement for self-determination in the United States. 59. Trotsky's identification of these combined paths of development in some of the most advanced capitalist societies of his time, the United States and also Germany, is particularly significant given the tendency of contemporary scholars to portray Trotsky's theory as solely confined to explaining late capitalist developers. More on this below. Point 60. Seeing through a prism darkly? Uneven and combined development beyond the Eurocentric gaze. The theory of uneven and combined development offers a potentially useful perspective in overcoming the many problems and pitfalls of the Eurocentric analyses characterizing so many extant theoretical approaches to the origins of capitalism. As our employment of unevenness and combination suggests, we must go beyond any historicist mode of thinking, as Dipesh Chakrabarty terms it, that conceives of development as the secular, empty, and homogeneous time of history. 61 Hence, against Gurminder Bambra's criticism that uneven and combined development theoretically reproduces the strong stagism of Enlightenment thinking. 62 It rather presupposes stagism in order to scramble, subvert, and transcend it. 63 The notion of stages is deployed precisely to counter stagist thinking, as Trotsky continually emphasized in his diatribes against the Menshevik position that the socialist revolution in Tsarist Russia had to wait for the bourgeois stage to complete itself. More radically still, Trotsky's political strategy of permanent revolution represented a fundamental rejection of the notion of stages as such in the definition of a qualitatively new type of revolution. 64. Underlying Bambra's critique, however, is a more fundamental point about the concept of development itself. This might be reformulated in terms of the following question: can any conceptualization of human change and transformation from the perspective of development, uneven, combined or whatever, escape certain historicist assumptions. This point is brought out in Mira Sabaratnam's searching critique of various historical sociological approaches to IR65, including the theory of uneven and combined development as formulated by Justin Rosenberg. 66. Although she claims that the theory makes a critical contribution to wresting the notion of development away from a methodologically nationalist foundation, it nonetheless remains an unsatisfactory solution to the issues created by using the idea of development as a natural benchmark for understanding human societies and their relationships. 67. As the central problematic of capitalist modernity and the founding question of historical sociology as a project, the concept of development comes packed with a number of normative assumptions about what is meaningful and, causally, significant in understanding human societies. 68. The problematic of development thus tends to conceptualize the polities of the global south as subordinate articulations of a normalist capitalist modernity that finds its full expression in the contemporary West. This reproduces a developmentalist framing of human history and a politics of developmentality in the space of former empires. 69. However, we consider Trotsky's notion of combined development useful precisely because it subverts many of the normative and historicist assumptions that Sabaratnam argues are inherent to the category of development. Indeed, the concept of combination denotes that there has never existed any pure or normal model of development. Each and every society's development has always been overdetermined 70 by its interactions with others, creating a plurality of variegated sociological amalgamations. The very unevenness and combination of historical development thus resists any kind of stylized and abstracted conceptions of European history, or any history, for that matter, that can be used as the privileged benchmark to normatively judge or comparatively contrast with others. What is more, the course that European development took throughout the historical periods we examine below was continually conditioned by non-European structural determinations and agents. The multiple histories of non-European societies and the causal processes emerging from them were, from the very outset, inscribed in the generative grammar of modern European development. In this sense, any notion of a normalist capitalist modernity that finds its full expression in the contemporary West is a pure myth. Each and every instantiation of capitalist modernity, from England to Germany, to Japan, to Bolivia, to Senegal, was, so to speak, a bastard birth. 71. Indeed, if we are to take Marx's absolute historicism, in Gramsci's sense of the term, 72 seriously, pure developmental forms do not exist. This destabilizes normative claims about any singular developmental model, whether it be England's economic development or France's political development, to take just two oft-cited examples in comparative studies, as the benchmark or standard by which other developmental trajectories are to be judged. 73. This in turn has radical implications for how comparative historical sociological analyses can be pursued fruitfully. It requires a methodological shift to something akin to Philip McMichael's notion of incorporated comparison, in which specific instances of socio-historical development are dialectically related to one another as constitutive moments of a broader world historical process. 74. The whole thereby crystallizes via a comparative analysis of its parts as moments of a differentially developing, interactive self-forming totality. 75. Hence, variations in the actual process whereby the same historical development manifests itself in different countries, Antonio Gramsci wrote, have to be related not only to the differing combinations of internal relations with the different countries, but also to the differing international relations. 76. Following the above analysis, one might find a potential contradiction in our employment and juxtaposition of such concepts as advanced and backward, modern and archaic, so central to Trotsky's works. Such terms are indeed intrinsically problematic as conventionally used and understood in popular and scholarly discourses. According to Barak Anievas, Trotsky's own use of the term backwardness was not intended as a moral judgment, but instead sought to demarcate a clear social and historical uniqueness which the terms less developed or underdeveloped do not convey. 77. Of course, this is easier said than done. Irrespective of how Trotsky employed the terms, Our own use of such categories as advanced and backward is of a rather specific kind. They denote asymmetrical relations or imbalances of power, political, economic, ideological, within and between societies, in the ways and forms by which ruling classes reproduce themselves. For example, a social formation such as the Habsburg or Ottoman Empire during the 16th century might be considered more advanced than, say, the emerging capitalist societies of the United Provinces or England, since the modalities of ruling class reproduction in the former were relatively more powerful, strong and stable. This was not only because of the geopolitical and military power differentials between these two sets of feudal tributary and nascent capitalist societies, but also possibly due to the staying power of their dominant ideologies and political institutions. Our conception of these terms thus rests on the standards set by the dominant mode of production of the epoch. By analogy, the concept of class also refers to power differentials, ruling and ruled, exploiter and exploited, expressed as a socio-political or economic, and not a normative or developmental, hierarchy. In the capitalist mode of production, for example, the capitalist class is not temporally or normatively more advanced than the working class. But it is more advanced in terms of its possession of power. If it were otherwise, the capitalist class would be incapable of oppressing and exploiting subaltern classes. Thus, we employ the categories of advanced/backward in this sense, unless otherwise stated, to capture the various asymmetrical and uneven power relations. 78 As such, our reconceptualization of the terms shares some affinities with Sabaratnam's proposed alternative concepts rich and poor or possessing/dispossessed. Whichever categories one prefers, they all allow for, as Sabaratnam puts it, a relational understanding of material conditions in the world without labeling them as deviant from the model of modernity. 79. Where we see an advantage in the use of uneven and combined development, however, is in its potential to extend the historical scope of analysis beyond the capitalist mode of production, in which categories of rich possessing/poor dispossessed are markers of power hierarchies, to non-capitalist contexts, and the very making of capitalism itself. For while the categories of advanced and backward only take on their full force under specifically capitalist conditions, their empirical referents, asymmetrical and uneven power relations, undoubtedly held in preceding epochs. This was illustrated in the widespread awe and fear that the more advanced Ottoman Empire conjured in the minds of so many 16th-century Europeans, see Chapter 4. Hence, in order to truly subvert the pristine and pure self-image of European capitalism that Sabaratnam identifies as so problematic, we need a conceptual framework that is not beholden to the capitalist epoch. Such a historical extension of uneven and combined development would appear crucial to claiming its non-Eurocentric credentials. For, as John M. Hobson suggests, the concept of uneven and combined development, insofar as it is exclusively identified with capitalism, is no less guilty of conflating the international with exclusively intra-European relations, falling prey to the typical Eurocentric assumptions of Western priority and Eastern passivity. 80 Similarly, Bamber suggests that for all of theory's focus on societal difference, its very origins remains wedded to a Eurocentric conception of capitalism derived from the Enlightenment conception of stadial development. 81 For Burek-Tansel, so long as uneven and combined development is considered specific to capitalist modernity, and this capitalist modernity is attributed to European origins, then the theory appears no different to the diffusionist claims of modernization theory and WST. 82 In short, without problematizing the origins of capitalism in Europe, the non-West remains excluded as an empirically significant yet theoretically secondary entity. 83 For uneven and combined development to simply invoke intersocietal processes is therefore not enough. It must also be capable of establishing an alternative conception of the making of capitalism, one that includes the historical, and theoretical, significance of non-European societies as active agents in the process. We turn to this question of the historical generalizability of uneven and combined development next. Trotsky beyond Trotsky? Uneven and combined development before capitalism. Thus far we have proceeded in using uneven and combined development as, unproblematically, operating across time and space. However, in doing so, we must be careful not to fall into the kind of tempo-centric ahistoricism so common to mainstream IR theories, such as realism, in which a reified nation-statist ontology of contemporary world politics is projected back in time as the suprahistorical essence of the international in general. 84 There is indeed a similar danger in using uneven and combined development as a transhistorical general abstraction. 85 That projects back in time what may in fact be the historically specific characteristics of the capitalist mode of production. This has been a criticism explicitly raised by various scholars, who have argued that Trotsky only used the concept in this more temporally delimited sense, that is, within capitalism. 86 More importantly, they claim that to extend uneven and combined development beyond capitalism would end up providing mere descriptive claims rather than explanatory ones. 87 As Sam Ashman puts it, critiquing Rosenberg's work in particular, to state that societies exist in the plural is mere description that neither helps explain the dynamic, or actual modalities, of combination between these societies, nor offers any explanation of unevenness or of the differences between societies. This is precisely because general, transhistoric, abstractions do not have explanatory power. Marx 1973-1953. To the extent that something akin to UNCD uneven and combined development can be discerned in pre-capitalist modes of production, we can only illuminate such a phenomenon with a theory of the particular mode of production in question. 88. To help us address the important issues raised by Ashman, we pick through three different ways uneven and combined development can be used. First, it can be seen as an ontology of human development, that is, as a general, abstract set of determinants highlighting a general condition confronted by all societies irrespective of historical context. Second, it can act as a methodology or set of epistemological coordinates, derived from the preceding basic ontological claim, that informs what historical material may be deemed, causally, significant, and how that material relates to each other. However, these general ontological and epistemological assumptions taken on their own do not constitute a theory as such, at least not in the specifically Marxist sense. That is, theory is only possible at the more historically specific level at which the ontological and epistemological coordinates of study are connected to more determinate, concrete categories. For example, Marx did not provide a general theory of production or a theory of modes of production in general, but rather a theory of the capitalist mode of production. In this respect, we do not consider theory and history to be distinct, they are mutually intertwined and reinforcing. In this theoretical respect, third, uneven and combined development also refers to and theorizes concrete historical processes, be they epochal or conjunctural. In other words, we may speak of a theory, or theories, of uneven and combined development in this more historically delimited sense, that is, in terms corresponding to specific epochs or conjunctures characterized by different modes of production that animate the broader dynamics of such historical temporalities. Moreover, it would also comprise the surplus of determinations deriving from the interactively generated, that is, intersocietally produced, combinations of modes of production and social formations. We consider it viable and indeed useful to deploy uneven and combined development in these related, but distinct, ways and encourage readers to keep in mind these distinctions and the different contexts in which they are used. More questions than answers, method, abstraction, and historicity in Marx's thought. As Frederick Jameson once exclaimed, always historicize, is the one absolute and we can even say transhistorical imperative of all dialectical thought. 89 Does Jameson's injunction necessarily translate into a denial of the use of transhistoricals in Marx's own methodology? We believe not, as a number of studies have well demonstrated that transhistorical abstractions did in fact play quite an important role in Marx's work. 90 As Robert West notes in a discussion of Marx's method outlined in the Grundriss, Marx insists, at the very outset, that to avoid the bourgeois misconception of capitalism as natural, one must paradoxically begin on the trans-historical level, with production in general. As the trans-historical renders visible the concrete historicity of capitalism. Point 91 explaining his method of abstraction, which begins with the general, abstract determinants which obtain in more or less all forms of societies, Marx wrote that, although the simpler category may have existed historically before the more concrete, it can achieve its full, intensive and extensive, development precisely in a combined form of society, while the more concrete category was more fully developed in a less developed form of society. Point 92. In keeping with this method of abstraction, Marx worked with a number of trans-historical categories: use value, concrete labor and production in general. Marx's use of these trans-historical categories was, however, strikingly different from their employment within much contemporary mainstream political economy and IR. In realist theories of IR, for example, a theoretical abstraction such as anarchy takes the form of the primary explanans of the argument, from which all other relevant concepts, such as the balance of power, national interest and security dilemma, are deduced. From this perspective, the abstraction forms the theory itself. In contrast, for Marx, a general abstraction functions as an inbuilt assumption, the existence of a concrete general condition whose historically specific form has to be accounted for by still further explanans. General abstractions are, in other words, question-begging. They serve the purpose of isolating particular objects of study, which in turn raise analytical questions that can only be answered through their connection to other abstracted moments and concretist through their historical contextualization and analysis. Marx's explanations took place not by the reduction of social reality into a simplified and elegant abstraction, but by the expansion and complexification of the object under study. Hence, again in contrast to the bourgeois method which seeks to identify a unitary essence in the object, of study, the abstraction, for Marx an abstraction cannot be judged heuristically useful by what elements of concrete reality it successfully excludes, but by what elements of concrete reality are opened up for further exploration. In short, rather than positing abstractions, such as anarchy, as the explanans of theory, general abstractions need to be conceived as explananda, things that require further explanation. Used in this way, general abstractions are best understood as a guiding thread, an orientation for empirical and historical research, not a theoretical substitute for it. Point 93. As such, Marx's abstractions do not provide, on their own, the concepts required for theory. Point 94. Nor do they act as axioms from which secondary and tertiary concepts are derived, where concretization takes place in a unilinear fashion from the abstract to concrete. Instead, they provide the basic ontological presuppositions needed for more determinate, historically specific categories to be brought to light. In Capital Volume I, for example, the commodity is understood as a bearer of both the general, trans-historical need to produce use values and the historically specific conditions under which such production occurs, the production of exchange values. Similarly, labor is at once conceptualized as concrete labor, the general feature of all human labor, and abstract labor, the historically specific condition under which concrete labor takes place in capitalism. Marx thus claims that the general abstraction of concrete labor expresses an immeasurably ancient relation valid in all forms of society, which nevertheless achieves practical truth as an abstraction only as a category of the most modern society. Point 95. Here again we see how Marx employs trans-historical abstractions to bring out the very historicity of their more concrete and specific forms in different epochs. Marx was not seeking to build a trans-historical theory of labor or use value, for example, but instead sought to introduce these concepts as question-begging presuppositions in his construction of a historically specific theory of the capitalist mode of production. As such, the contents of categories are not rigidly fixed, but developed in their historical or logical process of formation. Point 96. The method required to do this involves viewing the object of study through different historically specific contextual prisms, different analytical vantage points or windows. the view from any singular vantage point will tend to be flat and lack perspective. Therefore, it is necessary to analyze the concrete from a multiplicity of different abstractions, that is, to deploy multiple vantage points in order to disclose the complexity of social relations and determinations in any given historical context. By moving across different vantage points in this way, those elements formerly hidden by any one-sided abstraction will come into view, thus reconstituting the object of study by adding greater depth and perspective. Point 97. In short, Marx explained by carving open analytical and theoretical spaces that would necessitate the introduction of, and relation to, additional explanatory determinations, derived from alternative vantage points. Hence, across capital as a whole, Marx repeatedly changed register and, analyzed social relations through different conceptual prisms, moving from the singular capitalist enterprise 98 to circulation 99 to many capitals. 100 in Capital. Each analytical shift of this kind served to destroy the simplicity of anterior vantage points and complicate their phenomenology by bringing them into interrelation with other abstracted moments. 101. Through the disclosure of the relations between these expanding sets of abstracted moments, the multiplicity of concrete conditions and determinations pertaining to the capitalist mode was unearthed and reconstituted in thought. In like fashion, we argue that uneven and combined development can be utilized in a similar, though not identical, way in filling out a distinctively historical materialist theory of the international. Used in this way, uneven and combined development is not a theory in itself. It is, rather, a methodological fix, or more precisely, a progressive problem shift, within the broader research program of historical materialism. 102 The why, how, and in what forms development is uneven and combined in different historical periods can only be explicated by more concrete categories and determinations accompanying a mode of production-centered analysis. As our exposition demonstrates, the ontology of uneven and combined development postulates that historical processes are always the outcome of a multiplicity of spatially diverse nonlinear causal chains that combine in any given conjuncture. What this compels historians and sociologists to do methodologically is to analyze history from a multiplicity of different spatio-temporal vantage points, or overlapping spatio-temporal vectors of uneven and combined development. 103, in order to uncover these causal chains. In this schema, an emphasis on the origins of capitalism in Europe, or the English countryside à la Brenner, would constitute one of many spatio-temporal vectors of uneven and combined development, one that must be complemented and combined with other determinations analyzed from alternative vantage points. 104 It would be one that is, in turn, related to a number of extra-European determinations bound up in the histories of colonialism, slavery, and the Asian merchant trades, to name but a few of the processes examined in the following pages. In short, uneven and combined development stresses, indeed necessitates, a genuinely internationalist historiography. 105 of the origins of capitalism. We now explicate how these ontological and methodological pointers would be generative of a theory, or more precisely theories, of uneven and combined development. Modes of production versus uneven and combined development. A false antithesis. Ashman's injunction to contextualize any historically determinate form of uneven and combined development through a theory of the particular mode of production in question and its relations and dynamics is exactly how we seek to employ the concept in the pages that follow. 106 Indeed, as Rosenberg explicitly states regarding the use of uneven and combined development as a general abstraction, the concept cannot furnish the particularities of any given mode of production, which are necessary for the general abstraction to be cached in. 107 We are in complete agreement with this type of approach. 108 While uneven and combined development can indeed be conceived as a transhistorical phenomenon, or more precisely, a transmodal one, it must remain sensitive to the massive qualitative differences between its various iterations in any given mode of production. We have come to prefer the term transmodal, as the transhistorical can be, and has been, interpreted as conceiving of uneven and combined development as a kind of supersocial, ahistorical phenomenon that replaces, rather than complements, a mode of production-centered theory of development. 109 To say uneven and combined development functions in a transmodal sense therefore highlights the ways in which it only operates in and through historically distinct modes of production, which provide the explanations for the specific dynamics, scales, and qualitative forms of unevenness and combination. The incorporation of uneven and combined development as a general abstraction into such a mode of production-based framework in turn offers a sensitivity to and theoretical internalization of those intersocietal dimensions of causality which so often fall out of mode of production-based analyses or remain external to their theoretical premises. This method of analysis consequently demands the reconstruction of historical materialism's basic theoretical premises in a way that incorporates these interactive, differentiated and multilinear, that is, intersocietal, aspects of human development as a whole. 110. In this book, we examine the historically distinct dynamics, scales, and forms of uneven and combined development in no less than 5 modes of production: the nomadic, tributary, feudal, slave-based and capitalist. As we demonstrate, each of these modes generated very different forms of unevenness and combination, belying any kind of suprahistorical theorization. Moreover, the various interactions between these modally differentiated societies produced a multiplicity of variegated sociological amalgamations, representing entirely new modalities of development whose laws of motion were more than the sum of their parts, defying any neat modal classificatory schemas. Such sociological combinations were not either / or but both and more. Following this perspective, uneven and combined development's distinct causal determinations, articulated and expressed through intersocietal relations, are in every instance historically specific to and variable across any given mode of production. In other words, a theory of any given mode of production must be incorporated into an understanding of the particular form of unevenness and combination, as the specific articulations, scales, and dynamics of such a phenomenon will, without it, remain entirely inexplicable. At the same time, what the general abstraction of uneven and combined development provides is a methodological sensitivity to those intersocietal dimensions of development that are either entirely ignored or only externally related to the emergence and reproductive dynamics of any given mode of production. The specific theorizations we offer, nomadic, tributary, feudal, slave, and capitalist, will be provided in the substantive historical engagements that follow, not least because the theoretical articulation of uneven and combined development can only take place, we argue, in and through historical study. Conclusion: towards an internationalist historiography of capitalism. As shown in Chapter 1, the debate on the transition to capitalism has been marked by the dual intersecting problems of abstracting capitalism's development from the intersocietal conditions in which it is inherently embedded, the coexistence and interaction of a multiplicity of differentiated societies, and the concomitant focus on Europe as the prime mover of socio-historical change and transformation. This led to the universalization of Europe as the originary and privileged space of modernity. 111 Directly engaging these two problems in the proper study of capitalism's emergence, this chapter has offered the theory of uneven and combined development in furnishing a more internationalist, non-Eurocentric framework. We have argued that uneven and combined development is best understood in 3 related yet distinct ways. First, it operates as an ontology that fundamentally reconstitutes a materialist conception of history by incorporating non-identity and multiplicity, unevenness, into its premises. From this first feature arises the second, a methodology which emphasizes the need to study historical sociology from a multiplicity of spatio-temporally diverse vectors of uneven and combined development. We argued that these first 2 features do not, on their own, constitute theory. The latter can only be generated by linking more abstract categories to more concrete, determinate, historically specific ones. That is, it is only at the level of any given mode of production that we can speak of theory. But we have also argued that uneven and combined development goes beyond mode of production analysis by capturing the surplus of determinations created by the interaction of different modes of production or social formations. Finally, we argued that due to the inseparability of theory and history, Uneven and combined development also refers to concrete historical processes. From these ontological and methodological pointers we now seek to cash in our hitherto abstract discussion on the terrain of history. The next chapter proceeds with our historical investigation into the extra-European, intersocietal origins of capitalism over the longue durée. It begins with an analysis of the transformative impact of the Mongol Empire's expansion and the resulting westward spread of the Black Death on the rise of capitalism in northwestern Europe over the long 13th century. Chapter 3. The long 13th century. Structural crisis. Conjunctural catastrophe. History is always written from the sedentary point of view and in the name of a unitary state apparatus, at least a possible one, even when the topic is nomads. What is lacking is a nomadology, the opposite of a history. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, 19801. Introduction. The study of nomadic societies has typically been framed by a dichotomy between the state and non-state, and a complementary stadial or evolutionist model of development. Positing a unidirectional historical movement from nomadic to sedentary societies, from tribal communities to modern states, this model has informed a broader historicist prioritization of state over non-state agents. In this evolutionist model, nomadic societies have functioned as the equivalent to primitive communities in classical social theory, a comparative ideal type against which modern forms of state and society can be defined. Point 2. Similarly, models of the segmentary tribe that were developed as part of a wider ideology of 19th century colonialism have often been superimposed onto the study of Eurasian nomads. Point 3. In the colonial period, the dominant image of the nomad was that of a simple people, fierce and free, living an exotic life of barbaric lawlessness. Point 4. In later historiography, nomadic empires were presented as arrested 5 and static 6 social forms that acted as brakes 7 on development, and were therefore susceptible to degeneration. Point 8. These images have subsequently been juxtaposed against the dynamism, civilization, rationality, and social stratification that supposedly characterizes the modern state. With these rigid distinctions between civilized and barbaric, the study of nomadism has shared, and continues to share, significant similarities with other forms of Orientalism and Eurocentrism. As such, it is worth remembering that the ideological construction of the primitive nomad tallied with a history of violent subordination, annihilation, and sedentarization of nomadic communities. Through modern state formation and colonialism, nomads were subdued and subsumed into the codified and territorialist ambit of the modern state, a process that continues to this day. Point 9. For example, the supposed failure of Native American nomads to enclose and replenish their land led many Europeans to conclude that their colonization of the New World was legitimate. See Chapter 5. Point 10. Subsequently, the remnants of nomadic life in North America were systematically eradicated through state-led sedentarization in the 19th century. Point 11. Similarly, the modernization of the Ottoman state in the 19th century was accompanied by a policy of forced settlement of nomads, along with a legitimating ideology of Ottoman Orientalism which painted nomads under its jurisdiction as savages who required civilizing. Point 12. In the same period, the Russian Empire forced its nomadic population to settle as part of its attempts to modernize the creaking Tsarist state. This too was complemented by an ideological construction of the nomad as uncivilized. Point 13. The legacy of this subjection has reverberated through the social sciences, which have subsequently been relatively dismissive of the role played by nomadic people in the shaping of modern states and societies, both historically and contemporaneously. Point 14. As Ivor Newman and Einar Wigen argue, the very assumption of nomadic backwardness precluded the possibility of more advanced sedentary states being positively influenced by nomads. Consequently, even the most sophisticated contributions to the literature on state building do not touch base with the Eurasian steppe. Point 15. In short, the historiography of nomads is marked by a persistent and, we argue, problematic erasure of nomads from the history of capitalist modernity. This chapter aims to demonstrate that this exclusion is no longer sustainable, and that an appreciation of the influence of the nomadic Mongol Empire is central to any analysis of how the modern capitalist world came into being. In this respect, We follow the lead of a number of scholars who have highlighted the pervasive influence on world history of nomadic communities operating on the Eurasian steppe, from the formation of Asian empires to the commercial prefiguration of the modern world system. 16 We acknowledge and take up some of these arguments, but with two important modifications. First, accounts that have emphasized the influence of nomadic empires in the making of Asian history. 17 Have not extended their geographical scope to address how this history impacted the origins of capitalism in Europe. Second, those authors who do focus on their influences on Europe. 18 Have typically concentrated on quantitative increases in trade and transfers of knowledge and artifacts that took place in the medieval period. 19 However, what they have yet to capture is how such commerce-induced transfers impacted on the qualitative transformation from feudal to capitalist social relations. In contrast to both tendencies, we argue that the expansion of the Mongolian Empire was a crucial vector of uneven and combined development which contributed to the making of capitalist modernity over the longue durée. Considering the task at hand, it is worth noting two ways in which we consider uneven and combined development especially useful in redeeming the agency of the Mongolian Empire. First, uneven and combined development calls for a radically anti-stadial model of development and a nonlinear conception of history. This provides an important corrective to evolutionist assumptions that underpin the study of nomadic societies, for any ideal typical understanding of nomadism would in every instance have to be reconceptualist in a way that incorporates the sorts of combination that arise from intersocietal relations. To paraphrase Peter Jackson, there are no pure nomadic polities, but only hybrids. 20 The subversion of the evolutionist approach also undermines the assumption that, on the historicist hierarchy of sedentary versus nomadic societies or state versus non-state, nomadic communities lack historical agency. So second, the idea of uneven and combined development does away with intersocietal relations conceived in realist terms as externally related but occasionally colliding states, and instead allows us to grasp more itinerant and non-state forms of territoriality as an active part of international relations, state formations, and world history more broadly. An awareness of this itinerant territoriality is precisely why uneven and combined development can offer a way of theorizing the significance of nomadism in general, and the Mongolian Empire in particular, for world history. In doing so, uneven and combined development also provides theoretically and empirically generative ways of reintroducing the importance of nomadism into historical narratives of the origins of capitalism. We take up this task in the sections that follow. In the first section, we examine the impact of the Mongolian Empire on the socio-economic and political development of Europe, demonstrating how it facilitated cross-cultural flows of commerce, trade, technologies, ideas, and more, while also spurring significant technological innovations. The second section goes on to examine the unintended destructive yet regenerative consequences of the Mongol Empire's unification of the world by disease, an often overlooked and under-theorized form of intersocietal interaction. The spread of the Black Death to Europe engendered significant institutional and socio-economic developments and a transformation of the balance of class forces, which directly led to the transition from feudalism to capitalism in the English countryside. The conclusion then teases out the historical analysis's broader implications for the study of world history and historical sociology more generally. Pax Mongolica as a vector of uneven and combined development. It is worth recalling that in the late medieval and early modern epochs, Europe was in no sense destined to rise to the position of global prominence it currently holds. Up until at least the mid-13th century, the social formations making up Europe were in fact the least developed region of a world system of increasing economic integration and cultural contacts between East and West. 21 Arising late on the periphery of this world system, European development had the most to gain from the new intersocietal links being forged, particularly through the diffusion of new technologies and resource portfolios spreading from East to West. 22 The principles of mathematics, navigational inventions, arts of war and significant military technologies all originated in the more scientifically and militarily advanced Asian societies, only to then eventually pass to the more backward European societies. 23 This then enabled European, states to acquire the means to revolutionize their own societies in much more intensive concentrations of time than had the original purveyors. Such late developing societies did not need to start from scratch, but could instead acquire and refine the most advanced technologies and organizational forms pioneered by earlier developers. In these ways, the societies that came to form Europe benefited from a certain privilege of historic backwardness, 24, a key precondition for the eventual emergence of capitalism in them. Crucial to this process of worldwide interconnection was the globalizing dynamic of the robustly expansionist Mongol Empire, which over the course of the long 13th century, 1210 to 1350, unified much of the Eurasian landmass, putting the Turkmeni of Europe and China in direct contact with one another for the first time in 1,000 years. 25 The emergence of the Mongol Empire and its effects on other societies' development were of world historical significance, as this section demonstrates. We must first, however, examine the dynamics of the nomadic mode of production in explaining the precise forms, scales and articulations of uneven and combined development during this epoch. The nomadic mode of production and uneven and combined development. The sources of the expansionist tendencies of the Mongolian steppe clans can be found in their distinctive form of production, nomadic pastoralism. Unlike sedentary agricultural societies, the means of production for nomads were herds rather than soil. 26 Since herds were themselves dependent on land not occupied by nomads, any systematic development of productive forces was limited, as was the quantity of surplus produced. In order to generate new surpluses, nomads had to therefore integrate, by conquest or consent, more and more productive units from which they could extract tribute. 27. Figure 3.1 The Mongol Empire, c. 1294. Source, www.thestudentroom.co.uk, access January 12, 2015. Consequently, the nomadic mode of production had a tripartite mechanism for the reproduction of social life. First, there was the necessity of locating grazing land for animals in the herd. Constrained by the spotty and archipelagic 28 distribution of cultivable land in the steppe, migrations tended to be semi-annual between high pastures in the summer and lower steppes in the winter, imbuing nomadism with a continuous and far-reaching mobility. This mobility, and the social structure it entailed, endowed nomadic life with militaristic traits. War and conquest developed from being necessities in the productive process to forming a part of the polity and identity of the community's members. 29 Second, there was the necessity of raiding sedentary communities for grains, manufactures and luxury goods. 30 Here the mobility, discipline, and hardiness of the nomadic mounted archer proved an irresistible military force which contributed to innovations both technical and strategic. 31 Third, in their interactions with sedentary societies, nomads also made use of their mobility to develop extensive trade relations with widely disparate sedentary communities. This in turn facilitated the communication and transfer of technologies and information over long distances, as further examined below. 32 Nomadic empire building was consequently invariably conducted along caravan routes that facilitated the appropriation of surpluses through the mechanisms of trade and tribute. 33 Economic openness in the conquered lands was therefore crucial to the reproduction of nomadic empires. These lands acted as logistical mechanisms for the supply of food, strategic resources, luxury goods, tributes, and taxes. 34. Such a mode of production tended towards a proto-state or headless 35 state form which could manage these three elements, coordinating migrations around new pastures, leading conquering missions, and mediating between a multiplicity of nomadic and sedentary societies. The mobility of migrations also meant that the nomadic relationship to land was not one of ownership, and the limited nature of extensive pastoral farming meant that the accumulation of surpluses was restricted by climatic unreliability. 36 Thus, nomadism was adverse to the centralization of power and resources, an essential basis for any private ownership of land and form of sovereign authority, and was instead marked by horizontal and disaggregated social relationships between society members. 37 This was complemented by an ideology of inclusiveness and quasi-equality, where social relations between members of the community were articulated in terms of companionship and comradeship. 38. In particular, this horizontally and flexibility of nomadic groups facilitated collective collaboration in raiding better protected sedentary communities. Because intratribal or supertribal organizations were so heavily predicated on warfare, 39 unification tended to occur through the appointment of a supreme chief, or Khan, who would represent the higher unity of these horizontal structures. 40 Hence, political authority tended to be concentrated according to the personal qualities of the most skilled warrior in the position of chief, who was best suited to leading the joint ventures of migration and raiding. 41. With intersocietal interactions between uneven polities at the heart of social reproduction, the nomadic mode of production begot combined development. This was most clearly expressed in the transformation of both nomadic and sedentary societies through their interactions. Because nomadism required the material products of sedentary societies, many sedentary cultures became a source and model for comparison, borrowing, imitation, or rejection. 42 Moreover, combination worked reciprocally. Nomadic technologies, cultures, and traditions were also imitated by sedentary societies. 43 The qualities of mobility and war readiness made nomads especially attuned to extorting surpluses from sedentary societies through raids, and under certain conditions conquest. 44 This external nomadic whip necessitated a response from sedentary societies toward more ordered politics and better equipped military organizations, something that was only possible with greater accumulation and centralization of resources. As a result, sedentary societies required the creation of surpluses, and their appropriation, and so social stratification and the concentration of political powers were needed in personified arbitrary authorities or states. In these ways, sedentary societies tended to unwittingly replicate political features of nomadic societies. 45. At the same time, interactions with sedentary states led to the consolidation of larger and stronger administrative and military institutions among nomads, in order to better conduct wars and raids, or to control trade routes. Such expansions precipitated the emergence of centralist standing armies and the Supreme Khan's personal bodyguards, often to unprecedented scales. 46 Such a growth of centralist military functions was maintained primarily through the semi-institutionalization of the raid, through tribute and eventually by the direct taxation of sedentary subjects. 47 And as the importance of tribute and taxation to the modalities of ruling class reproduction grew, nomadic empires tended to incorporate bureaucrats from conquered sedentary territories in order to administer these functions of surplus extraction. 48 Finally, nomadic ideology was re-articulated in order to legitimize the shift in social relations from horizontal to vertical and from semi-egalitarian to hierarchical. 49 In short, the uneven relations between nomadic and sedentary societies tended towards the complexification of nomadic political structures as a result of the confrontation and consequent amalgamation. 50 Synthesis 51 or caging 52 of these multiple and varied social forms. 53 And it was through such processes of combined development that nomadism could tend towards semi-tributary modes of production, either through processes of nomadic empire building, Mongol, Ottoman, or through the nomadic pressures on sedentary states to consolidate, as exemplified by the Mughal, Chinese, Byzantine and Muscovite empires. When we see nomadism as developing combined social formations, it is therefore possible to move away from an essentialist understanding of nomadism as static, simple, or primitive to an understanding that recognizes the often unprecedented levels of sophistication in the organization of state and society achieved by polities such as the Mongolian Empire, along with their impact on other more advanced sedentary societies. Moreover, these combined characteristics help to clarify the central contradiction in the nomadic mode of production between tendencies towards a hierarchical, stratified sedentarization, on the one hand, against the horizontal flexibility of nomadism, on the other. Because this contradiction was so deeply imbued with intersocietal determinations, it tended to be expressed first and foremost geopolitically. 54 The ebb and flow of nomadization and sedentarization, created by intranomadic and nomad, Sedentary internecine conflicts over access to land or spoils of raids, meant that communities were constantly uprooted and moved to more secure areas for grazing and/or agriculture. 55. Waves of nomadic empire building therefore tended to create chain reactions of displacement, migration, and resettlement that transmitted the peoples and traditions of nomadism throughout Inner Asia to its hinterlands. Such was the reach of Inner Asian nomadic empires that their legacy could be found to the north in the Muscovy Empire, to the south in the Mughal Empire, to the west in the Safavid and Seljuk empires, and to the east in the Yuan and Manchu dynasties. 56. In short, the contradictions at the heart of nomadic form of uneven and combined development meant that nomadic empire building could be simultaneously generative and destructive. The varied developmental experiences implied in this contradiction are explored below. The world historical significance of the Mongol Empire. The impact of the Mongol conquests on the subsequent trajectory of world history was profound. Once relatively isolated entities, the different sedentary and nomadic societies making up the whole of the Eurasian landmass were now interactive components of a unified system. 57 of geopolitical relations. What we then find in the world of the 13th and 14th centuries is a plurality of differentiated societies, based on different modes of production, tributary in Asia, nomadic in the steppes, feudal in Europe, constituting a single interactive geopolitical whole. Within this ontological whole, each society's conditions of existence necessarily impinged on and entered into its logics of reproduction, creating an interdependence of the structures of social, material, and cultural life. 58 Nomadic expansionism thus represented an early form or vector of uneven and combined development. The effects of the Mongol raids and conquests on West and East were, however, gravely different. The pressure of nomadic expansionism was one of the main reasons for the differentiated development of Eastern and Western Europe, as the former's internal evolution was continually impeded by successive nomadic invasions. The pattern and frequency of these invasions, Perry Anderson writes, made them one of the basic coordinates of the formation of Eastern Europe. 59 The invasions hindered both the development of the productive forces and the state system in Eastern Europe, marking it off from Western Europe as its own distinct geopolitical and socio-economic unit. 60. For China too, the Mongol invasions profoundly arrested economic development. E. L. Jones claims that the human destruction wrought by the Mongol conquest of Sung China was so large that it must have obliterated economic life over wide areas. 61 Similarly, according to Alan Smith, after the overthrow of the Sung dynasty by the invading Mongols in 1276, China never regained the dynamism of its past. 62 For this reason, Eric Mielant cites the Mongol conquest as an important variable in explaining why China, despite its high levels of economic growth, was unable to make the transition to capitalism. 63 As Europe would come to expand economically as a result of the transcontinental trading system established by the Pax Mongolica, many of the pre-Mongolian commercial networks and trading states of Central Asia were negatively affected, if not entirely destroyed, by the Golden Horde. 64 While the hitherto more powerful states that made up China, the Middle East and Russian territories were persistently burdened by the Tartar yoke, Western Europe benefited. 65 This was a key reason for the divergent, variegated paths of socio-economic development in different regions. 66 It can be said, then, that the uneven and combined development of the Pax Mongolica exacerbated the developmental unevenness between East and West, as well as within Europe itself. Although by 1350 the Mongol Empire had disintegrated into a number of rivaling khanates, the continuing nomadic threat to China's inner Asian land frontier persisted. The strategic dilemma posed by the nomads is often cited as a key reason for the Ming dynasty's retreat from the sea, represented by their famous decision not to follow up Admiral Zheng He's naval expeditions in the Indian Ocean. The inward turn of the Ming Empire, though often exaggerated, nonetheless did signal the abandonment of seaborne expansion, and as an indirect result, the eventual weakening of the empire vis-a-vis its soon-to-be Western competitors. 67 The very withdrawal of powerful Chinese fleets from commercially and strategically important nodes of the Indian Ocean littoral meant that the Portuguese and Dutch had a considerably freer rein during their later, 16th century penetration into the region. assisting their success in capturing vital emporia and crucial strategic locations throughout the ocean. In this sense, Chinese abdication was Europe's gain. 68 Had it not been for China's central strategic problem, the nomadic threat, we could speculate that it might well have reached the Americas first. 69. By contrast, for Western Europe, the effects of the Mongol invasions and the formation of the Pax Mongolica were primarily beneficial for economic development. 70 In addition to lowering commercial protection and the transaction costs of overland trade, in many cases the Mongols actively guaranteed the safety of merchants traveling in the regions they controlled, while offering lucrative commercial and territorial privileges to European states on the basis of treaties or concessions. An example of these concessions is the agreement negotiated by the Venetian ambassadors Giovanni Quirino and Pietro Giustiniano with Khan Ozbeg for the founding of a comptoir in Tana, which included a territorial concession, favorable taxation, protection for the merchants, and provisions in case of legal disputes. 71. The Mongol Empire also facilitated the diffusion of such key military technologies as navigational techniques and gunpowder. 72 From East Asia to Europe, all of which were crucial to Europe's subsequent rise to global prominence. As new military technologies were critical tools of conquest and administration, the Mongols would acquire such technologies in one society and then deploy them in another to better enable imperial expansion and control, resulting in their continual spread. 73 Without the Mongol peace, it is hard to imagine any of the rest of Western history working out quite as it did, Felipe Fernandez Armisto writes, for these were the roads that carried Chinese ideas and transmitted technology westward and opened up European minds to the vastness of the world. 74. While the Mongol threat to China represented a whip of external necessity structuring and redirecting Chinese development, the structural geopolitical space created by the Pax Mongolica and its effects on Western European societies was something more akin to what we might term a gift of external opportunity. But crucially, these gifts were determined by the agency of the Mongolians themselves, by what the Mongols liked, needed, and were interested in. Consequently, the sorts of cross-cultural exchange that took place in the Pax Mongolica were functions of, and adaptations to, the requirements of Mongolian imperial reproduction. 75 Hence, as further examined below, Mongolian agency played a significant role in the creation of some of the crucial preconditions that launched Europe onto the path of capitalist development and, much later, global supremacy. Trade, commerce, and socio-economic development under the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol rulers formed a symbiotic relationship with merchants from all over Eurasia as the booty from their conquests became increasingly insufficient to finance the empire's administration. To supplement their finances, the Mongols sought to derive profit from trade across their domains. They were, Ronald Findley tells us, the natural supporters of free trade as the Mongols materially benefited from the free flow of goods and factors across their domains since this increased the wealth they could extract for themselves. 76 Merchants thereby became the foundation of the state. 77 In search of a steady stream of income, the Mongol rulers therefore actually sought to promote trade, making them a key agent in the rise of the virtual world market of the 13th and 14th centuries. No effort was spared to encourage all kinds of commercial activity, Virgil Syasilton writes, as Figure 3.2 Master of Bizico, Kublai Khan giving support to the Venetians, 1412. Source, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/file:/giving_support_to_the_Venetians.jpg, accessed October 27, 2014. They allowed unhindered access for foreigners in the lands which they governed, guaranteed safety for travelers, and ensured the proper conditions for transport of goods, which of course also included setting custom duties at an attractive level. Any measure which would increase trade was considered good. 78. The Mongols were exceptional in their willingness and capacity to provide the infrastructural foundations for intersocietal trade even when the formal backing of European states was lacking or absent. 79. The establishment of the Pax Mongolica was then a major boon for overland trade connecting east to west, which notably benefited northwestern Europe. It created a transcontinental trading system in which commerce, trade, technologies, and ideas traveled along the Silk Road like never before. 80 This has led some scholars to go so far as to attribute the origins of globalization to the unification of the Eurasian landmass accomplished by the Mongols. 81 Having connected the disparate regions of Eurasia under a single authority for the first and indeed only time in history. 82 The Mongols contributed to the emergence of a nascent world economy by facilitating land transit with less risk and lower protective rent. Merchants and goods were now able to travel more safely over these vast distances, thereby establishing a trade route which briefly broke the monopoly of the more southerly routes. 83. This was particularly beneficial for the proto-capitalist merchants of the Italian city-states Venice and Genoa, for whom Mongolian protection in Central Asia was central to their preponderance and growth in the Black Sea region. 84 The activities of Italian merchants crucially depended on the Mongols' willingness and capacity to create and maintain favorable trading conditions. 85 While a number of historians have emphasized the importance of the Treaty of Nymphaeus, 1261, in establishing Genoa's commercial monopoly east of the Bosporus, less noted is the fact it was the Mongols that allowed its merchants to set up shop in the Crimea in the first place. 86. What is more, the decreased transaction and protection costs across the overland trade routes resulted in an unprecedented expansion of the market for Western European cities, in turn promoting growing and complexified divisions of labor in most European urban industries. 87 In particular, the expanded international demand for cloth stimulated the textile industry in the Low Countries. 88 Which proved critical to the urban agrarian symbiosis that characterized the rise of capitalist social relations in parts of the late medieval Netherlands, see Chapter 6. 89 The widened market for wool in Flemish towns would in turn encourage English landowners in the Stuart period to convert to commercial agriculture. 90 For these reasons, Mielants concludes, it would be Eurocentric to claim that medieval development in Europe was nothing but auto-development. 91. In all these ways, the Mongol Empire provided the propitious geopolitical conditions for the extensive development of market relations, trade, urban growth, and perhaps most importantly an increasingly complex division of labor in Western Europe, the latter constituting an integral aspect of the development of the productive forces. To be clear, this did not automatically entail the advent of capitalist relations of production, but it did provide the preconditions for their subsequent emergence. 92 For growing urban centers provided not only the gravitational pull on peasants seeking to escape serfdom, but also a growing demand for agricultural products, which were increasingly produced for the market. As Terence Byers explains, the sizable market for agricultural products was the outcome of considerable urban development, and the consequent existence of considerable urban demand, and the emergence of an enormous network of smaller markets and craft centers. 93 The development of complex commercial networks of interconnected city sites was, then, an important aspect of the story of capitalism's emergence, one significantly enhanced by the intensification and securing of long-distance trade relations under the Pax Mongolica. Although trade between West and East would significantly decrease with the disintegration of the Mongol Empire, European interest in trade with the Far East never died. Memories of the commerce carried on by European merchants, and especially Marco Polo's stories, maintained knowledge of the Far East, and the desire for renewed access to it. Moreover, by unifying hitherto isolated civilizations as interactive components of a single geopolitical system, the Mongol conquest significantly altered the conceptual and ideological horizons of the Europeans as they came to view the world as a unified whole. This widened conception of the world would eventually prove a further motivation for long-distance voyages among Europeans in the Age of Expansion, instigating Genoan Portuguese ventures around the Cape of Good Hope, as well as the accidental discovery of the Americas. 94 Consequently, as Sam Adshed puts it, if Europe came to dominate the world, it was possibly because Europe first perceived there was a world to dominate. There is a straight line from Marco Polo to Christopher Columbus, the eastward-looking Venetian to the westward-looking Genoese. 95. Finally, we must note the important benefits afforded to Europe in the wake of the Mongol Empire's collapse. For after Pax Mongolica had established the trade links and intersocietal exchanges facilitating the First World System, its fall provided critical advantages for Europe's subsequent rise to global domination. First, it was precisely the disintegration of the Mongol Empire that provided the propitious geopolitical space through which the societies of Europe could make strident developmental gains. This was because the increase in protection and transportation costs on the overland route, and the concomitant shift to maritime trade in the Indian Ocean littoral, precipitated a political crisis in numerous inner Asian states. 96 In this sense, as Janet Abu-Lughod notes, it was the fall of the East that set the conditions for the later rise of the West, as the devolution of this pre-existing system established by the Pax Mongolica facilitated Europe's easy conquest. 97. In yet another instance of the gift of external opportunity, Europe conquered or subsumed commercial routes and networks that had been previously developed by the Pax Mongolica over the long 13th century. The Europeans did not need to invent the system, since the basic groundwork was in place by the 13th century when Europe was still only a recent and peripheral participant. 98 But, moreover, the commercial shift to the Indian Ocean intersected with Europe's own entry into these maritime routes, forming a crucial economic and strategic platform from which particular European powers, especially Britain, would later launch their drive to global domination. See Chapter 8. The rise and fall of the Pax Mongolica were thus crucial moments in kick-starting the developmental trajectory that eventually led to the rise of capitalism in Europe, while providing the critical intersocietal conditions from which Europe would begin its ascent to global supremacy. Apocalypse then, the Black Death and the crisis of feudalism. The Black Death is often cited as a major conjunctural factor in explaining both the terminal crisis of the feudal mode of production in Europe and the crucial shifts in the balance of class forces leading to the eventual rise of capitalist social relations. 99 Some scholars have gone so far as to cite the Black Death as the main reason for the development of capitalism in Western Europe. 100 Whatever emphasis is placed on the precise significance of the Black Death, it is generally agreed among historians that the already existing crisis within the feudal mode of production was supercharged by the pandemic shock caused by the Black Death, heralding a watershed in the transition to capitalism. 101 By stimulating state formation processes throughout Western Europe while spurring on urbanization and commercialization, the late medieval crisis may have marked the most decisive step in the continent's long trajectory to capitalism and world hegemony. 102 Yet rarely, if ever, does this contingent factor enter into the theorization of the process of systemic dissolution and reconstruction itself. And, we might ask, why should it? How could any historical sociology theorize such a phenomenon? The reason is that in both origin and effect the Black Death was a social phenomenon, or more precisely an intersocietal one. It is indicative, Neil Davidson writes, of a rather over-socialized notion of human existence if our struggle with non-human aspects of nature is treated as an exogenous factor. Davidson goes on to give the example of the Black Death which, he correctly notes, plays a critical role in Robert Brenner's explication of the changing balance of class forces at the end of the 14th century. Against conceptions of the Black Death as a pure contingency, however, Davidson notes how the extent of the Black Death's impact was a function of the weakened resistance to disease of a population who were already suffering from reduced caloric intake as a result of the feudal economic crisis. 103. Indeed, by the middle of the 14th century, feudalism in Europe was losing steam. Population had stopped rising, food costs were higher and famines became more frequent, as was exemplified by the Great Famine of 1315–17. Feudal Europe's long period of expansion had apparently come to an end, which explains why the impact of the Black Death was so severe. 104 The plague's effects were conditioned by this socio-economic environment. What is more, it was only through the Mongolian unification of the Eurasian landmass, and the increasing intersocietal interactions that this facilitated, that allowed the plague to spread to Europe in the first place. 105 What Leroy Lagery called the unification of the globe by disease 106 should therefore be seen as an unintended consequence of the uneven and combined development of the Mongolian Empire. Figure 3.3 Albrecht Dürer, Die Offenbarung des Johannes, 4. Die Wir Apokalyptisken The Revelation of St. John, 4. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, 1497-98. Source, http://commons.wikimedia.org/wiki/file:/Dürer_revelation_4_writers.jpg, accessed October 27, 2014. The transformative effects of the Black Death on Europe were both causative and indicative of a wider social crisis in feudalism. For many contemporaries, the Black Death appeared as an apocalyptic event, heralding the end times that would sweep away all vestiges of the extant structures of society. The ideas of catastrophe and salvation generated by the eschatology of the time were thus indicative of a historical context in which one mode of production and life was being supplanted by another. 107. Such themes are stunningly captured in Albrecht Dürer's 1498 The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, in which the four harbingers of reckoning furiously rout all before them. Straddling the horses of pestilence, war, famine, and death, each signified the choke points of feudalism, the bubonic plague, internecine military competition, the vicissitudes of agrarian production, and demographic fluctuations. Meanwhile, a diabolical monster drags members of the ruling class into hell, representing and demonizing the widespread rebellions that would attack the institutions of serfdom, empire, and papacy from below. The extensive reproduction of Dürer's Apocalypse with pictures, there were 750 editions and commentaries from 1498 to 1650, 108 suggests that his vision resonated through the 16th century among the ruling and ruled classes alike, capturing the disorders of a mode of production nearing its final end. The Black Death was an event of great historical importance, for it not only expedited the breakdown of feudalism, but also impelled economic, technological, social, and administrative modernization. 109 We examine these in turn through, first, an analysis of the breakdown of feudal class structures, second, an examination of the increasing socio-economic stratification of the peasantry, and third, a focus on the significant developments to the productive forces. Class struggle and the changing balance of class forces in Europe. One of the single most important effects of the demographic collapse resulting from the plague was how it temporarily functioned to tip the balance of class forces in favor of the peasantry throughout much of Western Europe, but most notably in the English countryside. 110 In particular, the high demand for land that had hitherto upheld the manorial lords' positions was severely undermined by the population decline resulting from the plague. Where lords could previously use the threat of expulsion to discipline peasants, now abundant land allowed the peasantry opportunities to flee and cultivate new lands. 111 One immediate consequence of the Black Death was rent strikes, the refusal to pay, among peasants, reinforced by the threat of flight from manorial lands to unoccupied territories or cities. 112. As the peasantry became less docile, the potency of extra economic means of surplus extraction, coercive, legal, religious, and so on, was curbed. 113 As a consequence, many direct producers across the West European countryside either experienced an upturn in their living conditions, or were altogether emancipated by the dissolution of serfdom. 114 Wages doubled and trebled across Western Europe, and work obligations for peasants were considerably reduced. With the greater availability of work and increasing wages, landless peasants also experienced a notable upturn in their conditions. 115 Wage differentials between men and women were also greatly reduced following the Black Death. 116 For a brief period, the peasantry held historically unprecedented power in what proved the golden age of the European proletariat. 117 The unprecedented demographic downturn resulting from the plague in turn exacerbated a declining rate of seigneurial revenues, generalizing and deepening the systemic crisis of feudalism that had begun in the early 15th century. 118 For in a system where the social reproduction of the ruling class hinged upon a growing population in order to sustain seigneurial revenues, Jason Moore writes, the Black Death quickly transformed the agrarian depression of the early 14th century into a terminal crisis of the feudal system. 119 In these respects, the Black Death was not simply one episode among the many dramatic conflicts that punctuate the history of feudalism, Guy Bois notes, but represented the watershed event signaling the beginning of the end, an organic crisis besetting the totality of power structures making up feudal production as a whole. 120. Further avenues for feudal survival came to be predominantly oriented around three main axes of ruling class reproductive strategies. First, a forcible redistribution of already occupied lands represented by war-assisted processes of geopolitical accumulation, that is, intralordly conflict. Second, a redirection of expansionist strategies away from land accumulation on the continent to the capturing of commercially lucrative overseas markets and trade routes. And or third, a clamping down and intensification of the rate of exploitation of the direct producers, known as the seigneurial reaction. Such ruling class strategies aimed at recuperating lost surpluses could be found throughout Europe. In the face of labor shortages caused by the plague and the consequent upturn in wages, the ruling class sought to reimpose strictures on the peasants that had until then been gradually diminishing, by attempting to strengthen serfdom, and hold down wages in both town and country. 121 This was exemplified by the statutes of labourers decreed in England in 1349-51, immediately following the Black Death, and the French Ordonnance of 1351, which partly followed provisions laid out in the English statutes, along with similar decrees controlling labour wages by the Cortes of Castile in 1351. The German princes in Bavaria in 1352 and the Portuguese monarchy some 2 decades later in 1375.122. Attempts to reinforce servile conditions and pass the costs of the feudal crisis onto the labouring class were met by fierce and often violent resistance. Peasant revolts broke out across most European countries, along with workers' uprisings in the more urbanist Low Countries. 123 In 1358, northern France was set aflame by the Grande Jacquerie, one of the largest peasants' revolts recorded in Western European history since the Bacchaudy of the 3rd century. France erupted again in 1379 and 1382 in what Prosper Boisonnet described as a whirlwind of revolution. 124 The more developed urban regions in Flanders and northern Italy also experienced autonomous communal revolts, while in 1378 a more radical peasant revolt in Florence led to the brief dictatorship of the Siam-P wool combers, made up primarily of wage laborers. Then in England, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 sought nothing less than the total abolition of serfdom and the existing legal system. 125 Political and economic struggles prompted by the Black Death continued into the 15th century, often escalating into civil wars. In Catalonia, peasants demanded land, the freedom of movement, an end to enclosures, and the abolition of rents, in a series of struggles that culminated in the Remença Wars of 1462–86. 126 The peasant revolts in Germany, beginning in 1476, inaugurated and prefigured a long series of rebellions that reached its apogee with the Great Peasant Wars of 1522–25. 127 Peasant differentiation in the Age of the Black Death. By transforming the agrarian depression of the 14th century into the terminal crisis of feudalism, the Black Death ushered in a new era of profound social dislocations and economic change. In this context, many peasants increasingly turned to the market in order to escape the machinations of serfdom. This is a particularly significant point given the tendency among political Marxists to stress that market dependency must be imposed upon economic agents. Under no circumstances, they argue, would peasants willingly choose to be capitalists or subject themselves to the systematic imperatives of the market. While this position has the great merit of denaturalizing the emergence of capitalism, the historical evidence does nonetheless indicate that, under certain circumstances, peasants sought to use the market to escape from serfdom. Over time this often had the unintended consequence of making them market-dependent. 128. In the immediate aftermath of the Black Death, many English peasant producers were able to use their improved conditions to accumulate land. 129 Produce surpluses. 130 And participate in the market as a means to secure their material reproduction. 131 The ongoing process of peasant differentiation was greatly accelerated by the impact of the plague on England's feudal agrarian economy. This was above all the result of the demographic shifts resulting from the plague's diffusion from the Mongol Empire to Europe. There can be little doubt as to the importance of the Black Death, Michael J. Bennett notes, to both the progressive amelioration and differentiation of peasant fortunes. 132 For in numerous regions of England, high mortality rates left unbreachable gaps in the ranks of the peasantry. The consequent shortage of labor was bound in the long run to work to the advantage of most sections of the peasant class, and the large number of vacant holdings inevitably enabled the more enterprising survivors to add to their tenancies on a scale hitherto unimaginable. Similarly, as Jane Whittles writes specifically in regards to the situation in the county of Norfolk, England, manorial lords had retained their hold on the economy in the century before the Black Death because of the high demand for land. Once this factor was removed by population decline, the diversified economy undermined the manorial lord's position. Land was still an important element in the economy, but it was not the only element, and it was now not difficult to acquire. Peasants, or rather wealthy peasants, had capitalized on the 15th century situation, building up their land holdings, and orientating themselves increasingly towards market production. 133. Such statements generally confirm the picture painted by Rodney Hilton of the dramatic changes to Europe's agrarian economy in the wake of the Black Death. The plague's effects in transforming the land-labor ratio in Europe had, according to Hilton, two major long-term consequences for the European peasantry. First, it increased the availability of suitable land to farm, and second, it diminished the rent burden on property holdings. 134 In the century following the Black Death, rent revenue fell at rates ranging between 40% in the Tuscan Contado and 70% as witnessed in Normandy and some regions in Flanders. Moreover, rents paid per crop shares dropped from a half to a seventh or an eighth, while at the same time real wages rose. In England, wages doubled over the same period, placing a much greater strain on the seigneurial economy than the peasant economy, which remained largely dependent on family labor. The diminishing of the rent burden was in turn partly due to peasant pressure, and partly, especially in war-devastated areas, to the anxiety of landowners to attract tenants to keep land in cultivation. Increases in money wages for peasant laborers were no doubt the immediate consequence of their scarcity, though the demand must also have fallen, but could not have been sustained at the high level without a considerable increase in the productivity of labor. Such increases in labor productivity were, in turn, the consequence of the abandonment of marginal soils, the increased availability of pasture and the increased number of animals. The effects this had on increasing the process of internal differentiation and stratification within the peasant class were hugely significant, as the number of small holders was considerably reduced, the middle stratum appreciably strengthened, and the richer peasantry also improved their position, though not as consistently as did the middle peasants. 135. The reduction in the proportion of small holders was perhaps the most important development in the changing landscape of the feudal agrarian economy. As the families of small holders were more likely to die out than those of the better-off peasants, and since the latter held larger holdings and had generally smaller families, the heads of richer households could endow their sons without depressing them into the small holding class. 136 This decline in the number of small holdings was most markedly demonstrated in the English case. The Cistercian Abbey of Stoneleigh in the Forest of Arden saw the proportion of tenants holding under 8 acres, across all its land that was leased by the peasantry, drop from 61% in 1280 to 46% in 1392. In a less extreme but more representative case, in 5 Midland counties in 1280 the average proportion of smallholders was 46%, but by the late 14th and 15th centuries the percentage had dropped in a number of Midlands manors to somewhere between 11 and 28%. It is difficult to overstate the significance of these reductions in the proportion of small-holding peasants for the functioning of the agrarian economy as a whole, since the smallholders predominantly made up the hired labor reserve for the lord's demesnes and the rich peasant holdings. Moreover, these were the very laborers who pushed up wages and were generally regarded as an insolent and demanding group among the feudal ruling classes, that is, they were those at the forefront of the class struggle against the lords. Further, because of the commutation of labor rents resulting from intensifying peasant struggles and changing lordly practices over the years, lords had to rely largely on the labor of these independent workers for the cultivation of the demesnes, as had the richer peasants for their holdings. 137 Thus, Hilton argues, it is likely that the cost of labor was largely responsible for the abandonment of domain cultivation, and it is possible that, at any rate before the latter part of the 15th century, high labor costs restricted the expansion of the economy of the large holding. 138. The particular significance of these plague-induced processes in England during the period between 1350 and 1450 is not that we find merely a relative abundance of land, since this abundance could already be found in the early medieval epoch, which had witnessed the strengthening of the power of the landed aristocracy and of considerable pressure for rent, service, and jurisdictional profit. Instead, we find in the years between 1350 and 1450 that the relative land abundance was combined, with the relaxation of seigneurial domination and a notable lightening of the economic burden on the peasant economy. Hence, English peasant society, in spite of still existing within, in broad terms, a feudal framework, Hilton concludes, began to develop according to laws of motion internal to itself. 139. The importance of Hilton's account, as Byers tells us, is his identification and tracing of some of the processes of class formation critical to the emergence of a later agrarian capitalism. For while the middle peasantry prospered during this period, a class of quasi-capitalists was also being formed in the graziers. At the same time, the rich peasantry, though still constrained, were beginning to acquire the means of production, that is, land, that would be a critical part of their transformation into capitalist farmers in the 16th century. By this time, it was not only the nature of the leases upon which they held the land that was significant but their ability to acquire larger holdings. And, crucially, by the end of this period, there emerged the possibility that the constraint associated with high labor costs was coming to an end, and that a true potential rural proletariat existed. 140. Each of these developments contributed to a long drawn-out process of class differentiation within the peasantry. On the one side, there emerged a class of wealthy peasants, possessing capital and larger plots of land. 141 who were consequently imbued with the desire, the means, and the capacity to accumulate and expand, if the opportunity presented itself. 142 It was these wealthier peasant tenants who would also come to contribute to the engrossment of land and the formation of capitalist farms. 143 which were not, contrary to what Brenner claims, solely the preserve of the lordly class. 144. On the other side of this process of peasant differentiation was the emergence of a stratum of peasant wage laborers compelled to work the land as tenant farmers. As Colin Moores, a sympathetic critic of Brenner, writes, the ability of the English lords to carry through an assault on the peasant rights in the 17th century can only be explained by the prior weakening of the peasant community as a result of economic differentiation. The breakthrough of the yeomanry that emerged through the process of petty capitalist accumulation, Moores notes, was a crucial intervening stage in the later development of large-scale capitalist farming. How else is it possible to explain the unique triadic pattern of English agrarian capitalism? For the tenant peasants who would later work as wage laborers on the large-scale capitalist farms of the 18th century had to have come from somewhere. 145 In short, the long drawn-out process of socio-economic stratification among the peasantry was an integral aspect of the story of how capitalist relations of production first emerged in Europe, and in particular in the English countryside. and it is the story that really took off and matured in the age of the Black Death. The crucial upshot of all these interrelated developments for understanding the transition from feudalism to capitalism is well summarized by Byers, who discusses the transformations in the English agrarian economy in relation to the sharpening of class conflicts as the 1350 to 1450 era progressed and the well-to-do peasant farmers were able to take on the new leases. Without the presence of the stratum of wealthier peasants that had emerged from the preceding period of peasant differentiation under feudalism, the possibility of taking extended leases would not have existed, or at the very least would have taken much longer to develop. Those richer peasants wishing to further expand their holdings would have then needed to take on additional hired labor, both seasonal and permanent. As a consequence, their relationship with such labor would change, and the likelihood of conflict would increase. 146. Whether or not we agree with Byers that this process of peasant differentiation was the primum mobile behind the transition, the point should nonetheless be clear: the Black Death's effects on the feudal agrarian economy and its class configurations, particularly in England, spread wide and deep in hastening the myriad developments heralding the demise of the old, the feudal system, and the awakening of the new capitalist dawn. The Mongol vector of uneven and combined development through which the plague was first transmitted to Europe thereby acted to further exacerbate processes of internal unevenness, peasant differentiation, and class conflict, substantially weakening extant feudal power relations while simultaneously hastening the development of new, capitalist, productive relations and social forces. We now turn to examine one final significant factor in the transition to capitalism resulting from the Black Death, that is, its effects on the development of the productive forces. Development of the productive forces. Given the massive loss of working-aged people 147 resulting from the plague, land became more abundant vis-a-vis labor. This pushed the prices of agricultural products down relative to manufactures, particularly those with high labor ratios. Both land rents and interest rates also declined relative to wages. Consequently, the income of the feudal landowning classes began to decline as labor and peasant incomes rose. Out of necessity, agriculture and manufactures began to develop along more capital-intensive lines, spurring new improvements in the productive forces. 148 Likewise, the dramatic collapse of the working-age population also functioned to free resources, such as land, and put them to use in new and, more often than not, more productive applications. Freed lands could now be employed in ways other than cultivating grain, while mills that had traditionally been used to grind grain could now be adapted to full cloth, saw wood, operate bellows, and so on. 149. In these ways, the redeployment of material resources could act to release and develop new productive forces. For as wages rose sharply relative to rents and the price of capital, 150 producers and landowners across the continent began to systematically replace labor with land and capital. 151 David Herlihy has examined how the systematization of factor substitution, the substitution of cheap land and capital for increasingly expensive labor, led to various processes which directly or indirectly stimulated labor productivity and the development of the productive forces more generally. For example, in the agricultural sector, the purchasing of oxen to assist peasants in plowing became more common, as did the use of fertilizer. Both material inputs enabled peasants to work more efficiently, which increased the overall productivity of labor. Likewise, in the urban sector, factor substitution allowed for the purchase of improved tools or machinery, again assisting the overall productivity of urban labor. These processes not only involved replacing labor with existing tools and machines, they also led to quite widespread instances of technological innovation. This period saw the development of entirely new tools and machines, as high labor costs systematically incentivized the use of labor-saving inventions. Chiefly for this reason, Herlihy notes, the late Middle Ages was a period of impressive technological achievement. 152 As a number of more capital-intensive industries emerged. 153 This is exemplified in the Maritime Revolution and dramatic innovations in the use of firearms. 154 Consequently, The epidemic-driven crisis of the 14th century led to the emergence of a number of novel rural and urban textile industries in Holland, England, southern Germany, and some sections of Italy. 155 Yet during this period of general economic contraction, most national markets were far too limited to sustain such industries. Hence this industry had to look for markets abroad, which it did not fail to do in England and Holland from the second half of the 14th century on. 156 The Baltic countries were to make up the bulk of this export expansionism. And as the Portuguese and Spanish embarked upon their overseas expansion, the English, and particularly the Dutch, became crucial intermediaries in the commercial exchanges between the Baltic states and the Iberian Peninsula. Thus, the countries of northwestern Europe, and especially Holland and England, had from the 15th century onwards great chances of development through their trading connections, both with the Baltic countries and Spain and Portugal. 157 Taken together, the 14th century crisis, driven in part by the demographic devastation accompanying the epidemics, resulted in new industrial activities and trading opportunities for the northwestern European states. As such, the age of the Black Death witnessed the structural reconstruction of intra-European economic relations, as industries in the Low Countries and England began to outstrip Mediterranean producers in woolen textiles. 158. In line with such changes in northwestern Europe, the Black Death also significantly stimulated processes of urbanization, a key indicator of rising productivity and economic development in the pre-modern epoch. 159 In the aftermath of the plague, urbanization was particularly rapid in the Netherlands during the 15th and 16th centuries and in England during the 16th century. What is more, the longer-term effects of the Black Death marked the very beginning of a structural shift in northwestern Europe spanning nearly 6 centuries, from a labor force primarily based in agriculture to one increasingly based in services and industry. 160. There were also important changes in the agricultural economy. With the mass exodus of peasants from the land, the competition between lords and tenant struggles resulted in much lower rents, fewer obligations and longer leases. As population growth did not fully recover from the plague for several generations in Western Europe, such arrangements subsequently led to the dissolution of the monoreal economy, as money rent payments came to eventually replace labor services by the 16th century. A major upshot of all this was that such extensive institutional changes to the agricultural economy paved the way for its increasing commercialization, specifically in northwestern Europe. Consequently, peasant producers in the region became more and more capable of responding to new opportunities such as producing for markets and raising productivity. Again, all these developments occurred in the northwest of Europe rather than the south. 161. These processes also had a distinctly political aspect to them, for the shortages in labor magnified the bargaining powers of both the wealthier peasant classes and the urban elites, who stood to gain from weaker feudal rights and levies. In attempting to counter such tendencies, aspiring political rulers sought to increase the jurisdictional integration of their territories. This in turn led to the creation of more competitive markets, with the added effect of further stimulating commercialization, thereby setting the stage for the long 16th century boom. 162 We can then partially conclude with Stephen Epstein that the Black Death significantly contributed to the feudal economy's transition from a low-level equilibrium trap to a higher growth path by sharply intensifying pressures that had been building up over centuries. 163. While Epstein continually refers to the Black Death as an untheorizable exogenous event, widening this perspective to the level of the intersocietal, and its concomitant dynamics of uneven and combined development, offers a theoretical optic through which the plague's causes and consequences can be internalized into a broader conception of socio-historical development. Hence, the Black Death and its socio-economic and political consequences marked a key moment in the epochal transformations of the late medieval era. It did so not only by spurring developments that eventually led to capitalist breakthroughs in northwestern Europe in the early modern epoch, specifically, in Holland and England, but also by creating the socio-economic conditions under which these rising capitalist societies came to developmentally catch up with and overtake the hitherto leading economies of southern Europe. 164. Conclusion. In this chapter we have argued that the multilinear perspective offered by uneven and combined development provides a way of subverting and indeed dismantling the evolutionist approaches that have long relegated nomadic communities to the margins of history. By asserting uneven and combined development's sensitivity to itinerant forms of territoriality, we have provided a theoretical framework through which non-state agency can be captured and reinserted into world historical narratives. In these ways, we hope to have offered a way of redeeming the historical agency of the Mongolian Empire in the making of capitalism. On the one hand, we have shown that the unification of the Eurasian landmass under its imperial authority provided propitious conditions for commercial growth in Europe. The Pax Mongolica thus prefigured the commercial relations that would later become a dominant feature of the modern capitalist world system. On the other hand, we have also shown that the impact of Mongolian expansion reached beyond the commercial relations that are typically emphasized by world systems theories and world historians alike, as the integration of different regions in and through the Mongol Empire had the unintended consequence of unifying the globe by disease. As we argued, the subsequent spread of the Black Death had catastrophic consequences for the feudal mode of production in Europe. In these two ways, the creative integration of commercial networks, and the destructive effects of the Black Death, the Mongolian Empire proved decisive to the emergence of capitalism. Specifically, the long-term agrarian revolts precipitated by the Black Death spurred variegated forms of revolution and counter-revolution around seigneurial rule, reordering feudal social relations in ways that the feudal system would eventually prove unable to recover from. Whether the seigneurial reaction was successful depended on the balance of class forces and antecedent processes of internal differentiation. As Findlay and O'Rourke note, in each region the impact effect of the plague was to raise wages, lower land rents, and hence increase the demand on the part of landowners for serfdom. Trade and population recovery favored urban interests in the west and rural interests in the east. 165. The central reason for these different outcomes lay in the varied relations between land and labor in Eastern and Western Europe. Although the demographic collapse in Eastern Europe was actually less in absolute terms than that in Western Europe, the strain was greater given the already endemic shortages of labor characterizing the region. Given the vast underpopulated spaces of Eastern Europe, Anderson remarks, peasant flight was an acute danger to lords everywhere, while land remained potentially very abundant. The land-labor ratio thus in itself solicited the noble class towards forcible restriction of peasant mobility and the constitution of larger monoreal estates. 166. According to Robert Brenner, the key factors in explaining the different effects of the demographic collapse lay in the dynamics of the class struggle, including, first, the differential levels of peasant organization, class consciousness, and internal solidarity in each society, and second, the differential levels of ruling class unity and their relationship to the state. 167. In other words, the key variables explaining the variegated effects of the Black Death were the unevenness in the social forms of internal differentiation, particularly between the peasant and lordly classes in agrarian production, on the one hand, and between the lords and the state, on the other. It seems then that unevenness and combination played a central role in the ending of serfdom in Western Europe, paving the way for the subsequent emergence of capitalist production relations. Crucially, for Brenner, these variables explain the divergent developmental paths taken by England, towards agrarian capitalism, and France, toward the strengthening of feudalism, in the aftermath of the Black Death. In France, the monarchical state developed a class-like character, emerging as a competitor to the lords for the peasants' surplus. This meant that when peasant revolts occurred, the state would habitually support them against landlords, by protecting their freehold and fixing dues. The consolidation of peasant freedom precluded market forces of compulsion emerging in agrarian relations, leaving France a fundamentally feudal state. In contrast, England developed significant unity among the landed class vis-a-vis each other and with the state, so that when the peasant revolts took place, the state acted on behalf of landed interests. This allowed English landlords to maintain land holdings by engrossing, consolidating, and enclosing peasant freeholds, leading to the development of market forces in production and the emergence of symbiotic relations with tenant capitalists, in short, presaging the sustained economic development of agrarian capitalism. 168. Remarkably, Brenner cites a distinctly international determination, the Norman conquests of the 11th century, as the central causal factor behind England's uniquely intralordly cohesion. 169. Similarly, as Anderson notes, the early administrative centralization of Norman feudalism, dictated by both the original military conquest and the modest size of the country, had generated an unusually small and regionally unified noble class. 170. The appearance of the Normans in this manner is, however, problematic, for nowhere does Brenner's treatment of this external determination enter into his theorization of the development of agrarian capitalism. Instead, it appears as an ad hoc international addendum. 171. Without theorizing the international, Brenner finds no trouble tracing English nobility, state relations in the 16th century to an 11th century cause. Spatial tunneling in theory leads to temporal tunneling of history, where historical conjunctures are explained by phenomena half a millennia apart. This leaves numerous questions over how far this picture of intralordly unity going back to the 11th century stands up when tested against the evidence of the intervening years. What, for example, explains the fits of English intralordly struggle during the 100 Years' War and the War of the Roses? The next chapter seeks to address this deficiency by looking at how England's internal ruling class unity was in fact predicated on its relative seclusion from the geopolitical tumult that gripped Europe in the aftermath of the Black Death. Although this insulation from geopolitical factors could seemingly lend itself to kind of the internalist method practiced by Brenner, on closer inspection we shall find that England's isolation had distinctly international roots, bound up in the geopolitical conflicts taking place on the continent. In particular, this shifts the scope of our international explanation of the origins of capitalism to yet another non-European actor, the Ottoman Empire. We examine the impact of the Ottomans on the making of capitalism in the next chapter. Chapter 4. The Ottoman-Habsburg Rivalry. Over the long 16th century, modern history begins under stress of the Ottoman conquest. Lord Acton, 18,991. Introduction. European 16th century history occupies a peculiar place in historical sociological narratives. Compared with the preceding medieval age, it was a period of striking social alteration and development. Both in its encounter with unchanged ordered territories and in its own self-definition, this was very much Europe's age of discovery. And yet the 16th century occupies only a marginal place in the age of revolution too that followed, in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Such a duality is represented in the period's very characterization as early modern. The term modern anticipates the developments of the next 300 years, whereas the prefix early suggests an epochal budding that has not quite blossomed, or the embryonic shaping of a society that is yet to come. Just as the culture of the Renaissance was defined by a Janus-faced view of the past and future, its geopolitics was characterized by new inventions in diplomacy and warfare that were nonetheless bound by the social relations of the old. And while filling the womb of a bloated aristocracy, trade, commerce, and production displayed the first signs of tearing open this archaic order with the deep breath of primitive accumulation that preceded capitalism's screeching birth. In examining this early modern period, this chapter takes as its starting point the clue of the Turkic rug in Holbein's Ambassadors, in order to trace the historical significance of the Ottoman Empire in the making of capitalism. If we recall, this rug alerts us to the fact that in the context of the New World discoveries, primitive accumulation, religious revolt, and Habsburg ascendancy, the Ottoman Empire was a persistent and prominent presence, lying behind and in many ways underpinning these manifold European developments. 3. In this period, the Ottomans constituted the most prevalent non-Christian other that confronted Europe, for persistently capturing the headlines and profoundly transforming the geopolitics of, and beyond, the Mediterranean world. 5. In the words of Daniel Goffman, this was an Ottoman Europe almost as much as it was a Venetian or Habsburg. 1.6 Yet despite the latent centrality implied by Holbein's painting, dominant theorizations of early modern Europe have been constructed with the Ottomans in absentia. Whether in the sphere of politics, economy, culture, or ideology, the emergence of capitalist modernity is generally understood as a sui generis development specific to Europe. In short, the history of capitalism's origins is an unmistakably Eurocentric history, see Chapter 1. There are two moments to the Eurocentric approach that will be the subject of scrutiny and criticism in this chapter. The first is historical priority. Based on the assumption that any given trajectory of development is the product of a society's own immanent dynamics, Eurocentrism posits the endogenous and autonomous emergence of modernity in Europe. Point 7 Thus we find in cultural history that the flowering of the Renaissance was a solely intra-European phenomenon. Point 8 Analyses of the rise of absolutism and modern state systems are similarly conducted exclusively on the terrain of Europe, with non-European cases appearing, if at all. Comparatively. Point 9 Dominant accounts of the origins of capitalism as either an economic form 10 or a social system 11 place its origins squarely in Western Europe, while the world outside Europe is relegated to an exploited and passive periphery. Point 12 As such, a prevailing problem of Eurocentric analyses in the extant historiography of the period is rooted not only in deficient theorizations of the Ottoman Empire, but in an equally problematic and one-sided view of European modernity. A consequence of the epistemological separation, or epistemological exteriority, of Eastern from Western societies, Eurocentrism articulates and situates the developmental, and in some cases normative, distinction between tradition and modernity through a spatial separation of West and East. As such, the study of the origins of capitalism has been an exclusionary process in which the agency of the Ottomans has been erased or overlooked. This is not to say that in studies of the 16th century the Ottoman Empire have been heedlessly avoided. Point 13 But where its imperial apogee has been studied, it has been largely considered a social formation apart, largely a stranger to European culture, as an Islamic intrusion on Christendom, or as a comparative case study, against which the specificity and distinctiveness of Western modernity has been defined. Point 14. The epistemological distinction between the Ottomans and Europe depends on an ontologically singular narrative of the emergence of modernity within the spatially delimited and hermetically sealed boundaries of Europe. Here the second moment of Eurocentrism becomes evident, an internalist methodology. Conceptions of the East have subsequently focused on its essential, ist, characteristics, typically Islam, Oriental despotism, or the Asiatic mode of production. Simultaneously, the distinctiveness of the West is presented in terms of its own endogenous and autonomous history. This ontological claim gives rise to the assumption that any given trajectory of development is the product of a society's own immanent dynamics, and hence sociological theorizations can only be derived solely from within the domestic confines of a single society. Recent scholarship in the fields of world history and post-colonial studies has attempted to reorient 15 historiography in order to both destabilize and potentially escape the Eurocentric trap. However, despite providing extensive additional empirical frameworks that have decentered the historical priority of Europe, these works have also largely overlooked the role of the Ottomans in the construction of capitalist modernity, while eschewing any concomitant theorization of capitalism's origins in light of their empirical findings. Even Ottomanists working within the anti-Eurocentric research program have tended to stand outside of debates concerning the origins of capitalism. Point 16 Hence, the gnawing separation between East and West, Europe, and the Ottomans, tends to be replicated even in anti-Eurocentric accounts. To return to and extend our critique of post-colonialism in Chapter 1, a truly non-Eurocentric interpretation of history must pose an alternative theoretical framework to these traditional conceptions in which to conduct historical and sociological study. That such an alternative has not yet been forthcoming has left the study of modernity at a peculiar impasse that we might term Eurocentric realism, the claim that owing to the historical record, there simply is no alternative to Eurocentric accounts of the origins of capitalism. Indeed, for those who subscribe to this realism, Eurocentrism is straightforwardly unproblematic. Point 17. In this chapter, we return to Holbein via uneven and combined development to recapture the significance of the Ottomans in the geopolitics of the long 16th century. In particular, we seek to bring out the causal impact of the Ottoman Empire on the primary historical themes in the ambassadors, the political fragmentation of feudal Europe in resistance to Habsburg attempts at empire building, the structural shift away from the geopolitical and commercial centrality of the Mediterranean towards the Atlantic, and the primitive accumulation of capital. We argue that these developments, each crucial to the emergence of capitalism, were causally inseparable from Ottoman geopolitical pressures on Europe. In developing this argument, we seek to challenge and criticize Eurocentrism through the theory of uneven and combined development, and in the process further demonstrate its non-Eurocentric credentials. We argue that uneven and combined development can make a positive and illuminating contribution to these debates because it speaks directly to each of the two moments of Eurocentrism identified above. By positing the multilinear character of development as its most general law, uneven development provides a necessary corrective to the ontological singularity and attendant unilinear conception of history that underpins assumptions of historical priority. By positing the inherently interactive character of this multiplicity, combined development in turn challenges the methodological internalism of Eurocentric approaches, see Chapter 2. In this chapter, we further develop the argument that the question why Europe can only be properly addressed by situating its peculiar development within the context of the international relations of the long 16th century. Consequently, a theorization of the dimension typically elided by Eurocentric analysis, the international, is required for us to break out of the Eurocentric spatio-temporal limits of the hegemonic perspectives provided by the likes of world system theorists and political Marxists. As argued in Chapter 2, uneven and combined development provides precisely such a theorization, by positing that historical processes are always the outcome of a multiplicity of spatially diverse nonlinear causal chains that combine in any given conjuncture. In what follows, we show that geopolitical relations between the Ottoman Empire and European states over the long 16th century provided one of these vectors of uneven and combined development that fed into the emergence of capitalism. In the first section, we explicate the social relations that underpinned a relation of unevenness between the tributary Ottoman Empire and the feudal European states. This Euro-Ottoman relation of unevenness gave rise to numerous political, military, economic, and territorial advantages held by the Ottoman Empire over Europe. These forms of unevenness entailed both an Ottoman whip of external necessity and a European privilege of historic backwardness, which we argue were crucial preconditions for the eventual emergence of capitalism in Europe. In the second section, we demonstrate how these moments of Euro-Ottoman interactivity entailed various instances of combined development, in which European backwardness compelled the adaptation to and adoption of the developmental advantages possessed by the Ottomans. In particular, we argue that Ottoman attempts at empire building curtailed the imperial threat of the Habsburgs, giving northwestern European states the structural geopolitical space in which modern state-building practices and the formation of capitalism could take place. In so doing, the Ottomans unwittingly facilitated the primitive accumulation of capital and brought about a structural shift to Atlantic trade and northwestern European dominance, leading to processes of developmental catch-up and overtake in Europe that would give rise to capitalism. Unevenness, a clash of social reproduction. Ottoman-European relations. Ottoman relations with the outside world have primarily been understood by scholars through an idealized and uncritical notion of diplomatic precepts rooted in Sharia law. 18 Here, the supposed self-regarded superiority of the Ottomans constituted the basis of a unilateral policy on international affairs, and a religious commitment to permanent war with Europe. This mystified conception of Euro-Ottoman relations, articulated as a continuation of the eternal clash between Christianity and Islam, was captured in the literature, philosophy, and art of early modern Europe. In the work of artist Leonardo Dati, Sultan Mehmed II was portrayed as a minion of the devil. 19 While Martin Luther argued that the Ottomans were a punishment from God for the degeneration of Christianity. 20. Yet alongside this widespread belligerence there were also significant levels of European appreciation for Ottoman achievements. For example, Reflecting the resistance to the Habsburg alliance, German pamphleteers downplayed the need to intervene militarily against the Ottomans, with some pointing to the Turks' efficiency as a model for German reform. 21 Similarly, the legal code established by Suleiman II was studied by a legal mission sent from England by Henry VIII. 22 The efficient and merit-based character of the Ottoman administrative system was also widely appreciated by European diplomats and visitors to the region. Among the Turks, dignities, offices, and administrative posts are the rewards of ability and merit. The ambassador to the Ottoman Empire in Constantinople for the Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand I, 1556-64, Ogir Gazalin de Buzbek, wrote. This is why the Turks succeed in all that they attempt and are a dominating race and daily extend the bound of their rule. This was in stark contrast to the European method, de Buzbek went on, where there is no room for merit, but everything depends on birth, considerations of which alone open the way to high official position. 23 Likewise, in their examinations of European state forms, Machiavelli, Bodin, Bacon and Montaigne all heralded Ottoman military discipline and administrative efficiency. 24 To quote Buzbek again. I tremble when I think of what the future must bring when I compare the Turkish system with our own. On their side are the resources of a mighty empire, strength unimpaired, experience and practice in fighting, a veteran soldiery, habituation to victory, endurance of toil, unity, order, discipline, frugality, watchfulness. On our side is public poverty, private luxury, impaired strength, broken spirit, lack of endurance and training, the soldiers are insubordinate, the officers avaricious, there is contempt for discipline, license, recklessness, drunkenness, and debauchery are rife, and, worst of all, the enemy is accustomed to victory, and we to defeat. 25. This mixture of fear, awe, belligerence, and admiration reflected a material relation of unevenness in which the Ottomans held numerous advantages over their European allies and foes. 26 Perry Anderson goes as far as to suggest that under Suleiman I's reign the Ottomans were the most powerful empire in the world. Overshadowing his nearest European rival, Suleiman enjoyed a revenue twice that of Charles V. 27 This relation of unevenness was neatly captured by Aeneas Sylvius, the future Pope Pius II, who, after the fall of Constantinople, reflected on the existential threat the Ottomans posed to a disunited Christendom. Christendom is a body without a head, a republic without laws or magistrates, every state has a separate prince, and every prince has a separate interest. Who will make the English love the French? Who will unite the Genoese and the Aragonese? Who will reconcile the Germans with the Hungarians and Bohemians? If you lead a small army against the Turks you will easily be overcome, if a large one, it will soon fall into confusion. 28. Almost a century later in 1554, Cardinal Pole, an envoy sent by Pope Julius III to negotiate an accord between the French and English, berated Francis I, Henry II and Emperor Charles V for their dissensions and wars, which were supposedly to blame for the Ottoman conquest of Belgrade and Rhodes. 29 While Europe struggled with divisions, the Ottomans faced them as a unified, resourceful and disciplined force. 31 That was able to expand consistently into Europe and beyond. The phenomenon of Christian renegades turning Turk and converting to the Ottoman way appeared to be a pertinent danger, especially since, in certain regions of conquest, the Ottomans had been welcomed as liberators owing to their less onerous taxation systems and respect for local customs. 31 How it comes to pass, a contemporary Arkar lamented, that so many of our men should continually revolt, and abjuring all Christian rites, become effectors of that impious Mahometan sect. Whilst on the other part we find a none or very few of those repaying unto us. 32 Such was the awesome ideological and material force that the Ottoman Empire brought to bear upon the less developed feudal Europeans. But what were the sources of this uneven set of relations between the Ottomans and Europeans? The tributary and feudal modes of production, unevenness combined. The unevenness between the Ottomans and Europe was underpinned by the divergence in forms of social, production associated with the tributary and feudal modes of production. This was expressed in three ways. The first was in the relations that pertained among social classes based on predominantly agrarian production, between exploiter and exploited, and therefore also in the forms and character of surplus appropriation by the ruling class in these societies. Second, in the contradictory relations between different sections of the ruling class, and hence political relations as such. Third, in relationship between merchants and states to which these forms of social reproduction gave rise. In order to better understand these forms of unevenness, we must first explicate the modal differences between the Ottoman tributary and European feudal modes. A number of scholars have explicitly denied that there ever existed a historically specific tributary mode of production, instead viewing tributary formations as a distinct subvariant of feudalism. This universal feudalism thesis has been most coherently and systematically developed by Halil Berktay and John Haldon. 33 Their central methodological claim is that a distinction should be drawn between a mode of production as an abstract ideal type and a social formation as a concrete really existing society. 34 This allows them to develop Marx's argument that the mode of production, the same economic basis, can, due to innumerable different empirical circumstances, exhibit infinite variations and gradations in appearance at the level of a social formation. 35 For both authors, the economic basis of feudalism therefore resided in the form of exploitation. 36 And more specifically in the juxtaposition of a ruling aristocracy exploiting a class of peasant direct producers through extra economic means. 37 Consequently, for Haldon, both sides of the couplet tax/rent are, in fact, expressions of the politico-juridical forms that surplus appropriation takes. Not distinctions between different modes. 38 For Berktay, political decentralization is a superstructural feature. Thus no clear-cut economic differences of a primary nature can be pinpointed between Western feudalism and Ottoman society, both were based on peasant production. 39 Accordingly, the precise natures of these extra economic means, whether tax or rent, constitute superstructural variations of the same mode of surplus appropriation. Such variations are therefore only ascertainable through the more historically specific analytical level of the social formation. However, Haldon's and Berktay's insistence on the distinction between modes of production and social formations, and equivalently, between economic bases and political superstructures, generates an array of disconcerting separations between history and theory. By defining a mode of production in terms of an economic basis distinct from a political superstructure, and then conceptually conflating this economic basis with a form of exploitation, they exclude the very social relations that make such exploitation an historical possibility, as conjunctural and contingent specificities that lie outside of the mode of production conceived as an ideal type theoretical construct. Hence, Haldon argues that the actual conditions in which coercion occurs, and which makes possible its continuation, are fundamental to the ways in which the claims to the appropriation of wealth are enforced and validated. But these can take a multiplicity of different forms and, while they are fundamental to the process of the reproduction of the social relations of production in a specific historical context, they are still not a part of the economic relations of appropriation. 40. This tendency to keep history at an arm's length from theory is a striking position for a historical materialist to take, for it omits any theorization of three crucial conditions under which any form of surplus appropriation takes place. First, there is a tension between Berktay and Haldon's claim that extra economic exploitation was a defining characteristic of the feudal mode of surplus appropriation, and their dismissal of the specificity of these extra economic means, that is, whether they are tax or rent, as entirely political or superstructural. Both Derek Sayer and Perry Anderson have convincingly argued that the very fusion of political and economic functions of coercion and consent that underpin surplus extraction in a pre-capitalist context makes any such separation of economic basis from political superstructure inherently problematic. 41. Second, in Haldon's and Berktay's accounts, the concept of mode of production becomes detached from history, wherein the specificity of a social formation is rendered independent from the dynamics or laws of motion of any given mode of production. Halden quite explicitly states that a mode of production is not a concrete social reality, that it does not exist in any real form and does not develop. Point 42. Hence, analysis into the processes of state formation and class conflict becomes entirely a question engaged with at the level of the social formation, leaving us with a static ideal type conception of a production mode. Point 43. Taking these two exclusions together, Halden and Berktay's explanation for the variations and gradations in a mode of production comes to rest entirely on historical chance and accidents. So, third, historical variation, unevenness, multiplicity, appears only as a contingent fact of social reality which sits outside the explanatory purview of a mode of production-centered analysis. Theoretically, this involves a conflation of universality with homogeneity, whereby sociological differences are obscured rather than articulated. In turn, the very dimension of socio-spatial multiplicity, the international, also becomes obscured or overlooked. We are instead left with a pervasive commitment to an ontological singular conception of society. Indeed, Berktay argues that it is permissible to investigate the Ottoman Empire in the 15th to 16th centuries as an autonomous pre-capitalist social formation, without referring it to any significant external economic dynamics. Point 44. As demonstrated below, such a methodologically internalist perspective is not only unsustainable empirically, but also does violence to any theoretical understanding of the developmental dynamics of the Ottoman Empire. In what follows, we seek to reframe the Ottoman mode of production debate by confronting this question of the international overlooked by Berktay and Halden. In doing so, we argue that a mode of production should be seen not as a simple economic relation, or merely a form of exploitation, but as a composite totality of social relations that encapsulate certain conditions of production, be they political, cultural, or intersocietal, and the laws of motion that arise out of those conditions, see further Chapter 7. From such a perspective, the Ottoman Empire can be fruitfully conceptualized as a tributary mode of production, distinct from, rather than a subvariant of, feudalism. Following Jaris Banaji, we may define the tributary mode as constituted along two class relational axes. First, the vertical opposition of a ruling, tax-collecting class in a contradictory relationship with a class of peasants exploited for the appropriation of productive surpluses, and second, the horizontal differentiation between a landed nobility and patrimonial authority within the tax-collecting class, in which the state controlled the nobility as well as the means of production. Point 45. Hence, the relations of production of the tributary mode involved both the control of peasant labor by the state, and the drive to forge a unified imperial service based on the subordination of the ruling class to the will of the ruler. Point 46. The emphases on these social relations help to identify some of the essential elements of the Ottoman form of the tributary mode. The first, ruling class, peasant, division was articulated through the appropriation of peasant production surpluses through taxation. The most common tax was the Ajr tithe, which took 1/10 of agricultural produce, followed by the Sizyehed tax for non-Muslims. In addition, the Orfi sovereign prerogative could be levied on decree, and included the Adat customary and Avariz household taxes. While it was initially levied to meet extraordinary expenses, in particular for war-making, this became a regular tax on villages and towns. Point 47. The preponderance of taxation as a mechanism for surplus appropriation was distinct from the European lord-peasant rent nexus of exploitation because taxation was regulated by regional and central agents of the Ottoman state. Point 48. This meant that peasants had greater access to their surplus than in Europe because of the preservation of subsistence plots, as well as state-fixed limitations on taxation by intermediaries at local, bays, and regional, beylerbis, levels. Point 49. Peasants also had inalienable rights to land. 50 were better protected from market fluctuations. 51 had the option, albeit limited, to legal recourse should their conditions worsen. 52 and were legally considered free. Point 53. Without overlooking the fact that peasants were subject to highly exploitative conditions and abuses of power, such differences suggest that Ottoman subjects' experiences diverged from those of their European counterparts. Point 54. The second division, between a landed nobility and patrimonial authority, was distinct from intra-ruling class relations in Europe because almost all land was formally owned by the Sultan, while military fiefs, timars, were predominantly non-hereditary, changeable, and regularly rotated among individuals in the ruling class. 55 This created a contradictory distribution of political power and surplus, forming a center, periphery socio-political structure. 56 Located primarily in Constantinople. The Ottoman center consisted of the Sultan, his household, and the Imperial Council, comprising the army judge, Kudi Asker, Grand Vizier, treasurers and slave elites, the devzirme or kapikular. 57 The latter, despite their slave status, occupied the highest administrative and military positions in the empire. Comprising a large and unified bureaucratic administration and the janissary, military. 58 Together they provided the state with well-trained standing troops and administrative officers capable of overseeing the complexity of the Ottoman tax system. 59 Because the kapikular were recruited through levies, kul, on children from conquered territories and then transferred to and assimilated into the Ottoman center, they were entirely dependent on, and therefore loyal to, the Sultan. 60 By the 14th century these centralist institutions acted as a crucial counterbalance to provincial power, and by the time of Mehmed I's conquest of Constantinople in 1453, they came to predominate over other sections of the empire. Although the state established control over provincial notables and land, central authority was relatively dispersed. The Ottoman state was able to regulate both production and exploitation by devolving power to its agents in the rural provinces through the timur system. 61 A timur was the predominant form of land division. 62 An allocation of land from which the holder could extract revenue. Timars provided the basic income for the Sipahi cavalrymen and imperial officers, Sancake Beys, in return for their performing state services. Timur holders were also responsible for the collection of land taxes and the periodic redistribution of peasant holdings, as well as the maintenance of civil order. 63 Some larger timars were assigned to more powerful and entrenched sections of the Ottoman ruling class, such as the devzirme and those close to the house of the Sultan. 64 In these cases, the holding was often passed on to the timur holder's son, establishing a degree of hereditary ownership in some sections of the ruling class. 65 For example, in the early period of Ottoman expansion, a number of the old Turkish clan elite, Ghazis, were able to retain ancestral lands as timur grants, enabling them to maintain an economically dominant position. As such, the timur system was partly designed to placate through compensation the Ghazi leaders and local notables of newly conquered lands by admitting them into the ruling Askari class. 66 Nonetheless, timur holders were fundamentally dependent on and constrained by the Ottoman central state functions for their social reproduction. Timur holdings were assigned by the Sultan, and possession was granted through the acquisition of a sultanic diploma. 67 Scrupulously maintained tax registers kept a strict record of the size of timars and their contents, in turn setting the level of taxes that could be levied by the timur holder from the peasantry. 68 Moreover, the rotation of timur allocations were used to remove potentially discontented Ghazis from their local environment. 69 By resettling Ghazis in Ottoman-controlled Europe, the administration could prevent the growth of provincial centers of power while filling the empire's frontiers with a powerful military force. 70 Through these mechanisms the Ottomans were able to institutionalize the social reproduction of timur holders into a relationship of dependence to the Sultan. 71 Consequently, the timur, despite providing a basis of provincial power, was a function of a form of social stratification that was crucial to the reproduction of the tributary state. In this sense, the timur embodied the distinction in tributary ruling class relations between the patrimonial authority of the Sultan and his household, and the local nobility, in which the former controlled the latter. The devices of ruling class reproduction under the tributary mode proved remarkably efficient and stable, so much so that theorists have often mistaken its very dynamism in ruling class reproduction for a static and unchanging social form. 72 Due to the nature of Ottoman power sharing and the alienability of notable land, there was limited potential for unified class interests acting outside the purview, or counter to the interests, of the Ottoman state. 73 Instead, discontented sections of the ruling class sought to articulate disaffection within the confines of the extant political system. 74 While the state was able to maintain the internal integrity of the empire by co-opting local elites. 75 Or coercively centralizing power. 76 Furthermore, the relatively lenient form of surplus extraction levied on Ottoman peasants, as well as tolerance for local religions and identities, meant that rebellion in the countryside was a less marked feature of the Ottoman tributary mode than it was of European feudalism. 77 Hence, there was little impulse or necessity for reform of the tributary system from above, or revolutionary pressure from below. 78 Consequently, through their contradictory relations to production, the state, provincial ruling classes and the peasants, as well as more marginal groups such as merchants and religious foundations, were overwhelmingly geared towards the reproduction and expansion of the state and its functions. This was the defining feature of the tributary mode and its laws of motion. The primary contradiction of the tributary mode therefore lay in the structure of the ruling class itself, which could potentially come into conflict over the distribution of surplus between its central and provincial sections. The prevention of this conflict, and hence the continued reproduction of the tributary mode, was possible so long as the Ottoman ruling class could maintain its material well-being and ideological unity. 79 Haldane suggests that such unity was achievable only through a policy of military and economic expansion. 80 Provincial notables and would-be members of the Ottoman ruling class could best be guaranteed expanded access to surplus only through the accumulation of more land that would in turn be redistributed to them in the form of timars. 81 Similarly, the burgeoning central state required greater access to taxes, tributes and a population from which to recruit slave elites. Both objectives were possible only through continual territorial accumulation. These specific historical configurations of the tributary mode of production were therefore inextricably bound up with not simply an internal temporal dynamic of a society, its laws of motion, but also its interactive relations with other societies. Put differently, the laws of motion of the tributary mode had an inherently uneven and combined component to them, and this uneven and combined feature explains sociological differences between tributary societies. As detailed above, tributary laws of motion consisted in the reproduction of the imperial state through the appropriation of surpluses derived from the center's control of the ruling class and means of production. The social reproduction of the tributary state thus took place not only through internal relations of surplus appropriation, but also through the external means of geopolitical accumulation. By conquering land, the tributary state was able to extend and widen its control of the means of production, land, enabling it to extract greater tribute from its population. In the Ottoman case, this involved not only the appropriation of productive surpluses but also the power of workers, in particular, slaves, for the expansion of state functions. Territorial conquest also enabled the Ottoman state to control the ruling class through the triple means of consent, coercion, and competition. First, subservient members of the ruling class could be co-opted by being offered access to more land, building relations of dependence and consent between center and province in the process. Second, discontented or rebellious sections could be relocated to the frontiers of expansion and away from the imperial center. In some cases, by incorporating pre-existing notables in conquered territories, troublesome members of the ruling class could be expropriated and replaced. For although Ottoman expansion was predicated on conquest, outsiders would also willingly seek to become part of the ruling class, with the knowledge that subordination to the state would confer privilege and security, that is, it would guarantee social reproduction. So third, such incorporation could foster competition between different sections of the ruling class with differential relations of dependence on, and autonomy from, the imperial system. Imperial geopolitical accumulation was therefore crucial to maintaining state power over sections of the ruling class. This made tributary societies particularly sensitive to external conditions, either through conquest, assimilation, diplomacy, secession, or conflict, as a fundamental component of their social reproduction. That is, geopolitical accumulation was not just an externalization of internal contradictions, arising from logics of reproduction within societies. 82 Nor was it, in contrast to Marx's Asiatic model, simply a process in which the tributary form was unidirectionally superimposed onto pre-existing communities. 83 It was rather a mechanism through which relations with other societies would feed back upon and reconfigure the internal class composition and laws of motion of the tributary mode itself. In reference to nomadic empires, but equally applicable to the tributary mode, Kees van der Pijl calls this relational form of social reproduction caging. 84 On the one hand, conquered territories would assimilate tributary social relations into their own pre-existing forms. 85 On the other hand, the tributary state would habitually absorb the local customs, laws, forms of social organization, and individuals of conquered territories. 86 Such caging through geopolitical accumulation was a central part of tributary laws of motion and a concrete practice of combined development, in which the developmental experiences of differentiated societies were syncretically merged in an amalgamated state form. 87 As van der Pijl puts it, the principles of sovereignty and bureaucratized authority of empire, heralding the territorial state, here mix with the notion of shared space reminiscent of tribal foreign relations. Different ways of life are pressed together, and the density and intensity of social interaction works to accelerate development. 88 Consequently, the reproduction of tributary rule was fundamentally dependent on agrarian production in support of geopolitical accumulation and vice versa, what Burak Tansel aptly calls the Ottoman military-agricultural complex. 89 Provincially, this involved the maintenance of Sipahi cavalry troops who reproduced themselves and their retainers by appropriating peasant surpluses on their timber land allocations. In return, they provided arms, horses, food, and other supplies for themselves and their retainers in military campaigns. 90 Through the institution of Devşirme, the Ottoman center was able to fill its ranks with the most able boys in the empire, training them into a well-drilled military force, the Janissaries. This section of the military was supported by the extensive accumulation of agrarian surpluses, redistributed to them through the treasury in the form of wages. Janissary pay constituted the single largest item of treasury expenditure, costing 44% of the treasury's budget in 1527.91. Through these mechanisms of social reproduction, the Ottomans were able to raise seasoned, disciplined, and steadfast armies on an unprecedented scale. The Capitular army, which included the Janissaries, as well as a cavalry and artillery, comprised the best trained and most loyal section of the Ottoman army, numbering an estimated 30,000 by the reign of Suleiman I. 92 In the provinces, the Timur system could raise up to 80,000 men between the Sipahis and their retainers. These were supplemented by auxiliary troops and a consist drawn from peasant and nomadic populations within the empire. 93 For example, relations of tribute with the Tatar Khan of Crimea could supply up to an estimated 100,000 additional akinsis to the Ottoman army. 94 Similarly, North African corsairs under Ottoman vassalage provided a large and skilled naval force in the Mediterranean. 95 Taken together, in the 16th century the Sultan could potentially deploy over 200,000 men without putting the Ottoman treasury or peasantry under any exceptional strain. 96 The Ottomans' ability to raise vast and loyal armies for military campaigns was matched by the development of centralized modes for resource extraction and allocation for use in war that provided the administrative basis of military support. 97 The state's regulation of production, though records of land tenure enabled them to encourage grain production that would feed this vast army, as well as raise oxen and buffalo in Rumlia and horses from the Danube for transporting supplies. 98 Routinist levying of military provisions in the form of avarice taxes was an established procedure by the 16th century. 99 Armies were supplied with basic foodstuffs from the state treasury or locally from state-owned lands, rather than resorting to forced contributions from peasant populations. 100 Integrating agrarian production with war-making in this way left agrarian and civilian life relatively undisturbed by war-making. imbuing the military-agricultural complex with a continuous stability unmatched in feudal Europe. 101 In the fields of transport, logistics, and food supply, the unity of the tributary mode made the Ottomans trendsetters and models of perfection whom the others strove to emulate. 102 Ottoman penalties of progressiveness. European privileges of backwardness. The unity and stability of the Ottoman Empire examined above contrasted significantly with European forms of social reproduction. These too were predominantly based on agrarian production, where peasants had direct access to the means of production and subsistence. And like the Ottoman Empire, this condition meant that an aristocratic ruling class required political, ideological, and military means in order to exploit the peasantry and extract a surplus for the purpose of lordly consumption. However, unlike in the Ottoman Empire, these means were not controlled by, or concentrated in, a centralist and unified state, but were dispersed across the nobility. 103 As a consequence, peasants were more susceptible to coercive squeezes on their productivity, while having no recourse to outside legal protection from their lords. This regularly led to declining living conditions and, in turn, rural rebellions. 104 At the same time, the dispersion of coercive capabilities meant that political authority in Europe was unusually fragmented, parcellist, and therefore also highly competitive, with heightened intra-lordly struggles taking place over territories both within and outside of feudal states. 105 In short, both war and rebellion was more pronounced within Europe than in Ottoman territories. Because of the fragmented and parcellist character of political power, Europeans who wanted to make war required extraordinary financing outside the day-to-day mechanisms of ruling class reproduction. In order to raise armies, European rulers borrowed from international banking houses. 106 Or asked wealthy and powerful sections of society for contributions, in terms of either military support or taxes. 107 This was often conducted via local estates and assemblies or city leagues in which the merchant entrepreneurial class wielded significant, even military, power. 108 Hence, a byproduct of European feudal war-making was an attendant rise in the political autonomy, power, and influence of merchants, with increasing degrees of representation in the decision-making structures of states. 109 For behind every successful dynasty stood an array of opulent banking families. 110 By contrast, the Ottoman Empire had little requirement for monetary financing outside of the customary levies already imposed on agrarian production. 111 Consequently, there was scarce potential for autonomous merchant activity outside of the functional requirements of the tributary state. The relations between merchants and the Ottoman ruling class were balanced considerably in favor of the latter, who exercised significant control over merchant activities through the guild system. 112 Moreover, conflicts or tensions between merchants and guilds tended to curtail merchant autonomy and power. 113 While merchant access to state apparatuses and decision-making was limited. 114 The accumulation of wealth was discouraged and restricted by controlling coin circulation, production and prices, and anti-luxury laws were deployed to confiscate merchant fortunes. 115 Inter-regional trade was heavily regulated, and provisions for towns came almost exclusively from their own hinterlands, narrowing the geographical remit of production and distribution to local regions. 116 Caravan endpoints geographically coincided with seats of government authority, ensuring close supervision of prices and commodities traded. Taxes on trade also enabled state extraction of surpluses from mercantile activities. 117 The subordination of merchants to the tributary state was also evident geopolitically. For a ruling class fundamentally dependent on agriculture and tribute for their reproduction, the capturing and control of trade routes was considered essential to tributary power in order to bring those outside of its imperial purview within its tributary regime. 118 So while the state could at times show signs of economic intentionality, 119 merchants were not considered important enough for state protection or support. Rather, agriculture remained the priority. Following the capture of the Mamluk Empire in 1517, for example, the Ottomans were placed in a position of direct competition with the Portuguese over access to the spice trade in the Indian Ocean, and gold and slaves in Africa. 120 But instead, imperial policy reverted to territorial expansion into the agriculturally more fertile and populous territories of Southeast Europe. That the Ottomans did not pursue the Indian course was primarily due to the reproductive requirements of a ruling class based primarily on agrarian production. 121 reflecting the swelling claims made by provincial notables on access to booty, land, and power as such. 122. By contrast, European powers were explicitly focused on bringing commercially valuable territories under direct conquest and political control for specifically, though not exclusively, economic purposes. The reason was the relative backwardness of European structures of ruling class reproduction, which were dependent on the wealth drawn from merchants and financiers to either fund, political accumulation, in the case of Habsburg Spain and Austria, or for the direct reproduction of the ruling class itself, in the case of city-states such as Genoa and Venice. Consequently, the state was sensitive to, or at the behest of, merchant interests, and state resources, especially military, were deployed in order to obtain commercial advantages. 123 Such was the extent of merchant power that no European ruler could have withdrawn or demanded the return of ships in the Indian Ocean as the Ottomans had done. 124. These uneven internal relations, between ruling and ruled class in agrarian production, on the one hand, and between state and merchant, on the other, formed the basis of an international relation of Euro-Ottoman unevenness, the relative backwardness of the European ruling classes, and the comparative weakness in its form of social reproduction when opposed to the Ottoman Empire. These European privileges of backwardness encouraged and compelled its people, both ruling and ruled classes, to develop and adopt new ways of securing their social reproduction, which we elucidate in the next section. At the same time, the relative strength of the Ottoman social form entailed penalties of progressiveness. The stability of their structures of social reproduction provided the Ottoman ruling class with various mechanisms through which their power could be sustained, even in the face of social upheaval. 125. This relation of unevenness goes some way to explaining why the so-called miracle of capitalism would occur in Europe, and why it would not be repeated in Ottoman territories. That this divergence was a product of Ottoman progressiveness and European backwardness suggests that Eurocentric assumptions of historical priority need to be reconsidered. Moreover, these two elements, Ottoman strength, and European privilege of backwardness, were ultimately interrelated and co-constitutive phenomena. As a consequence of its comparative strength, the geopolitical pressure of the Ottomans, the whip of external necessity, constantly affected and redirected European development, in turn compelling changes in its forms of social reproduction. This meant that while the Ottomans were faced as a significant existential threat, they were also an opportunity for the most backward part of Europe, the Northwest, to outflank the more advanced Habsburg Empire and Italian city-states. Combination, Pax Ottomana and European trade. Coupled with the unevenness in forms of social reproduction, the Euro-Ottoman relation entailed a curious form of combined development. The development of European culture over the course of the Renaissance cannot be separated from such interrelations. In certain cases, such as that of Costanzo da Ferrara, European artists spent time in the Ottoman court and worked under the Sultan's commission. 126 Ottoman imagery was widely featured by Italian Renaissance painters seeking to elicit support for crusades by representing the Ottomans as the embodiment of the Islamic threat. 127 Humanist literature would similarly deploy the Ottomans as a comparative allegorical vehicle through which medieval forms of European statecraft could be analyzed and criticized. 128 In both Shakespeare's Othello and Thomas More's dialogue, Ottoman military supremacy revealed the underlying divisions in Christendom. 129. These comparisons with the Ottoman Empire therefore reflected a period of European self-examination and criticism in the context of Christendom's breakdown as a unifying principle. 130 It was in the context of the Ottoman threat that propagandists, politicians, and thinkers began talking about Europe as a normative as well as geographical concept. The aforementioned Aeneas Sylvius invented the very adjective European following the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans. 131 Habsburg and Polish publicists began appealing to secular European values in order to defend Hungarian territories from Ottoman incursions. 132. In terms of diplomacy, culture, and religion, the Ottoman presence was inseparable from the breakdown of the old and the emergence of increasingly modern ways of thinking. Considering the extensive ideological effect of Euro-Ottoman relations, we might wonder why the historiography of capitalism's origins has been constructed with the Ottomans absent. For the remainder of this chapter, we explore this as an additional and underappreciated trajectory of combined development between the Ottomans and Europe in the 16th century and argue that this constituted a fundamental and necessary, but not sufficient, condition for the emergence of capitalism in Western Europe. The Ottoman whip of external necessity. Prior to the definitive establishment of the Ottoman Empire in the 14th century, Europe existed in an interdependent commercial relationship with the rest of the world in which it was relatively peripheral to global trade. 133 European traders of this period greatly benefited from pre-existing networks, relations, and cultures of exchange. 134 as well as the exposure to extensive sources of technology and knowledge, see also Chapter 3, 135. Because of this condition of backwardness, the recovery of European feudalism, the flourishing of commerce and the cultural renaissance that accompanied it were directly connected to the re-establishment of peaceful lines of communication and trade between East and West that followed the expansion and consolidation of the Ottoman Empire. 136. Through the institutional support of the Ottoman state, the Pax Ottomana lowered commercial protection and transaction costs, established relatively uniform trading practices and hastened the alacrity of trade. On land and sea, Ottoman rule was crucial to safeguarding traders from banditry or piracy, while building roads and canal routes that would facilitate inter-regional trade. 137 The emergence of the Pax Ottomana also brought together highways of commerce linking Russia and Central Asia with Europe via the Black Sea, and the Levant and North Africa to the Indian Ocean where the bulk of Euro-Asian trade was conducted. 138 Geographically and economically, the Ottoman Empire was the hinge that connected the rapidly growing economies of Europe with those of the East. 139. Figure 4.1 Eurasian trade routes during the Pax Ottomana. The safe passages into the Indian Ocean and along the Silk Route were crucial to the transmission of commodities that gave rise to the European demand for Eastern goods, which aided the further development of commerce in Europe. 140 The engines of the economic boom of the late 15th century such as Venice, Marseilles, and Ragusa depended on the Ottoman Empire for both luxury and bulk goods. 141 And in the course of the 16th century less established states such as France, England, and the Low Countries became increasingly reliant on Ottoman raw materials. 142 The spice trade that would become a cornerstone of colonial capitalism was primarily conducted between the Indian Ocean and the Middle East, with European markets only receiving surpluses left over from Middle Eastern consumption. By the late 1500s, 80% of the pepper trade was being conducted through the Levant. 143 Supplies of Iranian silk were transmitted to the West via Aleppo. Significant amounts of wheat came from Crimea and Greece. Rice from Egypt, cattle from Hungary, Wallachia and Moldova, and timber, wool, mohair, cotton and hides from the Balkans and Anatolia. 144. Trade and communication between the Ottomans and Europe also assisted the transmission of social and technological knowledge, leading to a spurt of developments in European manufacturing, particularly those sectors imitating Eastern products. 145 The boost in French economic activity following a trade agreement with the Ottomans led to the proto-industrialization of towns such as Marseilles. 146 The competition in silk markets between the Levant and Venice inspired the creation of the hydraulic mill in Bologna, which would later be adapted to construct Lambaye's mill in Derby in the early 18th century. 147 Arguably the world's first fully mechanized factory. 148 Because Ottoman merchants themselves were active agents in bolstering trade within the empire and beyond, their own credit system and methods of accumulation such as the Simsar Monopoly Association and Madaraba Advance System. 149 became woven into the fabric of European commercial relations, prefiguring the complete control of a commodity from production to sale. 150 That would become the hallmark of company capitalism. However, despite the commercially regenerative effects of Pax Ottomana, for Europe the Ottoman incursion seemed like a semi-apocalyptic event. With a standing army the size of which no alliance of European rulers could match, the Ottomans constituted a formidable military danger that threatened the very existence of Christendom. This Euro-Ottoman confrontation was rooted in a relation of unevenness. The Ottoman tributary system allowed for the raising of armies on a stable and unified basis, while the feudal system in Europe required extraordinary financing for armies, which weakened intra-ruling class unity and rural stability. The very efficacy of the Ottoman military meant that from the mid-15th century and up to 1596 there was no question of international politics which did not somehow involve the Ottomans. 151. This involvement was permanent and regularly hostile. In 1453, the Ottomans conquered Constantinople, subsequently using it as a base to conduct further excursions into Greece, Bosnia, and Albania. Europe's eastern preoccupation was soon justified, as Ottoman armies surged onward to Budapest and Vienna in the 1520s, putting them in direct conflict with the Habsburgs. The ensuing wars between these two superpowers were conducted primarily on the southeastern terrain of Europe, with an especially long drawn-out war over Hungary and Mediterranean possessions. Having conquered Egypt and Syria in 1517, and thus obtaining access to this crucial hinge in the Eurasian trade routes, the Ottomans became, perhaps briefly, the most impressive seaborne power in the Mediterranean. 152 Access to this crucial artery of seaborne trade, teeming with Ottoman-sponsored corsairs, became conditional on the outcomes of the Ottoman-Habsburg rivalry. Figure 4.2 The Ottoman-Habsburg rivalry during the 16th century. The breakdown of Christendom. Such was the concern over the infidel that the papacy put more of its resources into fighting the Ottomans than it did into combating Protestantism. 153 The very purpose of a united Christendom was repeatedly emphasized in functional terms to launch a new wave of crusades against the Ottoman Empire. After Francis I was captured by the Habsburgs in the Italian Wars, 1521–26, his release was negotiated on the condition that wars with the Ottomans would become his principal intention. 154 Similarly, the Peace of Cambrai, 1529, called on its signatories to stop the Turkish invasions, as did the Peace of Crepy, 1544, which required Francis I to provide soldiers to fight in Hungary against the Ottomans. 155 Legitimacy for that other bulwark of Christendom, the Habsburg Empire, was similarly constructed in the Ottoman mirror. By 1519, concern for the terrible Turk loomed so large that the election of Charles V as the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was in part based on his ability to unite Christendom in wars against the Ottomans. 156 The preeminence of Charles's son, Philip II, was also legitimized through appeals to his ability to repel the Ottoman threat. 157 In such respects, it could be argued that Ottoman belligerents, despite tearing into Christian lands, served as a common enemy around which the disparate factions of Christendom could unite. Calls for harmony, however, generally fell on deaf ears. One exception was the Holy League formed in 1571, which brought together the Papal States, Spain, Venice, Genoa, Tuscany, Savoy, Parma, Urbino, and Malta, deploying 290 ships carrying 44,000 sailors and oarsmen, 28,000 soldiers, and 1,800 guns. The Holy League established the largest naval force mounted by Christendom, and the largest ever deployed against Islam. 158 Confronting an Ottoman naval force of a similar size, the ensuing victory for the Holy League at the Battle of Lepanto in 1571 came to be regarded as one of the greatest victories for the forces of Christendom. Subsequently mythologized, it long remained a central plank in the clash of civilizations narrative, distinguishing the liberated West from a despotic East. 159 In this respect, the battle was central to the formation of a European identity that was distinctly non-Ottoman. But revealingly, Lepanto had little actual impact on the sort of crusading missions that the Holy League was created for. For starters, such was the strength of the Ottomans that they suffered no further territorial losses and had the resources to immediately replace the armies lost in 1571. In fact, when the Ottomans conquered Tunis in 1574, they did so with a naval force larger than the one that fought at Lepanto. The Ottomans thus reminded Christendom that they could still bring war to Europe's heartlands. 160 At the same time, the Holy League betrayed the divisions within Christendom by disbanding in 1573. Here again, the Ottomans played a determining role. Venice, seeking to defend its commercial interests in the Mediterranean, approached the Ottomans for a peaceful resolution to ongoing conflicts in the region. In doing so, the Venetians effectively abandoned the continuing Habsburg military campaign in North Africa. 161. In short, the very notion of the Crusade as a unifying ideology, with its implication of an offensive on the infidel, proved impracticable and unsustainable. The reality was, as we have seen, the opposite. The 16th century was one of near permanent victory for the Ottomans and defeat for Christendom. With the unifying principle of the Crusade in tatters, the legitimacy of Christendom, already divided, came more and more into question. Here again, the Ottomans were active participants. Aside from direct instances of military pressure, the Ottomans also deployed alliances and connections with dissident groups in Europe as a means of undermining Habsburg and papal hegemony. 162 Francis I, King of Valois France, recognized the significance of the Ottoman Empire as a power balancer, candidly admitting, "I keenly desire the Turk powerful and ready for war, not for himself, because he is an infidel and we are Christians, but to undermine the emperor's power, to force heavy expenses upon him and to reassure all other governments against so powerful an enemy." 163. But the unholy alliance between the French and Ottomans went beyond mere power balancing, and instead constituted, for both sides, a useful strategic union against the Habsburgs and papal alliances. After Charles V attacked Provence in 1536, Francis I was able to call upon Barbarossa, a corsair commander under Ottoman suzerainty, to attack the Genoese. 164 The following year, an Ottoman attack on Corfu in 1537 called on the assistance of 13 French galleys. Even more remarkably, in 1543, Barbarossa's fleet participated in a French invasion of Nice, then under the Duchy of Savoy, eventually occupying the town. Unable to provision their troops in Nice, the Ottomans were given permission by Francis I to station troops in nearby Toulon for 8 months. Francis cleared the town of its French population, effectively turning it into an Ottoman colony including a slave market and mosque. 165 Even after Francis's reign, Ottoman-French strategic relations continued to thrive. Henry II signed a treaty with Suleiman I, leading to the 1551 siege of Tripoli by Ottoman ships. Triggering the Italian War of 1551–59, the French and Ottomans conducted joint operations against Charles V, with the Ottomans committing up to 100 galleys. The Franco-Ottoman alliance captured Reggio in 1552 and invaded Corsica in 1553. 166 A decade later, the capitulation agreement given to the French in 1569 was deployed as an attempt by the Ottomans to divide its European neighbors on the eve of its assault upon Cyprus. 167. The Ottoman-French alliance grabbed the headlines, but the Ottomans also established more clandestine links with dissident groups in Christendom. For example, Sultan Suleiman I contacted the Schmalkaldic League of German Protestant princes, urging them to cooperate with France against the Habsburgs, and offering them amnesty should Ottoman armies conquer Europe. 168 Moreover, the military pressure of the Ottoman Empire proved a crucial contributing factor in the origins and expansion of the Reformation. Lutheran revolts swept through Germany during a period in which the Habsburgs were especially dependent on German military support and financial aid in wars against the Ottomans. 169 This proved to be forthcoming only on the condition that Charles V agreed to religious reforms. In this context, Lutherans sought to carve out greater religious freedoms whenever conflict between the Ottomans and Habsburgs surfaced, using the Ottoman threat as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Charles V. 170. The ensuing spread of the Reformation often occurred in territories that bore the mark of the Ottomans, most notably in Hungary. The Ottomans encouraged religious heterodoxy in Hungarian lands as a check on Roman Catholic, and by extension Habsburg, claims to power and authority in the region. 171 Under the rule of John Sigismund Zápolya, elected King of Hungary twice, 1540–51 and 1556–71, very much due to Ottoman protection, Hungary became a haven for Reformed Protestants. 172 which recognized or at the very least tolerated Latin Rite Christians, Calvinists, Lutherans, Unitarians, and Orthodox Christians. The Ottomans went so far as to provide direct military assistance to the Hungarian Protestant revolt against Habsburg Catholic rule, 1604, and awarded its leader Stephen Bocskai an Ahid name, treaty, which confirmed him Prince of Transylvania and King of Hungary. 173. The Calvino-Turcismus would reach as far as the French Calvinist party, who called for the use of an Ottoman alliance against Spain in the second half of the 16th century. 174 The Ottomans also developed links with the Moriscos, committing on occasion infantries of 200 to 400 men to assist in rebellions against the Spanish. 175 By 1580, Sultan Murad III had established connections with Queen Elizabeth I, leading to a 1580 commercial treaty and a capitulation in 1583. By the 1590s, Anglo-Ottoman relations were considered a key strategic alliance against the shared enemy of Habsburg Spain, although the hoped for assistance by Barbary corsairs in the English naval wars against Spain never materialized. 176. With slightly greater success, the Ottomans also established links with Protestants in the Low Countries. 177 In order to internally destabilize Habsburg Spain, William of Orange sent ambassadors to the Ottoman Empire in 1566 to assist with the Dutch revolt, stating, "The Turks are very threatening, which will mean, we believe, that the king will not come to the Netherlands this year." 178 Later, in the 1570s, Dutch rebels were known to use the slogan Liever Turks dan Paps, rather Turkish than Papist. 179 However, the conflict between the Ottomans and Christendom was not restricted to the geographical confines of Europe. The Ottomans built alliances with Islamic sultanates in South Asia and East Africa, such as Calicut, Ajuran, and Adal, as part of a concerted effort to undermine Portuguese attempts to infiltrate these regions. 180. Various authors have noted that it was the accumulation of such cross-pressures generated by the heterogeneity and scale 181 of the Habsburg domain that hindered attempts at the establishment of a unified imperial hegemony in Europe. 182 And in numerous ways it was the Ottoman threat that so persistently redirected both Habsburg and papal resources away from the internal divisions that were stretching the empire in the northwest, contributing in turn to the perpetuation of multiple polities. Within the cultural unity of Christian Europe that time and again frustrated universal imperial ambitions. 183 Both Charles V's and Philip II's prioritization of the Ottoman front came at an extremely high cost. The former could not maintain either religious or Austro-Castilian unity, and the latter oversaw the eventual breakaway of the Dutch provinces that would mark the beginning of the end for the Spanish Habsburg epoch. It was only after the Ottoman threat was dispelled from the Mediterranean that Philip II could concentrate Spanish efforts on consolidating rule in the Netherlands and invading England in the late 16th century, by which time it was arguably all too late. 184. It could be said, then, that the uneven and combined development of relations between the Ottomans and Europe created further vectors of unevenness throughout Europe. Consequently, combination was itself felt unevenly, with its specific causal effects varying across different European states. The more advanced European states constituted the primary focus of Ottoman military operations, while alliances with more backward European states were utilized to balance against the Habsburgs. As such, while the Habsburgs, Genoese, Venetians, Spanish, and Portuguese were antagonistically engaged with the Ottomans, northwestern European states such as France, the Low Countries and particularly England were afforded the geopolitical space to conduct modern state-building practices. This privilege of backwardness became manifest along two causal vectors of combination: first, by bringing about a structural shift away from the dominance of the Mediterranean to the Atlantic, and, second, by isolating England from Habsburg geopolitical pressures. These will be discussed in turn. The Ottoman blockade and the emergence of the Atlantic. In accordance with Ottoman geopolitical interests, the commercial effects of the Pax Ottomana were felt unevenly across Europe. Following Ottoman conquests of the Black Sea, Red Sea, and much of the Mediterranean, European traders were only allowed conditional admittance to these areas. 185 Once the Ottomans had obtained these territories, commercial activity became subject to state regulations and supervision, thus limiting the export of key commodities such as timber, horses, grain, and alum. 186 At the same time, the Ottoman, Habsburg military conflict exacerbated Mediterranean volatility, cutting the arteries of Venetian seaborne trade. 187 The Spanish and Portuguese fared little better, failing to push into a Mediterranean rife with Ottoman-sponsored corsair attacks on merchant ships. 188 Therefore, besides facilitating trade, the Pax Ottomana broke the commercial monopoly previously held by leading traders, primarily Venetian and Genoese, in the Mediterranean and Black Sea. 189 While exposing such trade to competition from northwestern European traders, as well as Ragussan, Armenian and Jewish merchants under Ottoman suzerainty. 190 By blocking the most dominant European powers from their customary conduits to Asian markets, the Ottomans directly compelled them to pursue alternative routes. Having lost its Black Sea monopoly, Genoa sought to circumvent the Ottoman passage to Indian and Far Eastern markets. 191 While turning to private business and financial operations in Western Europe and the Atlantic. 192 With the Ottoman-dominated Mediterranean inaccessible to Genoa's capital, the Atlantic became a considerably more promising avenue for commercial activity. 193 In both Spain and Portugal, the relationship between Genoa's merchant financiers and New World colonialists grew as Genoa's position in the eastern Mediterranean declined. The Atlantic ventures that this alliance gave rise to were ultimately made possible through the investments of Genoa's capital that had been forced out of the Mediterranean by the Ottomans. In the course of the Ottoman blockade, capitulations also came to play a major role, mediating between European commercial and Ottoman geopolitical interests through alliance building and blockading rivals. The Genoese, Habsburgs, Spanish, and Portuguese were all excluded, while the French, 1536, English, 1583, and Dutch, 1612, benefited from capitulations. Political in scope for the Ottomans, capitulations proved an economic boon for the merchants of northwestern Europe. These states that had been otherwise peripheral to the Mediterranean, and thus Eurasian, commerce were now able to trade under significantly more advantageous terms than their competitors. Plugged into the security afforded by the Ottoman state along its trade routes, northwestern European connections with Asian commodity markets were significantly expedited. With the conquests of the eastern Mediterranean and its subsequent blockade, the Ottomans reconfigured the entire European balance of power, bringing with it a structural shift. 194 From the commercial dominance of Adriatic city-states such as Genoa and Venice to the northwestern European states positioned on the Atlantic coast. As Michael Mann notes, the trade of the central Mediterranean powers declined at the same time as their military commitments grew. The Atlantic powers seized their opportunity, and the West became dominant. 195 The competition over markets that arose from this shift gave a major impulse to the development of company capitalism and anticipated the increasing unity of merchant and state interests that became a hallmark of English and Dutch politics in the 17th and 18th centuries. 196 These developments would lead to efforts to build permanent circuits of capital through the advance system, in turn escalating merchant intervention and control over international production. 197 An additional unforeseen consequence of the incessant competition among the city-states for access to Eastern markets and the threat of the expanding Ottoman Empire was that it would eventually lead the Europeans to the discovery of the Americas. 198 If the eastern frontiers blocked by the powerful Ottoman Empire after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, the brighter horizon was in the west. Into and eventually across the Atlantic. 199 The line connecting the 1492 discoveries with Europe's subsequent global destiny ran through Constantinople in 1453. The Ottoman buffer and English primitive accumulation. The states best placed to take advantage of this structural shift were those where the Ottoman geopolitical buffer was most keenly felt. As we have seen, the protagonists most intensely involved in the continental conflicts of the 15th and 16th centuries were concerned with the Ottoman presence in the Mediterranean and Southeast Europe. The Habsburg-Ottoman rivalry thereby formed a geopolitical center of gravity that often redirected imperial concerns away from England and the Low Countries. The Dutch made use of the divisions in Christendom to make a long-desired break away from Habsburg domination. 200 The English were perpetually buffered from European geopolitical pressures precisely at a time when the continent was experiencing a demographic and commercial revival. And typical of Ottoman maneuvers, both states were offered diplomatic agreements, capitulations 201, that weaved political alliances with commercial privileges in Ottoman territories. This was a major contributing factor to the integration of Levant and Atlantic trade in the 17th century and the ensuing rise of these Atlantic commercial powers. The Dutch became dependent on the Ottomans for supplies of the raw materials for which they had the heaviest demand, silk, cotton, mohair, and wool, and equally dependent on the Ottoman market for their principal exports, textiles, and precious metals. 202 England became similarly attached to both the import of wool and silk from, and export of manufactured cloths to, the Ottoman Empire. 203 In both cases, the attempts of merchants and financiers to monopolize and control such trade led to the establishment of strong trading companies. 204 At the same time, raw materials from Ottoman territories acted as a stimulus for the development of European manufacturing, in particular textiles. 205 As the Levant trade fed northwestern Europe with staple commodities produced through extensive land use, the need for self-sufficient production at home was removed. And by freeing agricultural land from extensive production, land around European towns and ports became geared toward more capital-intensive and labor-intensive forms of use, such as proto-industrial manufacturing. 206 The concomitant increase in land value, especially among those plugged into interregional and international trade networks, increased the profitability and hence frequency of short-term land lets, sales of land and land transfers. This contributed to 16th-century population increases, pressures on land, rises in rents and short-term tenures, depression in rural wages and growing demand for staples. 207 In short, the upsurge in Euro-Ottoman trade contributed to the preconditions of rural revolt and the primitive accumulation of capital in northwestern Europe. Aside from these new commercial privileges, the effects of the Ottoman geopolitical buffer were especially pronounced in English intra-lord class relations and the peculiar development of the English state. A variety of authors have stressed the significance of England's lack of involvement in the continental geopolitical conflicts from 1450 onwards as a fundamental factor in its precocious development of capitalism. 208 Theta-Skocpol suggests that England could remain somewhat aloof from the continental military system which made it uniquely responsive to commercial capitalist interests. 209 For Fernand Braudel, this isolation abetted a highly beneficial protectionism, helping England remain independent and to fend off interference from foreign capitalists, more successfully than any other European country. 210 For Derek Sayer, England's privilege of isolation meant it was not squandering productive resources on continental empire building, nor obliged, to the same degree or in the same ways as continental powers, to defend itself against others' expansionist predilections. 211 During the period when agrarian capitalism was set to take hold, one of the more peculiar features of Tudor absolutism flowed directly from this isolation, a regression in the military resources held by the state and aristocracy. For example, in the 1470s, the Spanish and English military numbered 20,000 and 25,000 men respectively. By the 1550s, Spain's military forces had risen to 150,000 while England's manpower had fallen by 5,000 to 20,000. 212 Disarmament among the English aristocracy was even more pronounced. In 1500, every English peer bore arms. By Elizabeth's time, only half the aristocracy had any fighting experience. 213 This demilitarization meant that England effectively skipped over the development of the strong, tax-appropriating bureaucratic state structures characteristic of French and Spanish Absolutism from the 16th century onwards. 214. This exceptional historical trajectory proved especially conducive to capitalist development in 16th century England. First, demilitarization among the nobility meant limited access to the means of coercion required to raise feudal rates of exploitation. This inability to squeeze 215 peasant surpluses meant that the option of dispossessing peasants and exploiting them through market mechanisms became an increasingly preferable means for ruling class reproduction. 216. Second, the English state did not possess the coercive or administrative strength to protect the peasantry from attempts by the nobility to engross, consolidate and enclose land. 217. This contrasted with the French state, which competed with the nobility over agrarian surpluses by habitually protecting the peasantry from attempts at dispossession. 218. Third, geopolitical isolation meant that the English ruling class was unusually homogeneous. 219. With the relative absence of social stratification across the state, the pre-existing landed aristocracy and an emergent commercial class. Under conditions of demilitarization, the English landowning class became disassociated from patented peerage. 220. Influence and office became a more important source of power for the untitled gentry who would come to dominate English political and economic life. 221. As such, the English landowning class was unusually civilian in background, commercial in occupation and commoner in rank. 222. The lack of social stratification in turn engendered an intersection between the landed classes. Would-be capitalists and state officers that became a central plank of the landlord, capitalist tenant wage laborer triad. These three factors help to explain one of the fundamental propositions of Robert Brenner's argument on the origins of capitalism, that it was in England alone that agrarian revolts were met with a unified and successful attempt by the state and landed class to remove the peasantry from their land through enclosures. 223. As peasants were dispossessed, they turned to an alternative means to secure their means of subsistence and social reproduction, selling their labor to landlords and capitalist tenants in return for a wage. 224. The persistent success of the state-nobility alliance in dispossessing the peasantry of the means of production led to the emergence of a free class of wage laborers. The social property relations through which surplus were appropriated was thus transformed, from the extra-economic means of feudalism to the economic or market mechanisms of agrarian capitalism. Considering that English isolation was such a crucial condition for the processes outlined in the Brenner thesis, a fuller exposition of capitalism's origins requires that this geopolitical isolation be satisfactorily accounted for. We argue that this condition of geopolitical isolation, rather than signaling an absence of international determinations, is inexplicable if it is separated from the broader processes of uneven and combined development within which it took place. As the preceding analysis has shown, this isolation should be understood as the outcome of a distinctly intersocietal condition arising from the European continent's preoccupation with the Ottoman Empire. The peculiar social form to which this isolation gave rise proved especially conducive to the symbiotic unity of state and landed class interests that underpinned the exceptional growth of agrarian capitalism in England. When considered in this specifically international context, English development in the 16th century can be best understood as a particular outcome of combined development, the developmental outcomes of an intersocietal condition rooted in the uneven relation of England to the Euro-Ottoman geopolitical milieu. Ottoman geopolitical pressures must therefore be seen as a necessary but not sufficient condition for the emergence of agrarian capitalism in England. Conclusion: the Ottoman Empire as a vector of uneven and combined development. It must be re-emphasized that none of these developments were sufficient conditions for the emergence of capitalism. There were numerous other causal chains, vectors of uneven and combined development, both European and extra-European, that must be incorporated into a full understanding of capitalism's origins. It is nonetheless difficult to establish a proper appreciation of the key developments in 16th century history and the northwestern European trajectory towards capitalism without looking at the Euro-Ottoman relation as a fundamental determinant. The duality of Euro-Ottoman relations, both belligerent and collaborative, was a crucial driver in the development of capitalism. By establishing a node of international trade, the Ottomans contributed to the internationalization of merchant activity and a cultural revival in Europe. More significantly, through their military conflict with the Habsburgs, the Ottomans abetted the Reformation and the breakup of Habsburg geopolitical hegemony. The breakdown of Christendom as the unifying principle of the feudal age must therefore be understood as a product of the multiplicity of geopolitical interactions with the Ottoman Empire that converged over the course of the 16th century. We have, moreover, argued that the very breakdown of Christendom, and the Habsburg concern for the Ottomans in particular, gave northwestern Europe the geopolitical space to conduct modern state-building practices. The isolation of England was a direct product of a continent occupied with the Ottoman threat in southeast Europe and the Mediterranean. This buffer, and the isolation it permitted, gave rise to the peculiar fusion of interests among the landed nobility, capitalist tenants, and the state in England, which proved crucial to the success of the English ruling class in enclosing land. We can therefore see how Ottoman geopolitical pressure on Europe inadvertently contributed to the process of primitive accumulation in the English countryside. We have also seen how, through their geopolitical policies, the Ottomans actively and directly brought about a structural shift away from Mediterranean trade and the concomitant ascendancy of Italian city-states, toward the Atlantic powers that would eventually come to dominate the world through colonialism. In this respect, many of the developments that emerged out of Euro-Ottoman interactions prefigured the integration of every corner of the globe into a unified world system. Before Europe could batter down all Chinese walls and create a world in its own image, 225, the Ottoman Empire had to first shatter the citadel of Christendom. Paradoxically, once it had done so, a new world began to supplant the Ottomans as the primary preoccupation of Europeans. This novel geopolitical concern, the Atlantic and the Americas, is the subject of the next chapter. Chapter 5. The Atlantic Sources of European Capitalism, Territorial Sovereignty and the Modern Self. The veiled slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. Karl Marx, 18,671. There is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism. Walter Benjamin, 19,402. Introduction. The New World discoveries of 1492 were a decisive moment in the formation of modern European societies, constituting a fundamental vector of uneven and combined development through which the modern world order was born. For the discoveries and the socio-economic and geopolitical relations they produced would come to profoundly affect the differential developmental trajectories not only between the European and Western hemispheres, but also within Europe itself, laying the foundations for Northwestern Europe's subsequent global ascendancy. The discoveries would arrest Spain's socio-economic development and accelerate its geopolitical decline as a great power, while simultaneously affording numerous benefits to Europe's two latecomers, Holland and England. They also provided the structural geopolitical space in which the latter could rapidly develop in a capitalist direction. Moreover, it was through the colonial encounter on the American continent and its attendant colonial rivalries that the institutional and legal structures of modern territorial sovereignty were first formed. In the spheres of European ideology and culture, the discoveries were no less consequential, as the Americas would come to constitute the principal crucible through which modern European political thinking and identity relations were forged. The web of commercial and financial relationships engendered by the Atlantic slave trade would also subsequently prove a critical factor in Britain's capitalist industrialization, further assisting its rise to global supremacy. It was these myriad patterns of developmental differentiation that, as Robbie Shilliam claims, constitute the deepest structural unevenness upon and through which the modern world order developed. Point 3. The importance of this point for understanding the origins of capitalism, its differentiated developmental trajectories and the subsequent rise of the West, cannot be overstated. For if it is recognized that non-capitalist social forms and political organizations are not simply sublated under the movement of capitalism, but are instead co-constitutive of the movement itself, then, we cannot adequately explain modern world development through a narrative that starts with the rise of capitalism, nation, and class within England or Europe. Point 4. Recognizing the decisive importance of the transformative interactions between Europe and the Americas further problematizes the rigid epistemological separation between West and East or global North and South, while going beyond the assumption of ontological singularity that frames traditional theoretical explanations of the rise of the West. Only by drawing attention to the interaction of a multiplicity of unevenly developing polities can we begin to theoretically explain their subsequent developmental trajectories in ways that eschew both Eurocentric notions of an internally generated European miracle and the linear developmentalism supposedly marking each and every society's transition to capitalist modernity. This chapter is divided into 4 sections. In the first section, we provide an overview of how the Spanish jurists of the 16th century sought to reconcile the increasing gap between Christendom as an all-encompassing universal ideology and the encounter with non-Christian peoples in the Americas. We show that the jurists' response invited a reconceptualization of universality based on an ontological distinction between Europeans and Indians. This in turn provided the basis for the ideological emergence of Eurocentrism, and the development of the modern legal principle of sovereignty. In turn, we argue that each innovation was bound up in, and provided legitimation for, broader processes of subjugation, exploitation, and plunder accompanying the colonial encounter. In the next section, we demonstrate how the Americas came to affect the differential developmental trajectories between the European and Western hemispheres and within Europe. Specifically, we examine how the plunder of precious metals from the Americas exacerbated the contradictions of feudalism and facilitated the commercial expansion of northwestern European states into Asian markets. In the third section, we go beyond the Smithian appreciation of commerce and trade by highlighting the wider processes of primitive accumulation outlined by Marx. Here, we argue that the limits of 17th-century English agrarian capitalism were only overcome because its ruling class was able to exploit the widened sphere of economic activity offered by the Atlantic. In particular, in the fourth section of the chapter, we show how the combination of English capital, American virgin land and the labor of enslaved Africans created, in the plantation system, a key input for the reproduction of wage labor and capital in England, and later the Industrial Revolution. Imagining Europe in the Atlantic mirror, rethinking the territorialist sovereign, self and other. The discovery of the New World was in many respects astonishing. Point 5 The scope of humanity was now framed by a universality that was not merely imagined but based on an unprecedented geographical combination of all the world's inhabited continents. The colonial encounter that took place in the Americas was marked by an exceptionally intense and radical recognition of differences between its protagonists, in which the sharp divergences of sociological unevenness were to be revealed. It is no exaggeration to say that the challenges presented by the disorienting experiences of the colonial encounter were one of the most formative and constitutive of modern European developments, destroying and creating in equal measure. On both sides of the Atlantic, the old was being systematically and violently dismantled, subsequently clearing the path for the emergence of the new, the modern, capitalist mode of production. While colonialists were conducting the greatest genocide in human history in the Americas, ideologues in Europe were busying themselves with tearing down an authority, Christendom, that was proving incapable of articulating new world experiences. It was out of the resultant debris that the twin conceptions of the European self and the non-European other would emerge, paving the way for an ideological apparatus, Eurocentrism, racism, patriarchy, that would serve to both legitimize the horrors of colonialism and spur the development of capitalism. Tearing down the ideological walls of Christendom, from sacred to secular universalism in the construction of the European self and non-European other. The colonial encounter posed two significant challenges to the universalist claims of Christendom. First, the presence of different European states with competing claims to colonial preponderance meant that both expansion into and rule over New World territories were contested and open to rival interpretations. 9 Second, the confrontation with American populations called into question why the application of universal, natural laws diverged so sharply between the Europeans and Amerindians. There was a pervasive and intractable contradiction between notions of Christian universality and the absence of any Christianity in the Americas. In this context, claims to universal authority upon the old foundations of Christendom were, when looked at in this global perspective, as Hugo Grotius bluntly said in 1625, daft, stultum. Point 10 Reconciling the facticity of unevenness in the context of the increasingly global scope of European activity required a rejection of imperial and papal conceptions of legality based on universal divine law. Through this rejection, a new conception of universality was constructed which would prove central to the justification of colonial expansion. The self-reflection this involved was made possible through a comparison between the Spanish and the populations of the Americas, and the attempt to reconcile the two under a universal framework applicable to both. The Spanish jurist Francisco de Vitoria, a forerunner in modern international law 11, based his legal thought on a characterization of Amerindians which emphasized their supposedly natural commonalities with Christians. Both peoples, Vitoria argued, were capable of reason. Like the Spanish, Amerindians displayed orderly arranged polities in which rules pertaining to marriage and magistrates, overlords, laws, and workshops, and a system of exchange were observable. 12 A shared possession of reason consequently formed the basis of equivalence between Europeans and non-Europeans, binding both under the same, universal, legal framework. 13 Vitoria therefore began reconstructing papal universalism on the secular basis of natural laws and the principle of jus gentium, law of nations, which, rather than being dictated by the papacy or emperor, would be administered by sovereigns. 14. By treating the Spanish and Amerindians as equal participants in the colonial system, Vitoria's approach provided a system of law which legitimized the Spanish presence in the New World in terms of commerce and expansion. 15 However, the specificities of Vitoria's argument reveal a considerably more insidious underbelly, as his innovations in jurisprudence not only legitimized the unfettered penetration of the Spanish into the Americas but, moreover, provided a legal basis on which the coercion of local populations could be justified. 16 For despite the idealized conformity between Amerindians and universal principles of natural law, Spanish colonialists were all too aware that the colonial relationship between the two was marked by nonconformity and difference, an opposition among the local population to the Spanish way of life. As John argues, this eventually forced Spanish jurists to grapple with an ontological rather than just a political or legal question: what was the nature of these Amerindians, were they human beings at all? 17. In the mid-16th century debates among Spanish jurists, a popular idea took hold that although Amerindians were indeed human, they were hamstrung by a developmental backwardness, a primitivism, caused by their own cultural peculiarities. Vitoria's sociology of local populations in the Americas thus served to identify those universal, read Spanish, qualities that the Indian lacked. Hence, the absence of certain qualitative characteristics became constitutive of their very being as others. 18. Both Vitoria and the influential theologian Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda were instrumental in identifying markers of barbarian, evil and savage characteristics among Amerindians. 19 While sodomy and cannibalism were indicative of a heathen, diabolical, even bestial character, little different from brute animals as Vitoria put it, 20 The physical nudity of the Amerindians exposed, in the minds of the Spanish, a more pervasive spiritual and cultural nudity, an absence of customs, rites. Religion. 21 Amerindians were also considered economically naive, excessively generous and possessing no conception of private property, while appearing unable to properly extract precious metals or cultivate land. The difference in systems of production, property, and exchange observed by the likes of Columbus and Cortés served as markers of an absence of social system altogether, from which a view of the Amerindians as backward was extrapolated. 22 The upshot of such observations was that the Amerindians were by nature and divine sanction destined to be slaves. 23 As Sepúlveda put it, those who are dim-witted and mentally lazy, are by nature slaves. It is just and useful this way. We even see it sanctioned in divine law itself, For it is written in the book of Proverbs, he who is stupid will serve the wise man. And so it is with the barbarous and inhuman people, the Indians, who have no civil life and peaceful customs. 24. Both Vittoria and Sepulveda saw in the Amerindian character a series of defects, each a product of years of socialization in evil customs and practices, which prevented the Amerindian salvation. 25. A long process of counter-education and supervision by the Spanish designed to undo such barbarity subsequently became a necessity, no less a duty. 26. Moreover, because such barbarity was so deeply ingrained, force, coercion, discipline and punishment became necessary to compel local populations to abandon their beliefs and customs. 27. If they refuse our rule, as Sepulveda wrote, they may be compelled by force of arms to accept it. 28. The brutality of Spanish colonialism led another Spanish thinker, Bartolomé de las Casas, to produce a counter-history 29 of the Amerindians. 30. He emphasized their gentle and peace-loving 31 characteristics, upon which he articulated a principle of Christian equality and the natural laws and rules and rights of man. 32. Las Casas contrasted this image with that of the Spanish conquistadors as devils. 33. Thus criticizing Spanish practices in the Americas. However, despite his more benevolent starting point, Las Casas also saw Amerindian culture as something to be negated and replaced by Spanish practices, albeit peacefully. 34. In justifying this position, Las Casas argued that since Amerindians were docile and less resistant, they were particularly primed for conversion to Christianity. 35. Here, Las Casas invoked a paternalistic conception of Amerindian developmental immaturity. These people were born late and were hence rustic in character. The cultural vacuum 36 that characterized Amerindians would therefore have to be filled through tutelage from the more advanced Spanish. 37. Hence, in both belligerent and benevolent sides of the debate, the conclusion was the same: both Spanish and Amerindians were subject to the same universal, natural laws, but because of a deeply ingrained cultural backwardness, Amerindians were incapable of adhering to such laws. Since Amerindians were incapable of governing themselves, the Spanish were required to govern on their behalf. Spanish rule and tutelage was therefore necessary in order for Amerindians to conform to the universal principles of natural law and achieve salvation. 38. Associating universality with the adoption or the imposition of the universally applicable practices of the Spanish. 39 meant that colonization and the aggressive transformation of the New World were subsequently presented as moral and legal obligations. Should indigenous communities deny colonialists the right of communication 40 through which the indigenous people would be transformed, the colonialists would be entitled to conduct a just war against them. 41 With this move, war became justified under the cover of an international law of reciprocity. 42 And took center stage in the ideology of colonialism. It became the means by which Indians and their territory were converted into Spaniards and Spanish territory, the agency by which the Indians thus achieved their full human potential. 43 In short, the destruction of indigenous communities, customs, and modes of production became reframed as the humanitarian obligation of the Spaniards. 44 These ideas advanced by the ideologues of the Spanish Empire prefigure, if in incomplete form, the basic components of Eurocentrism to which we now turn. Legitimizing colonialism, the historical sociological foundations of Eurocentrism. As was demonstrated above, the making of both the European self and Atlantic other were fundamentally interactive processes based on extant and changing forms of sociological unevenness. Likewise, the ideology of Eurocentrism cannot be historicized within the cultural or geographical borders of Europe alone, but only as an essentially intersocietal development. 45 For it is in the colonial encounter that we find the emergent tendencies to read cultural differences between societies not simply as differences, but as absences. The Amerindians lacked those features the Spanish possessed. Absence in turn served as a marker of backwardness in the Amerindian other, and enabled the hierarchical demarcation of the European self as advanced and superior. Through this practice of demarcation, Europeans were able to imagine themselves as a culturally homogeneous entity, civilized, advanced, distinct and separate from the savage world outside. In this way the basic premises of Eurocentrism were prototypically established. A methodological internalism, in which European development is conceptualized as endogenous and self-propelling, and assumptions of historical priority, which posits the endogenous and autonomous emergence of modernity in Europe 46, first began to take shape in the Atlantic encounter. Setting up this hierarchy established a standard of civilization, and with it, the moral obligation for the civilized to take control of the uncivilized. 47 As such, the practice of comparison established difference as something to be negated and overcome, an absence to be filled with the content of Spanish practices. Indians had to be civilized, their peculiarities annihilated. Sepulveda chillingly captured the affinities between civilizing activities and societal annihilation when he argued that the loss of a single soul dead without baptism exceeds in gravity the death of countless victims, even were they innocent. 48 Sepulveda's imperative, a moral and humanitarian one, no less, implied a projection of the subject speaking about the universe, an identification of my values with the values. 49 The projection of Spanish practices as universal. This projection and the possibility of civilization through annihilation would in turn invoke the third marker of Eurocentrism, linear developmentalism based on a homogeneous conception of time, or what Dipesh Chakrabarty calls historicism. 50 By setting up socio-cultural distinctions in terms of linear history, non-Europeans were seen to present an image of Europe's past, and in turn Europe posited itself as the image of non-Europeans' future. Amerindians, on this view, served as a paradigm for an original state of nature before property became individuated and secure. In the beginning all the world was America, as John Locke put it. 51 Or, as Adam Ferguson would later write, it is in there, the American savage's present condition, that we are to behold, as in a mirror, the features of our own progenitors, and from thence we are to draw our conclusions with respect to the influence of situations, in which, we have reason to believe, our fathers were placed. 52. Such conceptions of linear developmentalism, constructed sociological relations of unevenness, that is, difference, through temporal conceptions of distance or separation. 53 They also functioned as a framework to legitimize the annihilation of substantive sociological differences between the Spanish and Amerindians by naturalizing the culturally peculiar path of Western development based on private property and state formation. 54 By the time of the Enlightenment, conceptions of linear developmentalism would find their fullest expression in Eurocentric stadial thinking. 55 With an emphasis on clearly distinguishable stages of development, what the French physiocrats and Scottish Enlightenment thinkers conceived in terms of successive modes of subsistence. 56 On the continuum of unilinear time, stagism would establish one of the key intellectual foundations for the emergence of scientific conceptions of racism. 57 In keeping with these unilinear stagist models, the employment of scientific and technological criteria in proving the superiority, and thus domination, of Europeans over non-European peoples would become the norm over the course of the 17th and 18th centuries. As material disparities between a rising capitalist core and non-capitalist periphery developed, broader philosophical, societal, religious and cultural distinctions were superseded by those based on things. 58 This was one instance of a more generalist technological fetishism emerging from the rapid, but uneven, development of the productive forces under capitalism in its worldwide expansion. The level of technological development was perceived as determining the moral worth of a particular race and/or society. 59 In these ways, modern racism organically arose with the systematization of unevenness constitutive of the capitalist mode of production and its interactions with other societies. 60. The dispossession of the Amerindians, along with the many later European humanitarian interventions abroad, thereby became justified on the basis of a stadial conception of development through which non-European societies were deemed materially, and thus normatively, backward in comparison with the West. Hence, as with the formation of the United States, Native Americans, like other less powerful groups who possessed territory coveted by white Americans, were declared racially inferior and incapable of productive use of the land. 61 Those communities or races that did not adequately develop the productive forces were judged unfit to exist, or in need of instructive rule from the morally and culturally superior Western societies. Tellingly, the so-called father of modern liberalism, John Locke, evoked similar justifications for the dispossession of the Amerindians in the English-held Atlantic colonies. For Locke, the dispossession of the Amerindians was both necessary and legitimate, since the Indians had no right, or very tenuous right, to the land, because they had not mixed their labor with it sufficiently. 62 As E. P. Thompson notes, since Locke saw Amerindians as poor for want of improving the land by labor, and since such labor, and improvement, constituted the right to property, this made it the more easy for the Europeans to dispossess the Indians of their hunting grounds. 63 In these ways Europe's colonization of the Americas and the ideological apparatuses it spawned marked the embryonic origins of the global color line. 64 That would subsequently evolve with capitalism's development into a world system of imperialist domination. Culture wars in the Americas. However, political and legal questions were not the primary challenge posed by subjugating the Amerindians. Instead, it was the more existential questions regarding the ontology of the other, with, of course, determinant, geo-political and legal effects, that proved most problematic, destroying and creating in roughly equal measure. This was a problem that touched on all aspects of Native American being, including fundamentally their cultures. The various challenges that this presented to the European colonialists are the subject of this section. To better understand the ontological separation of Europe as a discrete socio-cultural entity, we must trace a specific challenge found in the colonial confrontation against which these ideologies were created, the resistance of indigenous communities in the Americas. As Silvia Federici argues, the debates among Spanish jurists that took place in the mid-16th century over the ontological status of Amerindians, and therefore also Europeans, would have been unthinkable without an ideological campaign representing the latter as animals and demons. 65 Travel literature was embellished with bestial, diabolical, and non-human imagery, cyclops, troglodytes, pygmies, people with tails, giants, as a way of sharpening the differences of local populations from Europeans. 66 In this period, cannibalism, polygamy, devil worship, sodomy, and bestiality became European obsessions, since they seemed a perversion of the law of nature. 67 The ontological separation of Europeans from Amerindians at the heart of the ideological innovations of sovereignty. More on this below. European identity and Eurocentrism was therefore based on a prior attempt to demonize the local populations of the Americas. The spur for this demonization was the conditions of crisis that emerged within the pre-1550 structure of the colonial plunder economy. 68 Up until then, appropriation was based on the encomienda, a legal framework which enabled colonialists to siphon off surpluses via tribute systems that were already in place among the local ruling class, albeit at higher rates of exploitation. The encomienda was a unique, indeed, perhaps historically singular, hybrid mode of organizing and controlling the production process which combined features of feudal, tributary, Amerindian, slave and, in a later period, capitalist forms of exploitation, labor and property relations. 69 In the first instance, the feudal institutions that the Spaniards brought with them were superimposed and grafted onto existing indigenous social relations of production, leading to a combination of feudal and Amerindian modes of production. 70 Indeed, significant features of indigenous social structures remained substantially intact for at least the first several decades of Spanish rule and persisted in modified form for the duration of the colonial period. 71 Production in the lands of the Aztec Empire of later Mexico, for example, was characterized by the tributary mode, in which the direct producers retained access to the means of production and formal vestiges of kin-based, communal social relations persisted, while indigenous elites extracted surpluses from these producers through extra economic means. The Spanish crown saw no reason to fundamentally disturb these indigenous relations of production, as they served the monarchy's aim to prevent the unruly conquerors of Mexico from enhancing their own power by gaining direct control over land and other key resources. Nor could the crown completely ignore the wishes of those who had risked their lives in a military campaign that had so spectacularly extended Spanish sovereignty. 72. So while the Spaniard monarchy initially intended to import their own feudal institutions to the American colonies, they ended up making use of extant indigenous productive relations, social institutions, and power structures, while limiting the autonomy of the Spanish colonial warrior merchants. A new overseas feudal nobility could not be tolerated by the growing royal absolutism of the Spanish state because, left to themselves, Spanish merchants would have given verbal homage but little else to the crown. 73 Indeed, as Eric Wolf notes, it had been the initial intention of the crown to deny the incoming conquerors any direct control of land and of Indian hands to work it. This was because it wanted to inhibit the development of an independent class of tributary overlords in the Indies, and thus insisted at first on granting the services of Native Americans only on its own terms. 74. The compromise forged out of these competing interests between crown and conquistadors was the encomienda. To prevent the development of any independent class of feudal aristocrats or tributary overlords in the colonies, the crown issued temporary grants of trusteeship, the encomienda. This was a form of seignorio, or manor, comprised of towns, villages, and other populated areas held in the royal domain that the crown granted to deserving persons or corporations for a specified period of time. 75 The recipient of an encomienda was allowed to extract a stipulated amount of tribute, whether in the form of goods, money, or personal services, from the Amerindian laboring inhabitants who, after 1542, were proclaimed legally free. 76 In return, encomienderos were required to protect, civilis and Christianis those Amerindians working their lands. Crucially, however, the crown's granting of an encomienda did not bestow on the encomiendero, trustee, rights over Indian land or unlimited rights to Indian services, as these rights the crown reserved to itself. 77 In other words, the commendation of an encomienda did not convey a property title to its temporary trustee. 78. In these ways, the Spanish monarchy sought to separate encomienderos as much as possible from both claims to the land and, through the interposition of royal officials, their subject Amerindian workers, a goal further achieved through the abolition of Amerindian slavery in 1542.79. To these ends, the monarchy also permitted, and in many ways sought to cultivate, the existence of an indigenous noble class of elites, the caciques, who continued to exercise considerable power at the local level. Caciques concurrently borrowed from established customs, and exploited their new sanctioned positions as intermediaries in colonial government by organizing production, extracting tributes, and transferring surpluses to the encomiendero. 80 In some colonial regions, such as Rio de la Plata, conquering Spaniards formed marriage alliances with the existing Guarani elite while making use of Guarani modes of labor control in the mini-state organization of the region. When the encomienda was finally introduced there in 1556, the system simply accepted the existing arrangements using an encomiendero class of mixed Spanish-Guarani origin. 81 While indigenous peasants formally retained direct control over the land they tilled, the encomienda system combined existing practices of surplus appropriation with the introduction of new forms of coerced labor and semi-servile productive relations. In separating encomienderos from direct control and ownership over their allotted land and laborers, the Spanish crown established what some scholars have described as a post-feudal mode of production. 82 Which not only retained some of the pre-colonial Amerindian tributary structures but created entirely new quasi-tributary relations of production, see also chapters 4 and 8. However, with the rapid decimation of the indigenous populations through war, disease, illness, overexploitation, and peasant flight and resistance, the Spanish monarchy turned to replacing their dwindling labor supplies with the importation of slave laborers from West Africa. 83 The result was a dizzying array of different labor regimes, relations of exploitation, property relations, and productive organizational forms all operating along increasingly racialized lines. African slaves, Amerindian serfs, quasi-tributary Spanish overlords, indigenous noble elites, and mestizos and white masters who owned lands and mines. Such peculiar combinations of non-capitalist productive relations were further distinguished by their, later, market-driven imperatives as they increasingly became oriented towards and integrated into international trading markets and circuits of capital, while nonetheless remaining governed by pre-capitalist laws of motion. 84. The persistently crisis-prone nature of the encomienda system, with its continual exhaustion of labor power and resulting labor shortages, proved particularly problematic for the reproduction of Spanish colonial rule. Within the limits of this extant system of surplus extraction, the Spanish found they were unable to meet an array of economic requirements, not least, the growing indebtedness of both the Spanish crown and individual colonizers. 85. The Spanish monarchy thus sought to obtain greater control over land and people. People were considered especially crucial, since the obrajes, manufactures for the international market, and the silver and gold mines which stuffed the Spanish crown's coffers with American precious metal required steady supplies of labor. Establishing control over production and strengthening the grip of colonial rule was primarily enacted by declaring war on Amerindian cultures. 86. This included mass executions, tortures and displacement of the existing population under the charges of diabolism, which were enforced through the destruction of indigenous worship practices. Temples and idols of old deities were destroyed. 87. Previous rites and rituals including songs, dances, painting, sculpture, astrology, and writing were banned. Any Amerindians found continuing such practices were hunted, imprisoned, tortured, and killed by colonial authorities under charges of devil worship. 88. These strategies served not only to attack indigenous cultures in the name of Christianity and colonial tutelage, but also to remove people from land, subjugate them, destroy their autonomy and tear apart their communal relations. It was, in short, a strategy of enclosure, of land, bodies, or social relations. 89. Resulting in greater subordination and exploitation of the local population by the Spanish colonists. Quotas of labor were increased, and regulation of surplus extraction was taken from local chiefs and placed under the watch of crown representatives. 90. New labor regulations were supplemented by a resettlement program, reducciones, intended to move rural populations into villages where they could be better controlled. 91. Women were most negatively affected by these changes, as they were denied access to land and water rights that had previously been communal. New regulations banned them from freedom of movement independent of men, and demanded that women either become wives or be classified as maids, thus redefining them as the property of men, while denying mechanisms through which they could assert their autonomy. 92. Such ravages to the local population's existing mode of life meant Spanish attempts at subjugation were met with resistance. Indigenous anti-colonial movements rejected the sort of communication and collaboration demanded by the Spanish, seeking instead to reassert their own local cultures. 93. In some areas, such as the Sierra Zapoteca, rebellions were led by caciques who revived the culture of old gods in order to encourage the youth to take up arms in a violent struggle for their liberation. 94. People of the Taquiancoy movement claimed bodily possession of Huachi gods as a way of cleansing themselves of Christian conversions, and prophesied a millenarian upheaval that would destroy the Spanish in a wave of pestilence and floods. 95. They rejected Spanish customs, clothing, religion, tributes, and labor services, and sought to resurrect local gods. The eschatological emphasis on the sources of communal rights such as land and water suggests that the Taquianqui expressed much more than otherworldly aspirations. The resonance of the Taquiancoy message throughout Amerindian communities, and the waves of direct and passive resistance, threatened Spanish control over their rural and urban possessions. 96. In other cases, migrations escaping the widespread human desolation produced by colonialism drew on pre-colonial millenarian discourses as their source of legitimation. Many groups resisted by taking flight to the hills, where colonial rule was more difficult to impose, in order to continue the practice of pre-colonial traditions. 97. The Tupi-Guarani in Amazonia, for example, described their journey as a migration to a land without evil. 98. In many cases, resistance was articulated not by already exiting elites among the local population, but by Karais or Anievas, spiritual leaders who operated on the margins of existing social structures. In a context where local elites often exploited pre-existing hierarchies to conspire with colonialists against their populations, many resistance movements therefore also challenged existing local elites and hierarchies. 99. In this respect, women often became the chief protagonists of resistance against Spanish rule, having been disproportionately affected by colonization. Female resistance was articulated culturally by refusing to submit to colonial rules governing marriage and the baptism of children. In instances of collective flight, women sought to reorganize communities along the lines of pre-colonial customs, taking on the mantle of spiritual leadership, previously the preserve of men. Pan-Andean movements based on the revival of indigenous culture were often led by women. 100 Because women constituted both representatives of the old cultures, and the backbone of resistance to colonial rule, the Spanish again turned to a culturally motivated form of subjugation based on accusations of diabolism. Charges of witchcraft were used to subjugate women and redefine their position in society, establishing a new system of patriarchy that undergirded colonial rule and exploitation. 101. It becomes apparent that the push and pull of colonial subjugation, and indigenous resistance to it, was articulated primarily through cultural difference. In the first instance, it provided the moral and legal basis through which colonialism could be justified. The Spanish were rational, moral, universal, advanced and thus sovereign. The Amerindians were irrational, backward, and so exempted from sovereign agency. For these reasons, Amerindians were obliged to adopt universal, that is, Spanish, ways of life. But, moreover, the definition of Amerindians in state of nature terms was driven by the compulsion among the Spanish ruling class to exert greater control over indigenous communities, especially since Amerindian attempts to reassert their own culture constituted a fundamental attack on the reproduction of Spanish colonialism. Cultural difference became a threat, something to be violently negated by colonial rule. Where colonialists could not make indigenous communities conform to the universal standards set by the Spanish, they were defined as diabolical or irrational. Colonialists were thus able to exclude women and men in the colonies from the social contract implicit in the wage and free labor economy. 102 And in the process naturalize the exploitation of colonial labor based on unfree methods. The exclusion of indigenous populations from this social contract, an exclusion that went right to the heart of colonial rule, helps us understand the compulsion felt among Spanish jurists to make a cultural distinction between themselves and the Amerindians based on the state of nature. The culture wars waged in the Americas were therefore constitutive of altogether new and unique relations of patriarchy, class, and later white supremacy, that would be formative of capitalist social relations in both the periphery and core. In this context, the associated state of nature discourse was not an empirical observation, or an innocent thought experiment. It was rather a colonialist construct born out of the culture wars waged, and ultimately won, by Spanish colonialists against the Amerindians in the name of colonial exploitation. A line of continuity can thus be drawn from the comparative work of Spanish colonialists, through Enlightenment and imperial conceptions of stadial development, to current practices of imperialism. In each, cultural, political and economic differences in so-called backward countries have been presented as absences, with a particular emphasis on lacking or failed structures of political and economic governance. The concomitant exclusion of indigenous people from the social contract and the perceived inability of backward countries to govern has in turn been central to legitimizing external rule over them, a practice that continues to this day. 103 In its more belligerent manifestations, the perceived absence of proper governance structures has served to validate military interventions under the rubric of just wars. Hence, the capacity for and battle over socio-political organization and self-government, that is, statehood and sovereignty, constitutes a key component of the standard of civilization. 104 The ideological, institutional, and legal structures of territorialist state sovereignty that would come to be seen as a hallmark of capitalist modernity in Europe were in fact forged in the racialist and gendered crucible of the colonial Atlantic. 105 Only after these institutional and ideological innovations came to prove their efficacy as a particular form of political rule and control did such organizational advances then radiate back to the European imperial metropole. 106 We now turn to examine the theoretical debates and historical processes involved in this often overlooked colonial dimension in the making of the territorialist sovereign state system in Europe. The colonial origins of the modern territorialist state systems. Debates surrounding modern state formation and the origins of territorial sovereignty have been overwhelmingly characterized by endogenous, internalist, and exogenous, externalist, logics of explanation primarily, if not exclusively, operating in the European theater. On one side, Weberian and Hintzian influenced approaches to the origins of modern states have emphasized the effects of war-making and geopolitical rivalries in increasing state institutional and material capacities. In this model, geopolitical and military competition among the great powers in Europe is seen as the prime catalyst and driver in the making of modern, territorially bounded states. 107 Focusing on intra-European developments, the constitutive role of the colonial encounter and empire building is accorded, if recognized at all, a secondary place in the explanatory schema. Consequently, the agency of the Amerindians is given little to no attention. On the other side, neo-Marxist approaches have focused on transformations in the social relations of production, or social property relations, within societies as the prime mover in the origins and development of the modern territorialist state system in Europe. 108 While some of these perspectives take the endogenous development of capitalism in England as their point of departure, they nonetheless recognize the subsequent role of geopolitical competition in spreading the modern nation state form, as continental European states sought to confront the systemic pressures posed by the modernizing challenge emanating from Britain. 109 The primary focus is again centered on intra-European dynamics as the primary site of capitalism's inception and the modern sovereign state system. While broadening this perspective to include the economically functional role of the periphery to the rise of capitalism in the imperial core, world systems theory pays little, if any, attention to the mutually transformative nature of the colonial encounter in producing, and reproducing, the modern state form. 110 Hence, even where intersocietal determinations are invoked by neo-Marxist approaches in explaining processes of social change, they fall short of offering a genuinely international non-Eurocentric perspective. 111 The overwhelming attention to solely European or Western agents is similarly reproduced in constructivist accounts of the rise of the modern state system. 112 What all these accounts miss is the fundamentally co-constitutive nature of the colonial encounter in the making of the modern territorial state. Indeed, the transformative effects of Europe's interactions with non-European societies were evident in the earliest forms of European colonization. Returning to the writings of the Spanish jurist Vitoria is again instructive. In his work, we see a pervasive attentiveness to the international, taking in European geopolitics, but also those of the Americas and Asia. In Vitoria's writings we see how the colonial encounter was not only generative of Eurocentrism as an ideology of colonial legitimation, but also instrumental in mobilizing the assumptions of Eurocentrism to develop what would become modern conceptions of territorial sovereignty. Emphasizing the absence of proper governance structures among the indigenous populations of the Americas, Vitoria writes, for example, that they have no proper laws nor magistrates, and are not even capable of controlling their family affairs. They lack many other conveniences, yet necessaries, of human life. It might, therefore, be maintained that in their own interests the sovereigns of Spain might undertake the administration of their country, providing them with prefects and governors for their own towns, and might even give them new lords. 113. He then goes on to further substantiate the permissibility of Spanish rule, by articulating the absence of Amerindian governance structures in terms of their historical backwardness. For if they are all wanting in intelligence, there is no doubt that this would not only be permissible, but also a highly proper course to take, nay, our sovereigns would be bound to take it, just as if the natives were infants. The same principle seems to apply here to them as to people of defective intelligence, and indeed they are no whit or little better than such so far as self-government is concerned, or even the wild beasts, for their food is not more pleasant and hardly better than that of beasts. Therefore their governance should in the same way be entrusted to people of intelligence. 114. For Vittoria, the justness of war could not be founded on a subjective belief that those conducting war were inherently just, since this opened the possibility that even Turks and Saracens might wage just wars against Christians, for they think they are thus rendering God service. 115. Vittoria's paradoxically subjective solution to the problem was to demonstrate that Saracens, due to the absence of any conformity to natural law, were incapable of waging a just war. In this way, Vittoria was able to exclude Saracens, and by extension Amerindians, from admittance to the legal rights of sovereignty. Finally, Vittoria incorporates into his legal framework a way of distinguishing who is and who is not sovereign, to justify rule over the Amerindians and the exclusivity of this rule to the Spanish. If there was to be an indiscriminate inrush of Christians from other parts to the part in question, they might easily hinder one another and develop quarrels, to the banishment of tranquility and the disturbance of the concerns of the faith and of the conversion of the natives. 116. Taken together, Vittoria's statements demonstrate that the perceived absence of recognizable sovereign authority in the Americas not only legitimized just wars, but also necessitated original ways of dividing, claiming, and asserting power over newly conquered territories against other European competitors. 117. Almost any 17th or 18th century map of America, Samuel Edgerton notes, reveals the absolute faith Europeans of all religious persuasions had in the authority of the cartographic grid. For as colonial powers laid claim to land solely on the basis of abstract latitudes and longitudes, troops were sent to fight and die for boundaries that had no visible landmarks, only abstract mathematical existence. 118. Indeed, Francis I of France voiced a celebrated protest to these types of argument, claiming that the sun shines for me as for others. I should very much like to see the clause in Adam's will that excludes me from a share of the world. The King of Denmark in turn refused to accept the Pope's ruling for the East Indies. Sir William Cecil, the famous Elizabethan statesman, also denied the Pope's right to give and take kingdoms to whomsoever he pleased. In 1580, the English government thus countered with the principle of effective occupation as the determinant of sovereignty. 119. In these ways, newly formulated notions of linear time came to be complemented by novel conceptions of linear geographical space and a concomitant modern form of territorialist state sovereignty. The ostensibly empty spaces of the Americas could be comprehended, negotiated over, and competed for only by using an abstract conception of space built on mathematical cartography, as Jordan Branch writes. The novel requirements of making extra-European political claims demanded new authoritative practices by colonial powers, practices that were made manifest immediately in linear territorial divisions between spatial expanses. 120. Such novel articulations of linearly demarcated forms of territorial sovereignty in the Americas also had major repercussions for their development in Europe. For the principles of cartography, based on abstract space and linear territorial divisions, were first generated in the colonial encounter in the Americas and then subsequently transported back to Europe. 121. The originality of colonial conceptions of linear territoriality can be found most clearly in the treaties of the period. In the Old World, treaties concluding wars typically emphasized nonlinear or non-contiguous territoriality, and the spoils of conquests were divided according to places rather than territories. This was evident as late as the Treaty of Westphalia of 1648, which despite its purportedly modern credentials, still listed every non-contiguous place, jurisdiction, and right to be granted to one party by the other. 122. In contrast, treaties pertaining to the New World used cartographic or geographic language in order to delineate territorial claims based on linear demarcations and supposedly natural frontiers. Territories could be claimed in this way precisely because the known political authorities, that is, the Amerindians, were not recognized, were denied their right to sovereignty and were therefore excluded from any such treaties. 123. The first examples of linearly defined claims to political authority can be found in the 1493 Papal Bulls and the 1494 Treaty of Tordesillas between Spain and Portugal. These treaties apportioned to Spain all newly discovered territories west of a line drawn in the Atlantic Ocean, with Portugal receiving those territories to the east, see Figure 5.1. The significance of such treaties was not in the details of the lines, branch notes, but instead in the very idea of using a linear division to assign political authority. For the first time in history an abstract geometric system had been used to define a vast, global, area of control. 124. Figure 5.1 Catino Planisphere, 1502, by an unknown Portuguese cartographer, showing the Tordesillas line, left-hand side of map. Source: http://commons.wikimedia.org/wiki/file:/Cantino_Planisphere_left_1502 right_.jpg, accessed November 21, 2014. These linear territorial divisions apportioning political authority to European powers over specific locales in the Americas were only partly directed at local sovereigns. Rather, their novel utility lay in dealing with existing and future European rivals. For while such claims to sovereignty initially served to posit non-European spaces as terra nullius, thereby opening them to European acquisition, the primary aim was in regulating the relative claims of competing European powers. 125 Thus, such treaties were not concluded with the local sovereigns in mind at all, but functioned rather as a means of demonstrating a relationship of authority or control to other European powers. 126. The origins of the modern form of territorialist sovereignty were therefore an outcome of an aleatory encounter with societies that Europeans considered empty, stuck in a state of nature and not under or capable of any sovereign authority, and the competing claims to occupy such empty spaces by various colonial powers. Rather than being derived from some internal impulse, they represented a response to the particular challenges of jurisdiction in these territories produced by historically specific intersocietal interactions. Such state practices and modalities of territoriality then radiated back to the imperial core in Europe, forming a crucial step in the formation of the modern territorially defined state, but only after the usefulness and legitimacy of linearly bounded authority claims were made clear by centuries of colonial practice. 127 Such legal and political innovations must therefore be understood as various forms of combined development, constructions specifically based on attempts to resolve the unique legal problems arising from the discovery of the Indians. 128. The significance of our spatially decentered, non-Eurocentric conception of the origins of sovereign state territoriality for understanding the rise of capitalism in Europe and its later ascendancy to global domination is threefold. First, it gives the lie to the dominant myth that the European state system was a product of geopolitical and socio-economic processes internal to Europe, while further problematizing those accounts that conceive of the European state formation process as an exclusively elite-driven affair. Rather, it was the very struggle to dominate and subjugate the indigenous populations of the Americas that laid the ideological and material foundations for novel conceptions of linearly demarcated, territorialist spaces of sovereignty. These conceptions further functioned to defend territory against the claims of other rival colonial powers. The territorializing process of state formation was then fundamentally Janus-faced. It gazed inward or vertically at the domination of newly claimed empty spaces and subject populations, while also looking outward or laterally toward fending off other competing imperial states. Second, the development and consolidation of territorialist state sovereignty and capitalist social relations in Europe was an intimately intertwined and co-constitutive process, as the following sections and chapters demonstrate. Hence, in contrast to influential neo-Weberian and Marxist accounts 129, the formation of the European system of territorialist sovereign states did not precede the rise of capitalism. Instead, The early modern epoch witnessed the co-evolution and transformation of capitalism and the state system in Europe that was overdetermined by interactions with the extra-European world. Capitalism did not only emerge as a consequence of developments internal to England or Europe during the long 16th century. It did not later suddenly burst on the international European A/KN scene in the 19th century 130 and subsequently radiate outwards in a unidirectional process of European-driven change. Similarly, the territorially bounded state system did not first emerge in Europe during the absolutist era, and it was not exclusively the consequence of the military and geopolitical rivalries operating on the European continent. The upshot of all this is that capitalism and the modern territorialist system of sovereign states retain not only a theoretically internal relationship as conceived from the perspective of uneven and combined development, but a historically organic one as well. And as we have been at pains to emphasize, this was a relationship that was fundamentally rooted in and constituted by historical processes emanating from outside Europe. Third, the development of territorially bounded state sovereignty was crucial to the subsequent bundle of processes that eventually led to Europe's ascendancy to global domination. The modern territorial state, particularly in its later post-absolutist incarnation, proved a militarily and fiscally efficient vehicle of class rule at home and imperial dominance abroad. The two were in fact inextricably bound together, as the development and consolidation of capitalism at home was fundamentally secured and buttressed by imperial expansion abroad, see the next section and chapters 7 and 8. Moreover, the territorialization of state and military power was a powerful, geo-political vehicle for the endless accumulation of capital which, over a relatively short period of time, outpaced non-capitalist rivals, see chapters 6, 7, and 8. In other words, the co-development and co-evolution of the territorialist state and capitalism was a necessary, but not sufficient, condition for the subsequent rise of the West. Their co-constitutive and reinforcing developmental tendencies formed a kind of cumulatively building virtuous circle 131 setting Europe, or more precisely, Northwestern Europe, on the path to global supremacy. To be clear, this is not to argue that such institutional and socio-economic innovations directly translated into victories on the battlefield or even in war, as the long history of Western defeats in colonial small wars has demonstrated all too well. War is perhaps the ultimate realm of radical contingency. Like a boxing match, no one can know with certainty who will emerge victorious, however imbalanced the power relations. 132 Nonetheless, the kinds of radical power imbalances that emerged in Europe with the co-formation of territorialist states and capitalist social relations did give these states significant advantages in imposing their will, either directly by coercive intensive forms and/or structurally via the abstract mechanisms of the world market, over other states and societies, see chapters 7 and 8. 1492 In the history of uneven and combined development. As the preceding section has shown, the Atlantic vector of uneven and combined development proved a formative moment in the unmaking of European Christendom, reconstituting universalism on secularist conceptions of linear time and space. Relatedly, the Atlantic was also key to the development of novel ideological articulations of a European self and non-European other in the legitimation of European claims to govern in the colonies. Such articulations were central to the formation of new forms of racialist and gendered rule over the indigenous peoples of the American continents. At the same time, the old was destroyed and the new forged, in bringing the Americas under Europe's heel in a history of unprecedented violence and brutality. The next section further analyses this history of domination and exploitation by demonstrating the impact the discoveries had on the making and hastening of capitalism. It begins by examining this impact in the sphere of circulation before moving on to an analysis of the effects of the colonies on the sphere of production. The section therefore aims to dialectically sublate these Smithian and Marxian moments of analysis into a higher synthesis via the international, an approach sketched out, but not substantively developed, by Marx in his famous quote. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the expiration, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of black skins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. Hard on their heels follows the commercial war of the European nations, which has the world as its battlefield. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes giant dimensions in England's anti-Jacobin war, and is still going on in the Opium Wars against China. The different moments of primitive accumulation can be assigned in particular to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England, in more or less chronological order. These moments are systematically combined together at the end of the 17th century in England. The combination embraces the colonies, the national debt, the modern tax system, and the system of protection. 133. Here we see, in rough form, the significance of the colonies and the international in the making of capitalism as a world system interconnecting the myriad differentiated societies constituting it. To these issues we now turn. The Smithian moment, American treasures and so-called primitive accumulation. There is a long tradition of Marxist thinking emphasizing the profound impact the 1,492 discoveries had on the development and consolidation of capitalism as a world system. 134 Yet today, the hegemonic Brennerite approach to the origins of capitalism emphasizing the internal, agrarian sources of its genesis explicitly sidelines the contribution of the periphery. Noting some Marxists' emphasis on the importance of the wealth amassed from the New World, Ellen Meiksins Wood writes that we cannot go very far in explaining the rise of capitalism by invoking the contribution of imperialism to primitive accumulation or, indeed, by attributing to it any decisive role in the origin of capitalism. 135 As reasons, she cites the relatively late start of British colonization and Spain's failure to develop in a capitalist direction. The immediate effects of the New World colonies on the Spanish Habsburg Empire were indeed to further entrench the feudal monarchy while arresting economic development in the region. 136 Yet there were also significant knock-on effects that worked to hasten the rise of Dutch capitalism. While colonial surpluses were able to, partly, finance the Habsburg military expeditions across Europe. 137 The influx of bullion from the New World also produced a parasitism that increasingly sapped and halted domestic manufacturers. 138 This led to a virtual deindustrialization of the Castilian economy as the home market collapsed, with American silver raising production costs and an ascendant Dutch manufacturing sector penetrating the Castilian textile market. 139 This meant Philip II's imperial projects could only be sustained through reckless borrowing. 140 Despite, or perhaps because of, the vast imports of New World silver, fiscal military pressures bankrupted the Spanish monarchy 8 times by the end of the 17th century. 141 And as Genos bankers held Spain's public debt, they came to reorient their surplus capital from the American trade towards the bond market, thereby opening the door for Dutch capital. The rise of the United Provinces and the decline of Spain were therefore intimately connected. 142 What is more, the inflow of silver may have accelerated the decline of Spanish military power by encouraging attempts to conduct what proved to be an unsustainable two-front war against the Ottomans in the Mediterranean and the Dutch to the north. For as William McNeill notes, it was the swelling flow of New World silver after the 1550s that made Philip II think he could conduct war both in the Mediterranean against the Turks and in the north against the Dutch. 143. From the perspective of the longue durée, these penalties of priority besetting Spain's development in the early modern age go some way in explaining the country's relative backwardness in the later modern epoch. 144 Here again we see how the socio-economic and strategic benefits afforded to earlier developers would at a later point in their development turn into strategic liabilities, as less developed societies came to reap the privileges of backwardness. In particular, the plundering of the Americas functioned as a means of primitive accumulation on a Europe-wide basis which overwhelmingly benefited two latecomers, Holland and England, at the expense of the more, feudally, advanced colonizing powers, Spain and Portugal. Indeed, throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, Spain and Portugal acted as conduits for the transfer of much of the American bullion into the coffers of financiers in Antwerp, Amsterdam, London, Paris and Genoa. New World silver thereby further aided the structural geopolitical space open to northwestern Europe, again, notably the Dutch and English, and its capitalist development, see chapters 3 and 4. Thus, the overall material benefits to Europe from the overseas discoveries, P.K. O'Brien writes, accrued disproportionately to two latecomers and free riders, the Netherlands and Britain. 145 Further, as Roland Findlay notes, the two East India companies used the American treasure to balance their imports of Indonesian pepper, clove, and nutmeg, Indian cotton textiles and Chinese silk and porcelain for profitable re-export to consumers in Europe. 146 This was a particularly important development aiding the multilateral trade flows that would come to interconnect Western Europe with the highly lucrative East Asian trades through the enforced plundering of the Americas, see figure 5.2. Why the Dutch, rather than English, became the first leading force in the subsequent development of the world market during the long 16th century is also explained by the country's close ties to the Spanish-American trading system. This afforded Holland greater access to Spanish wealth than England, and this wealth was subsequently redeployed to drive its own commercial and financial operations. 147 It is perhaps no coincidence that almost half of the gold and silver acquired by Spain ended up in Holland. 148 Marx's model capitalist nation of the 17th century, and the first state to experience a bourgeois revolution, see chapter 6. 149 Indeed, for a time the Netherlands acted as a distribution center from which American silver passed to Germany, Northern Europe, and the British Isles, which was crucial to European economic activity. 150 And even after the Netherlands' break with the Habsburg monarchy, the Spanish still allowed Amsterdam considerable access to American silver. 151 Thus the Netherlands' economic ascendancy was built, at least in part, on American bullion. 152 The immense quantities of bullion from Spanish America were also crucial in kick-starting the Netherlands'